Hello everyone who's watching us today in the archived version, and those who might be live with us even though I just started. I'm curious if someone will be from here until the end of the stream today. So I had some technical issues with the board, but I will insert the input the moves manually and take suggestions from the chat as for what the players played. So far we have e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, the same position as occurred in the second game. Karjakin is playing with the white pieces. And in this position, bishop e7, yes, rook e1 this time, not d3. So Karjakin is going for the main lines, trying to figure out which line Carlsen had prepared, and Carlsen played castles, intending to go d5 with the martial attack against c3. Karjakin played h3, bishop b7, d3. And nowadays, as far as I know, d5 is the theoretical move. Takes, knight e5, knight d4 with some complications. Some people also play knight takes e5 followed by queen d6 if I'm not wrong, and rook a8 or c5 later. So Carlsen takes the, let's call it the more the safer approach, or the classical approach of playing d6 without too much concrete moves in theory. Now Karjakin goes a3, and we reach a very similar position to the one we had in game 2, with the one difference that the bishop is on b7 and the rook is on e1. I can't say in whose favor this change is, but it's a bit less flexible for black. This position is considered to be more challenging for black than the one that occurred in game 2. I'll just remind the viewers. I'll just put these ridiculous moves for a moment. So here black to move, it was knight a5 and bishop b6. This is considered to be with better equalizing chances than here. Let's put this position, yeah. This system is also sometimes referred to as the Arkhangelsk. So knight bd2 was played after queen d7, which is one of the main and most principal moves here. The usual plan is rook a8 followed by knight d8, knight d6, knight bd2. And now I want to make sure that people can hear me, so let's see. I started the stream in the last minute. I was a bit under the weather today, and I had also some problems with my intended guest who couldn't arrive today. So instead I have a replacement who will arrive soon enough. You can see his name in the text in blue. I still haven't updated the overlay with the game 2 and Asaf Givon in the background because I'm not sure how to do it. Let's see. So I'll try to access the stream. Yeah, it works. So seems to work. Okay, so I don't know why, but my board from the previous days is just not showing anything. Usually it used to show. So yeah, I'm just going to input the moves. Oh, okay, now it's working again. Let's see. Not as well as I hoped, but yeah, I will fix it now. Let's see. Sorry for all the last minute changes. Oh, a lot of technical issues here when doing things in the last minute, and the website didn't work. Okay, so okay, so this is the position from the game. Knight bd2. Have a quick look at the chat in a moment. So please notice that now on the right here below the camera it's game 4. I'm going to commentate together with international master Igor Bitensky today, game 4, and I'll also mention that yeah, Karjakin is white, Carlsen is black. I have no room to show you the actual names, and I can't show the clocks as I said before because I don't want to follow the actual live stream. The company arranged it are a bit they want to be exclusively showing the moves, and as a result I have to input them manually. Okay, so knight bd2. Let's see if anything is working. And just like in a proper tournament, I put my phone on silent mode. Actually, I didn't even have time to have dinner, so someone will pass by and give me some rice just so I can eat while streaming. So I hope you guys will forgive me, and all the ladies that are watching us. Everyone, just forgive me for arranging everything in the last minute. So okay, this is the position, knight bd2. So in the plan is obviously knight f1, knight g3, sometimes to e3 in the regular Arkhangelsk, and as I mentioned, normally black plays rook a8 followed by knight d8, but there are many plans in this position, so I'm not sure what Carlsen will choose. Seems like we have a move. Rook f8, this is also possible. Usually the next moves are still knight d8, knight e6, as far as I can remember. So rook d8, rook f8. Let's show the viewers. And now in this position I'm expecting knight f1. I don't see any reason for white to play something else. And yeah, well, after yesterday, the game lasted almost 7 hours. I believe the players are as exhausted as I am, and I'm guessing that they are feeling like they should yeah, one moment, this is Igor. Hi, we're streaming, so feel free to take a seat. Yeah, it's better to leave it open for now, because I'm gonna get a delivery of rice from my parents. So now let's see if we have a move. Not just yet. Okay, so this is international master Igor Bitensky joining us.
Bitensky.
Bitensky, thank you.
You don't know
And,
my name, but you
yeah,
need to.
I never know how to pronounce it, but I mispronounce like literally every name of so anyone from the chat.
Where's the camera?
So this one is the camera.
Yes.
And yeah, you can see us over here. This is the board that we use to analyze.
Yes.
And yeah, I had to fix this thing here, but I didn't manage to do it in time, so I used the blue text below the camera to try and fix it.
I had this position once.
Yeah, I think maybe against me even.
Maybe against you and against your coach Ilya Butvinnik.
Yes. I used to train with him for 10 years.
Yes.
You played against me rook a8,
yes.
followed by knight d8.
Yes, 98, 96.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I mentioned it earlier that this is the main plan here, but I think this is also considered good with the same idea.
Yes.
So, yeah. Now, I'm wondering what Carlsen and what Karjakin will play with white. And yeah. And I also mentioned what we discussed earlier, that there might not be a tremendous fight that lasts for 7 hours today, because they're just too might be a little bit too tired,
we not expect very long game, but let's hope we're wrong.
Yeah, let's hope it will last for 3 hours of tremendous fighting, and then that we in Israel can go to sleep in a normal hour. So rook f8. By the way, here on the right you can see the chat.
Yes.
Yeah. So there's what?
No, there's a delay?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not sure how long it varies from one stream to another, but usually it's between 10 to 20 seconds. Yeah. So rook f8. Do you think there's any chance for a move other than knight f1?
But was the rook f8 played?
I think so, yeah. Here is the board. Yes.
Yeah. No, knight f1 probably.
This is our guess. I don't think there are any other moves that white normally plays here.
No.
It's funny that like on a daily basis people from Israel are asking to do a Hebrew commentary, as if the fact that like more than 90% of the people who are watching us don't speak Hebrew doesn't count, and
yeah, okay, but
yeah,
I guess they just need to improve their English, maybe.
I want to encourage everyone to speak English.
Yes.
Yeah, even children, I mean, who don't speak English yet, they should try to watch and understand the chess moves at least. So knight f1 is our prediction. One thing I like to do sometimes is ask people in the chat, make a vote, let's say. All those who think that knight f1 will be played.
Maybe not in this position.
Yeah, usually later, but
still
now
those,
you can vote the digit 1 or the color green, and any other move can be blue, let's say, as you can see. Any other move, or the digit 2. So let's see if people agree with us, and most of them say that knight f1 will be played. I hardly think there's anything else in the position.
Maybe knight g5 if you're.
Knight g5.
If you really want to draw, but
draw.
But maybe d5 possible.
And if
no,
knight
also knight d8.
Yeah, knight 6.
And so probably knight f1.
Knight f1 is the main guess.
No.
And now, well, I don't think so. But the question now is whether to put it on e3 or g3. And I think g3 is the more common, to have some knight g5 ideas sometimes, in this position.
Yes.
I remember there was a book by Alexander Khalifman, playing e4, 1 e4 according to Anand, and I think he recommended a line like this with knight g5.
I also had a game with Navarra many years ago, and it also was very similar, and I think he put the knight on e3 and I lost very badly.
Is there any particular idea?
I'm not sure it was this specific position. No, I remember at some point he just played c3 d4, and I had no time to play c5 for some reason. I don't remember why. But it was a very bad game.
Yeah. By the way, the viewers who don't know, we are not following any of the moves with computers, and even between the games, Probably tomorrow I'll make some recap videos where I analyze with another friend some of the games and go through the critical moments. And even then, I don't know the computer evaluations and try to ask as many questions without necessarily providing answers. I'll attempt to do so, but in half of the cases, I'm not sure what the answer is. And I think answers are quite useless these days because everyone just puts the position in the computer. Even the viewers can do it quite easily through the main websites. And yeah, the answers are not that interesting without the right questions. So knight g3. I predict, and let's see if we have a move. The viewers can also see this is our board with a sort of it's not a direct transmission, but this is how we receive the moves.
Yeah.
We are not allowed to actually see the moves from the official site. Yeah, so this is the plan. So now, anyone votes yet? Knight f1 or any other move?
But is white thinking for so long in this position?
I think so, yeah. Unfortunately, I cannot see the clock, but yeah, there is no access to it unless I watch the official site. So every now and then.
It would be surprising if he's still thinking, because if he probably he prepared this a3 line.
Yes.
And queen d7 is one of the main moves.
Yeah.
And rook f8.
Yeah.
Very logical. So
yeah, it's the second move after rook a8, so everyone should know it.
Is rook a8 is the main one? Is the main line?
I think so. After queen d7, I mean.
After queen d7, yes. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's difficult to play it before. But
yeah.
Rook
f8. I'm sure I saw it analyzed in many places and played before.
Oh, there was also knight a5 c5 without queen d7. But yes, okay, it's good because I think when I played this line in late 90s, it was very new line. A3 there was a very new move. All these ideas of
preventing d5
a3 and not a4, because
yes.
a4 was played already, I think, in the 60s or something, but a3 is then it was a fresh idea.
Like 20 years ago or more?
20 years ago, yeah, exactly.
Maybe 25 even, yeah?
Maybe 20, yes.
Yeah. So a3, and the idea after the move a3, okay, let's say here, of course knight a5 is a threat to grab this bishop, so just allow the bishop to have this square, and in some cases to be able to play knight c3, but not necessarily in this move order. So in the game, queen d7, knight d2, let's see, was there any move? Not quite yet.
Not yet, interesting.
So people are guessing knight h2, c3. Karjakin thought for 11 minutes already. In this,
it's quite surprising.
Yeah. Every time they think in the opening, I don't understand why, because normally I even know the theory in this early stage.
Normally they just choose a line.
Yeah, maybe he's trying to remember.
They know everything, but specifically here it's quite surprising.
Yeah, this is so well known, and
he could think one move before, and then he really had this knight c3 option.
Yeah.
But now.
Yeah, now.
Okay, he can play c3. It's not that bad, but normally you don't play a3 and c3.
People say he played c3. Let's see in our board. Yeah, c3.
Normally, if you want to play c3, you just do it before. There is no reason to play it together with a3.
Yeah.
And anyway, the knight will head to f1. So.
Yeah, probably the only reason was to avoid d5, and maybe after knight a5 to go bishop a2 and b4.
Yes, but I don't see a point in so early c3. Especially that black has no active ideas right now, so black's next move anyway would be something like, I don't know, knight d8 or h6.
Maybe the point is d4 now. No, knight d6 is a bit more difficult to play.
Yeah, maybe. But then again, why to play knight d2 first? I'm not sure. Knight d8, d4.
Yes.
Maybe.
So, I think my delivery might.
But maybe d5 would work now on c3, no? Just to sacrifice pawn, like in martial ideas, and try to use
d5.
I don't know. I'm not sure, but takes. Then when you take on e5, I'll have knight f4 maybe.
Like this, takes.
Yes, takes. And I threat on g2 and on d3.
knight somewhere, let's say here. Ah,
But
d3 is
it's
still
also-
hanging.
I still can take the d3, yeah.
Yeah.
Probably black better.
Rook e3. Might have bishop f7 ideas.
I'm not even sure I should take on this immediately.
Yeah. Maybe queen.
Let's think about this because this really looks like a compensation. No, but queen d3 not works. You can just take the knight. So maybe not. But is he still thinking? Maybe.
Let's have a look. c3, yeah. Black is thinking. So d5 is one of the main
Was
options.
c3 played?
Ah, c3 was played, yeah.
c3 was played, okay.
Yeah. So now d5 is the move that we expect to see if it works. We're not sure if it does, but let's see. E d5, knight d5. White should probably take. I mean,
Yes,
if he doesn't take,
if you want to get something, you
if he
should.
doesn't take rook a8 will be
Yes.
just fine. But queen e2, rook a8 kind of transposes to the main line of the queen e2 variation, and white.
With a3 move, with a strange
So white
a3
got
move.
white got an extra tempo because of d6 and then d5. Usually they play
Yes.
d5 straight
And
away.
played a3.
Yeah, so he used the tempo for a3. It's not so
Yeah.
clear. It's probably around equal
It
also.
looks equal anyway.
This okay. It's a decent move just to maintain the tension, but yeah, the main question in line is if after d5, white can just capture the pawn. My intuition tells me that it should be fine for black.
Yes.
Knight f4, just tucking everything. Now the knight is under attack actually.
Yes, that's why knight d3 is first. But maybe not a knight f4. Maybe I have some other moves here.
Yeah, maybe
like
bishop.
like Marshall style. Yes, just the
Also
bishop.
c5 they play sometimes.
Just try to play, yeah, for compensation. 3 knight d3, rook e3.
Yeah.
But maybe just knight d3, rook e3, and knight c5. Can it work? Why should I be?
Knight c3.
No, knight f4. This line we analyzed before.
Knight
Knight d3. You said rook e3.
Yeah.
What about knight c5? How I'm losing?
Bishop f7.
Okay. Ah, bishop
Knight
f7 just
e5
wins.
check,
Yes.
yeah.
Fortunately.
Mm.
Yeah. So I should. Yeah. That's not good.
Mm.
No, I can't. Just queen f3.
There's no time.
No time.
Okay, d8. I can also play rook d3 if I want.
Yeah.
Probably is the most precise. This, and if queen d3, bishop f7.
Yes.
Now king takes, we'll lose the queen, and if you move, then I'll just take here. Let's say move to f8. I take, and I'm winning some material, probably a pawn up, which is still not.
Actually, this is
a
not
lot.
clear. No, but
Yeah.
you could play. You should have played bishop f7 before.
You mean
then it will be
now?
stronger. Yes.
Right.
And now rook
Exactly.
d3.
And king takes, and now rook d3.
Yeah,
But now
no,
the
no.
queen can move somewhere else.
Maybe.
It's not so easy even now. Not
Yeah.
so clear.
So rook
I
d8.
like the other version actually,
So rook
because
d8.
if we get to this position,
No, king
sorry,
f8.
king
You should play
f8.
king f8. Yes.
so we get this position, bishop e8, king e8, bishop e3. I mean, white is a pawn up. Of course, it's typical in the Marshall, but now there are not many pieces left. I just go king f1,
Yeah.
king e2,
Yeah. Okay.
and a pawn is a pawn, as they say.
Yes.
So,
Okay. Carlsen will definitely not go for this.
mm,
Especially that after c3 has a lot of good options. So
I mean, d5 is principled after all. There might be, if there is something good here, then he can try it. I think he will find the move if it exists, but I'm not sure he does. So, and in the actual main line, where they played, let's say with the pawn on c2, black goes in similar position, queen d8 to d6, rook e1, and then c7, c5.
yeah.
So here he didn't play queen d6 with tempo, but on the other hand, but he wasted the move on d6. Okay, so it's the same position with the pawn on c3 instead of c2, and
Yes.
queen on d7 instead of d6. So
Yes.
looks like it should be in white's favor.
Yes.
d4 is
Because
coming.
d4 is coming. Yes.
Yeah, and it's just an extra tempo.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Okay, I bet Carlsen would not play d5.
Yes. So rook e5. By the way, Igor, you are actually the captain of the youth team in the Israeli Chess Federation, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
You've been to the. Have you gone to interesting sites in the world, or in Europe, like with the team?
In the world or in Europe? Yes.
I mean, one of the world championships.
Yes. Well, just a month ago we were back from Khanty-Mansiysk.
We had a medal, right?
And we had a medal for Michal Lav, which took bronze.
Nice.
For girls under 18, which was a very big success. And
unexpected also, yeah?
Yes.
So it was like ranked number 20 or something? Or
something like that.
20 something.
20 something, I think, but she played very well, and she really deserved it. Even maybe more.
She was close.
She played really the best.
So Khanty-Mansiysk in Russia, yeah?
Yes, in Siberia.
And I heard once there was like also world championship in Al-Ain or something, yeah?
Yes, it was big fun.
Wow.
To represent Israel in the Emirates.
Yeah, this is something that you don't see every day. And
No,
I was very surprised.
Normally we can't play there. So it was,
Yeah, for me it's kind of a pity. I wish I could play all the tournaments all over the world.
In Dubai.
They have this Qatar Open.
In Qatar, right?
All these tournaments, I wish I could play them.
Yes.
So here, So.
But probably the people who are listening to us have no idea what we are talking about, because normally everyone can just buy a ticket. So maybe you should explain why you can't.
Well, I don't know the details exactly, but there are some political issues between Israeli and I don't know if I should call them Muslim or Arab countries. I'm not sure what's the right definition. So with some countries we just are not allowed legally to enter, and I have no idea what's the historical reasons or anything like this, but I would love to go to any of these countries to play, but it's against their laws. So that's more or less it, I think. I'm not aware of any other reason. Of course, even if it was legal, it might have been a little bit risky from personal safety point of view, but again, I'm not an expert. So I've heard of many Jewish people who are not Israelis in their citizenship, who played in Qatar Open and were just fine, and they were treated very well. So I think in the end we're all just people, and we all love chess.
Okay, but luckily we have so many places to play chess in, so okay.
And we don't have many strong tournaments in Israel, actually.
No, not at all.
Bishop f8.
Yes. That's
okay, preparing d5 in a much more sensible fashion.
Yeah.
Now I predict knight f1 with some bishop g5 ideas.
Yes.
In case of d5.
We tried to predict knight f1 already for a long time, but
I think
maybe here, you think it
d4
make more sense. D4.
But it's a tempo down compared to the Zaitsev.
Yes, it's just the theoretical position, tempo down.
I don't.
And with pawn on a3. Yeah.
No, but
you can play a3 there. Yeah,
it's one of the main lines. But actually, I'm not sure if I wouldn't like to play it. I don't think Karjakin will ever play it. No. But even if he does, this tempo is not that life-changing.
It's not like that life-changing.
It's quite a logical, quite a closed position. So normally they go g6, and also the tempo was used for a move like queen d7, which actually is one of the main lines.
But it's a good move.
Yeah, one of the main typical moves. And now knight f1 is also not possible because of this pawn.
Yeah.
So normally white plays d5 or something, and then they get this structure. Some knight somewhere, let's say for example e7, knight f1, c6, and white is struggling to achieve control of the d5 square, and which I highly doubt that he can do without a tempo. He cannot even do it properly in the actual main
No,
line.
Karjakin would not play d4 because, you know, just
Yeah,
5 moves ago he didn't want to go for the main
yeah, main Rui
Spanish-
Lopez.
main Rui Lopez. So
Yeah, but actually it was the Marshall, so he didn't have a lot
yes,
of.
but did he expect Marshall from Carlsen?
Probably
Not
yes.
Sure. Did
probably.
Carlsen play Marshall?
Yeah, he played it
Yeah.
a few times before, I believe.
Maybe, but
I remember recently Carlsen started playing the Marshall.
yes, maybe, but again, no, it not make sense if you want to play for advantage.
I tried to study the Marshall myself for black once, and there's so many variations in the main lines. It's just beyond ridiculous to keep up with all the theory and the computer moves. So many ways for white to try to get an edge.
Yeah.
I wonder if Carlsen just memorized all of them or found some original ideas.
But sometimes you can just get their positions with compensation,
Mhm.
which is, also play able,
Yeah,
and also white should remember a lot. So.
yeah. What's the clock situation, guys? Please share it with us.
Can't we see it?
I don't think so.
Yeah.
So, yeah. So, I think my delivery might arrive any minute now. Yes. Okay.
This one?
Yeah. So you can stay. It's fine now. I'll go to open the door, so you can have a look at the position for a moment here. You can
Yeah,
make
no
moves.
problem,
You
no
can make arrows with the right click, by the way.
Okay. Okay, so thanks for the info of the time. So let's check what happens. Okay.
Some food found its way over here.
Okay, so it looks like you expect the long game
Yes.
with all this food.
Yeah, I didn't have any dinner, so it's already tradition for me in these long games to eat while commentating.
Yes.
They don't take breaks like the official sites do. Maybe I should actually. Maybe I should. A moment. Yeah.
So looks like nothing changed. How do you see it? It's on this board. If something is the move is played.
Yeah. So you can look at the other board, but without minimizing. So you press this here.
This one.
This one, and then this one,
This one.
and never minimize
Yeah.
anything.
Okay. So looks like white is thinking. Okay, so they just try both maybe to think about the position because there are so many typical positions here, so they try just to think what to play and what would be
the best.
the best, and maybe the opponent is less prepared.
I wish I had known what's going through their mind.
Yes, white is thinking. Okay, we can think too.
Yes, we have time to think, time to wonder what's going on. So I'll be fully back now. Alright, so yes, nothing changes. It's amazing. I can go for 5 minutes, come back, and everything is in the same spot that I left it. the pieces, the game.
Yeah, at some points you also can go to sleep for a while.
Yeah. It's not easy to always maintain like the interest in the game when they're thinking for so long, but I feel like in this particular case, I mean, we might have some potential because all the pieces are on the board. So later on, they're gonna make some interesting moves, and we will be able to look.
Yes.
So let's start with some predictions. The usual prediction: knight f1, of course.
Yeah.
And I expect h6.
H6.
Yeah,
Yes.
the most solid. Let's say knight g3. Now, one of the problems, or let's say the flaws of this bishop being on b7 so early, is that after knight f5, the bishop cannot take it, especially with the queen on d7. So g6 would make sense to prevent it.
Yeah.
And then usually white goes d4. And this is very similar to the Italian, because then also white goes d3 and later on d4 after the knight is on g3.
But
And
with bishop on a7, I mean? With black bishop on a7?
it's very rarely actually on b7. Yeah. But the structure is all the same.
No, but what about the black bishop, the second one? Is it on a7?
It can be on f8 sometimes.
It can be sometimes on f8.
Sometimes
yes.
they go d6, bishop e7.
Yeah, maybe.
This structure
Yeah.
happens.
White made all the same moves, but black is a bit different.
Yeah, the bishop on b7 is a bit changed, but I think it's considered to be good to be here in this specific structure. I'm not too sure what's the follow-up though. Let's say bishop g7 just to play something logical.
Yeah.
So white sometimes have d5 followed by knight h2, knight g4. This is one of the main ideas. Another one is to develop this bishop, but bishop d2 doesn't look very tempting
No.
today. Not that black can win anything, but yeah, this is a move Karpov would play probably, yeah, and queen c1 or a4 later,
Yeah,
but it's not giving a lot usually, and yeah, so d5 is the move I expect. Sometimes they go bishop a2 first and then d5, but
yeah, the
b3,
question is this type of
c4.
position is who has more useful moves before
Yeah.
you should take some decision. But here also black can play some moves like rook a8 or,
Mhm.
or maybe
Yeah.
try to move the knight at some point if he can.
Yeah. Actually, if they are thinking so much in the opening, I might use the time to try to fix this technical issue below the camera. So, knight f1 was played, so we didn't
Okay.
give up on this guess. Yeah, we kept guessing it, and eventually we were right.
Yeah.
But Karjakin, I think it's like he's trying on purpose to avoid people guessing his moves, because if you remember on the second game, black played knight c4, and like we said, like b3, b2, b3 attacking the knight on every single move, and he played rook e1, then
Yeah.
another waiting move, and only then, when we didn't suggest it, he played b3.
Yeah, probably he has something
So-
personal with you.
With me and all the commentators in the world who probably guessed the obvious moves, so he's like, okay, I might not win all the games, but I can prevent people from guessing. I'll do.
Yeah, but when you make these moves which are not so expected, you make
Mhm.
you look like very smart and
Yeah,
and
exactly.
you you
Yeah.
say what he's thinking about and then
Yeah.
okay, after all he's a pretender, so okay.
I made a point the other day when Carlsen played rook e2 followed by rook e1 in the
Yeah,
Berlin.
yeah.
It was yesterday, I believe. And yeah, if I would play it, let's say as a 12-year-old boy, my coach or any random coach in the world will say, "What are you doing? You shouldn't go backwards. You shouldn't move the piece twice. What are you?
Yeah.
You don't know how to play chess." And now Carlsen does it, and everyone will think like, "Oh, it's so deep." So and now also everyone would want to play the same moves in this position, rook e2 followed by rook e1. And by the way, someone in the chat mentioned, so is it okay if I always play rook e1 now because Carlsen played it? So, and I want to respond because it was at the end of the stream and I was too tired. No, it's not okay. You can't play rook e1 in any random position and expect it will be good because Carlsen put his rook on e1. But in the same specific position, with white to move, you can go rook e2 followed by rook e1 after b6. You can copy the same variation and then pretend that you're smart like Carlsen. But usually people don't follow his theoretical choices because he just wants to get people outside of known theory. So copying him will actually achieve the opposite outcome. You will be in a known position, which was very, what's the word, that received a lot of attention. So yeah, I wouldn't recommend it. Just copying strong players. Although I do it very often with my main lines. Just follow Caruana or whoever is playing the...
Yes, and then you're surprised why it's not working like it was for Caruana.
Well, it can also work better because my opponents usually don't know the theory.
And they're usually they're weaker than Caruana's opponents.
Exactly, yeah. At solving their over-the-board problems.
It's interesting that it's the third Ruy Lopez in a row, right, in the match, which is very interesting.
Yeah. The first game was d4, but also not seriously a d4 opening, just Trompovsky.
Yes, but Ruy Lopez, it used to be very classical opening, but nowadays I'm not sure when last time it was 3 times in a row in a World Championship match.
Actually, maybe 2 times without the Berlin, which is the...
Yes.
I really admire Carlsen for not going for the Berlin.
Yes.
This is... I hope Karjakin will also follow through with this concept, but I highly doubt so.
But so far he has no reason to avoid.
Yeah.
Nobody
has a reason to avoid the Berlin, except us, the viewers.
But in the match so far, White does not achieve anything.
Yeah. H6. Knight f1, h6.
Okay. It was.
So we are very good at predicting today.
Yes.
So now we
especially
predict
in this very known position.
Knight g3 is what I predict. Knight e3 is also possible.
Yes, but maybe you can postpone this decision like he did before with knight on d2. You also you
knight
can,
1 to h2, for example.
You can play it, yes, unless there is d5. Unless d5
okay,
works.
d5 is there anyway.
Knight g4. I should take probably.
Yeah, pawn takes.
Pawn takes. That is quite typical position.
Yeah, I have no idea how to evaluate it, but it feels like if you take on g4 and pawn takes, White can pretend to have something. Yeah.
Yes, but here maybe it's just a concrete. I just play rook d8. Yeah, okay, you play knight g3.
Yeah.
I wanted to do some. Yeah, okay.
So here
you can play knight h2.
Yeah, knight e3 followed by knight h2 is also possible. In the Italian I see it a lot. And then knight 2 to g4.
Yeah.
And what else? Bishop usually stays on c1 until later on in the game, because it just disturbs wherever it is. If it's on e3, it prevents from protecting e4. If it's on d2, then it disturbs protecting d4. So, and there is nothing for it to do right now. So normally White's plan revolves around the d4 and a4 breaks, and he tries to maneuver his pieces to the king side and somehow find some initiative, get some initiative going on, and hopefully attack in the king side. But black is very well prepared. He went with the bishop, rook e8, bishop f8. He's ready to play bishop to g7 after g6. So yeah, I think the main idea for White is to put the knight on g4, because both of these breaks are a tempo down since the pawn is already moved. Usually it goes from a2 to a4, from d2 to d4. Yeah. So h6. Now I don't see any move that's more logical than knight to h2. The position is not very rich in my opinion, as much as in other Ruy Lopez main lines.
I guess it's a theoretical position. I guess many games already...
Actually, we can check it. Let's have a quick check.
Yeah.
So
I guess at least 15 games reach this position already.
Yeah. So just a moment. So what do we have? h3, a3, or d3, yeah. Okay, d6, a3, they played queen d7, knight bd2, rook fe8 is actually even more popular than rook ae8, and knight d8 immediately on move 11 is what's played normally.
Yeah.
Actually, I didn't know knight d8 was the main move from the number point, from the quantity point of view.
Yeah.
Rook fe8, knight f1, but c3 was played, bishop f8, d4. So knight f1 in this move order, followed by h6, knight g3.
Only 2 games.
I'm not sure if this is the most updated. No, there are more than 2. It says around 5 games after knight g3. Before knight g3, in this particular move order, only 1.
Yeah, and not very strong play. Okay, Wei played
Yeah.
it.
So after knight g3,
yes, Wei
let's
played
have a
it
look.
and lost. Okay.
knight 1 h2 was played. Okay, as I predicted.
Yeah.
Knight 3 to h2.
Good.
Yeah.
Good one. Okay.
Yeah. And now, I'm sure now it's completely original. Yeah. Should be. Knight 3 to h2. Was this position checked before? Can have a look at the cloud to see if anyone played it. Okay, 771 times this position has been visited by some players, and yeah, I wouldn't turn on the engine. So knight 3 to h2. I mean, I was curious for a moment to check actually if anyone checked it with an engine and to what depth, regardless of the moves, just by looking at the cloud. But yeah, yeah, but 700 is a lot of times for such a position to be visited.
Yes, but
I guess it's very typical.
Yeah, we should say the position is very typical, and we can get it from many move orders. And okay, maybe we should explain some just typical ideas of this maneuver of knight h2 and then g4, because normally black would have to take on g4 and you take by pawn, as we analyzed previously. And then sometimes white has some ideas of attack on the king side. Yes, if the center would be closed and nothing happens in the center, so theoretically you can even play at some point g3, king g2, but it's very long.
So what do we recommend for black in this position? So in this position, after knight h2, the move that was checked the most is d5 with 84 visits.
Yeah, you really want to play d5 here, because you know when your opponent plays some side moves, you really want to break up in the center.
Yeah.
And d5 is very typical. Okay, knight g4 quite forced.
Yeah.
Okay, what else can be played?
After d5, knight g4?
Yeah, okay, this is what we've seen.
Also queen f3 is possible, implying this idea, followed by knight g3, knight g4. So soon enough the game might go into the interesting territory. Yeah, it's already interesting, but they're still like burning a lot of time thinking, which is a good sign, by the way. It means they both don't know it by heart. So we will see some human moves.
Let's think
ourselves.
Some other ideas.
Other than d5.
D5 is okay.
Okay, normally speaking, people play queen f3 here. In blitz games I had this type of structure and they just go queen f3. Let's say I want to protect from this cap, from taking this. It's not so easy actually to respond.
Yeah, you don't really want to play rook e6 when you have the bishop on d3.
Yes.
So
Let's see what people checked here. I'm sure people were curious about this move. Queen f3. So knight a5 is the typical move. D takes e4 also, but knight a5, bishop a2, and then d takes e4 once again. de, knight c4, allowing bishop h6. That's interesting. De, oh sorry, de, and now the move knight c4. And I just mentioned that in the game the pawn is still on d6, but this is a sample line based on what people has checked in the past. And now bishop h6 will probably give the b2 pawn. Also knight d2 actually might win. No, knight f1 is protecting.
And
the bishop.
h6.
So it might
Still
win for white. Yeah. Knight b2 looks double-edged to me.
Yeah, bishop g5.
Yeah.
Maybe I don't know. You want to take on e4? I don't know what. Just knight h7.
Yeah. It's very unclear.
Yeah, it's unclear. But I also could take the knight on c4, you know, and then take on h6.
Yeah. Probably knight e4 is the point.
Knight e4.
Black should be fine.
Yeah, looks okay.
Okay, d1 let's say.
Queen 6.
Bishop back. And this is just... I think queen b5 is even more annoying for white, because now the bishop is hanging, and if you move back then the knight doesn't have any squares too. I thought knight takes e3 is an idea, but it's not. Queen takes e3. So yeah, this is also a position that can be reached. It's hard to say if this is favoring white or not, with all the activity that's going on for black.
Yeah, it looks like black is okay with two bishops. White is not really. Yeah, the king is a big.
Actually, maybe there is queen c6.
c6 and
bishop
c1.
Bishop c5 perhaps. Just playing actively. Okay, but knight e3 for example.
Yeah.
The position is very unclear. So this is an interesting option. Let's see if they made a move.
But once again, I'm
queen
quite
f3.
sure Carlsen
d5 queen f3 was played.
Was played?
Yeah, so we're very good at predicting today.
Yes, but I'm quite sure Carlsen would not go for this knight a5, knight c4.
It looks very concrete though.
Unless he analyzed it.
No, but sometimes he just finds these ideas over the board.
Yeah, you can find it, but it looks like it's not.
Yeah, it's scary.
It looks like black is okay, so there is no.
There's no reason for harsh.
No reason for this.
For these harsh measures, yeah.
Yes, even it's not. Yeah.
DE is normally
DE knight c4.
giving up the tension. Like releasing the tension is usually considered bad, unless you checked it concretely.
And only for playing knight c4. Knight c4 is not so big achievement.
Yeah.
Even if I not take an h6.
If I just go knight g4.
Yes.
Maybe you want to take an f5, and the fact that the knight is blocking the bishop is good.
Play the 5.
Then rook takes c4. Takes. b7 is hanging. Yeah, let's just show. Here rook c4 should be winning for white, yeah? And queen b7.
Yes, it's a nice one.
Takes rook c7, and that's more or less finished. Yeah. So probably after knight c4, knight g4, black should be taking. We just said taking here. It should be okay. So knight c4 is preparing knight takes e4, f5 sometimes. But this was good for white, so you cannot take here.
No,
but you can take twice maybe.
And then f5.
But then bishop c4 check.
check.
King moves. It doesn't work. Yeah. Bishop queen e2, for example. Okay. So here bishop knight e4 wasn't working for us. So what else might be the point? Actually, now that I think about it, what if I go knight d6, knight d2, knight g3?
Knight g3.
Yeah, there's no follow-up.
No. But I don't see the point of knight a5, knight c4, honestly. It looks like you black always can do it.
Yeah, but it's just blocking this
just to block this very strong bishop.
Yeah. Now if he takes, then it looks good for white. I mean, knight e3 will put pressure on this knight. So there must be some concrete idea. But I really like this knight a5, knight c4.
Really like it?
Yeah, I mean, it looks like a very concrete way to try to solve the problems, because otherwise bishop h6 is a big threat. Knight g4 is another idea that looks good for white, putting pressure on d5 after the exchange of knights. So d5, and I want to check one moment what was played and what has been checked in this position after de. If someone checked a plan that does not involve knight to a5, so de, and now everyone checked knight a5 followed by knight c4, so I assume this has been the computer recommendation here.
Probably.
Yeah, and now bishop h6 is actually the main move to be checked. Bishop h6, and let's have a look from our move order. So, and then queen c6 actually. Wow. And the e4 pawn is falling. This is even stronger than knight b2.
But in the same position we. And what line we checked before? Knight e4
Knight
immediately?
b2.
Knight b2 it was, yeah.
Yeah, so queen c6 is probably stronger. So bishop h6 is probably the main try, but we said also knight g4, right? Or did we?
Yes,
So-
or maybe knight g3?
Or bishop c4. So the same idea here that we're checking, you don't have to take, just queen c6
Yes, queen g6.
with knight e4.
But maybe white doesn't have to hurry up, maybe just knight g3 even? Or then you want to play knight d2 or what?
Knight g3, you mean here?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Just to
what I want.
protect e4 and just to check what you want to do.
So, wait, I just wanted to, I was wondering, knight g4, is it like something that white can play? Because here, I'm not sure.
But I'm not sure I like knight g4 because I don't want to exchange your knight. I want to take on it, I want to threat the bishop h6. So,
Yeah.
so maybe knight g3, just threat with the threat of bishop h6.
Yeah, so we have two main position to be checking. One is this, we need to evaluate after rook a8.
Yeah.
If white has prospects or not. And the second one is obviously bishop h6 related ideas. Yeah. What did you suggest? Knight g3. Yeah, so this is another option, just to maintain the tension. And preparing bishop takes h6.
Yeah, and it's also a very useful move anyway, so...
Yes. So let's see. If I go knight d2, take a knight h5 maybe.
Take a knight h5, interesting. But in the worst case you'll play queen g5 or something.
Also knight g4.
Knight g4 maybe stronger.
I'm not sure which one, but yeah, this looks a bit dangerous for black. Yeah, knight d2 shouldn't be the move.
No.
So what could it be? So here, after knight g3, knight should do something. Probably rook a8.
But now what now on rook h6 on bishop h6? Again queen c6?
No, this is not hanging.
This is not hanging, no.
Probably have to take. Very unclear stuff. But it looks like it should favor white.
Yeah, sure. Knight g3 was much more useful move than rook d8.
No, there must be something concrete
You can
here.
play rook e6, but you don't want to play this move with my bishop alive on a2.
Yeah. So I'm really unsure.
Okay, I'm quite sure Carlsen will not go for it. But let's check the position before after queen f3.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe there are some other options.
Yes. So
Because we started to look at this line only because you checked what people are checking.
yeah.
Otherwise, probably we would not think about it.
I mean queen f3 or
Yeah,
the
no,
knight
after
c4.
queen after all this d4.
This knight
dictate-
c4.
This
Well, we wouldn't know that that this is probably correct, but we would
maybe we check it. Yes.
we would have searched for an idea, but
Yeah, but
I'm not sure if we would find it.
let's see if there are other moves, because that's what
Yeah.
Carlsen.
Knight a5 was played.
Knight a5 was played. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Knight a5.
And now
Knight
bishop
a5.
a2 is to be expected.
Yes. But okay, knight a5. It makes sense for other reasons too.
Yeah.
But again, white now threaten bishop h6.
Rook e6 is another typical idea in these structures, but not
No.
not with the queen on f3. I played it with the queen on e2 and the bishop on c2. This bishop usually is not like this.
But
eyeing.
here maybe b4 works, no? And on
Yeah.
d4 I will have bishop e6, so probably rook e6 not working.
Mm.
But
D5
again,
is
but
hanging.
again I have now. No, okay. I have sometimes now I will have the b4 ideas.
Yeah.
Unless you can
And
take.
probably I have to take and find knight c4. But it's very logical. I mean,
Yeah.
if Carlsen spotted the idea to play here knight queen c6, then
Yeah.
he should play it. But knight g3, I'm very curious what's the point here. Before I check what people has checked.
Yeah.
I assume it's rook d8, but
But it looks like got something.
I mean
Just-
he has a threat for
Yes.
start.
Let's say like 4 moves ago we said white again got nothing from the opening, and here it looks like maybe got something. So
Yeah,
at least they have a threat. It's
yeah.
not that bad.
So bishop h6 might be a threat. So let's see. I have to come up with something for black. Could be, I don't know, rook a8 feels the most natural to just develop. After bishop h6 I can go queen d3 perhaps. Now you have to go bishop c1 or something.
Okay, let's say.
And then, well, I don't see a follow-up.
No, you should prove the compensation here.
So maybe knight b2, bishop g5, and now something.
It was good for white. All his pieces are active, and
Yeah.
the h6 pawn is more important than b2 in this position.
Yes.
Okay, black only need to change the queens, but it's not so easy.
Yes.
But maybe just queen c6 anyway on knight g3, even it's a bit strange move.
To protect.
Just to protect.
No, it's very logical actually.
Yes, but it
Prevents.
now black has no threats, and white.
No, this knight is annoying.
Yes.
Carlsen likes to play knight c4 in every Spanish position that I've seen so far.
Yeah.
Even in that other game, game number 2, I recall he put the knight on c4 despite other moves making more sense to my eyes, let's say. And it seems like a very typical idea to block this bishop or just have the knight on a better square than a5, b6 or d6 in case white plays b3. So here we want to protect it. So queen c6.
Okay, now I probably knight g4 is just kind of only move.
Yeah.
Only active move.
Yes.
Now you take.
Take where?
No, after knight g4, black should take.
Yeah. Pawn takes.
Pawn takes and. Okay, now you can play rook d8 maybe.
Rook a d8. Yeah.
Rook a d8, yes.
Yes. And yeah.
Knight f5, let's say.
Yeah, I'm not too sure. So let's see. Queen c6, knight g4 is the most logical. I think.
I should take, yes, you should take.
Can I go rook e6 now?
Maybe you can, but why? Why to do it?
I don't know. Let's prepare some rook f6 later.
Rook f6 ideas.
But it doesn't make too much sense. But
Okay,
the bishop
but I
is not developed, so
yes.
and I don't want to release the tension with
You
knight
want
g4.
you want on knight f5 to have the option of knight e4.
Exactly.
Yes. Maybe.
Did they have still thinking? Bishop a2.
Yeah. Bishop
yeah.
a2. Yeah.
Carlsen is thinking. I'm guessing he's calculating the e followed by knight c4. There's not much else going on that I can think of. Let's try to actually think if there is any other move that he might play. I mean, sacrificing the pawn by allowing bishop h6 I think is out of the question. But then maybe a waiting move instead of knight c4. But there's always bishop g5.
Yes.
So just want to give the example for the viewer. So here if I wanted to play like this and then some queen c6 idea. But bishop g5 is not that tempting because knight e4 anyway. So for example, c5, what is white going to do? c4 is kind of a good idea for black.
What about b4?
b4.
But then maybe now you take and play knight c4.
Take.
And knight c4. And maybe it favors black.
But
now b2 is not hanging.
Yeah.
Yes, so maybe not.
So.
No, but looks like white is just pawn up.
But e4.
Again. So b4. So b4 d takes c4. Okay.
So bishop a2.
You want just to play c5 here.
Yes.
With the threat of c4 maybe at some point.
I think so, yeah. Bishop a2. So c5 is an interesting idea, and maybe more logical to the human eye than de and knight c4.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So once again, if I play b4, you have to take knight c4.
Now?
Yeah, it looks like black is okay.
Yeah. But maybe there is something that we don't see.
Okay, I can again just play knight g3 as we analyzed previously, and you'll play queen c6.
But now it makes much more sense with the pawn on c5.
Yes, it makes more
and
sense.
the pawn on
yes.
d4.
Yeah.
Looks really okay for black.
For black, yeah.
Yeah. So.
Okay, if you would play c5, that would be a good guess.
c5. Yeah, definitely. I mean, but it's the most logical move in the position, trying to block the bishop. I mean, if you get c4, black might be better.
But you should see all the ideas of knight h6, queen c6, and then realize it's better to play c5 before.
Okay, I'm sure Carlsen
of course,
will see some related ideas.
Yes, I hope
but
that.
de looks forced, queen c6 looks okay. Without b4, knight c4.
Maybe even but no. But now you cannot take on e4.
Okay.
Now I can play bishop.
So
g5.
bishop h6 makes a lot of sense.
Yes. So now
we forgot about it.
Yes, it is a threat.
So one moment. I didn't want to take on e4 because I don't have f5. Yeah. But now maybe c4. And now knight e4, f5 is a threat. Well, it's a bit too deep, but I just want to mention to the viewers who don't see what we're talking about here. For example, bishop g5, knight e4, there's rook takes e4, immediately queen f7. Yeah, actually queen f7 immediately wins with queen h5, very close to mate, winning the queen. So you cannot afford to play queen c6, knight e4, but c4 blocking this diagonal, and now knight e4 is an idea for black. And if bishop moves back, then knight e4 followed by f5 would suddenly make sense.
But what if I just play knight g3?
Now?
No, when the bishop is on h6. Now. Because
if I do the same?
Oh, that looks a bit dangerous. But
yeah,
maybe?
Probably you can take with the rook
with
also.
The rook, maybe. Yeah.
But then I have to take. You probably knight takes simply.
Knight takes.
And f5. That's a bit weird, but I just might be okay sometime.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not 100% good for white. So c4 is a very critical move, I think, unless there is a refutation that we are missing. And Carlsen is still deeply in the thinking process. So I guess he's pondering between c5, c4 and de knight c4. Can we search for another idea just to make sure there is nothing else? We've been so good at guessing so far, we might as well just keep guessing all the moves.
It was very good in this simple, slow position.
Yeah, with the queens. With the queens, this is the important part. Without the queens, it's much harder to guess when they just make random waiting moves, which are essentially the best in the position, but I can't seem to find them.
How many moves did you guess yesterday?
Um,
Out of the 70 moves
oh,
they played?
but at some point I just started talking about other issues because I was so tired.
Yeah.
I mean, I was commentating with Nitzan Steinberg, also an international master, very talented from Israel, and very young, and he had to wake up for the army for the next day, so I stayed up until 3:30 a.m. But he, like, in the last hour or hour and a half, he already went to sleep, and yeah, it's really ridiculous how I mean, I wasn't even guessing moves. I was just struggling to read what people are saying in the chat, hoping there is to see a result. But in the first half, we guessed. I mean, Nitzan guessed a lot of moves that were very good. I think I guessed maybe only rookie 2 but not rookie 1.
Yeah.
I guessed rookie 2. And actually, someone even wrote a comment about it that it was a fantastic guess, but it was just one of the 2 options.
Yeah.
So yeah, today this is the best guessing that I've had so far.
Okay, let's hope for,
They say DE,
for the rest
DE.
of the game.
Yeah, DE was played.
So
it's very likely now that he will go knight c4 because c5. C5 is also possible, I guess.
but then there is no point to play
I think
to
it's
take first on e4.
yeah, right, because c5 is better with c4
Yeah.
straight away. So it's extremely likely that he will go knight
Yes.
c4.
But you know what? Now I start to think that maybe both of them did check this position at home.
They're
at some
just trying
point.
to remember.
Yes, and they just trying to remember because
Yeah.
because you know after knight d2 and c3 this position was so quiet and strategical, and then suddenly we got this kind of forced line that would come after knight c4. So it looks like they know what they're talking about. They're not just.
Yeah.
I would be surprised if none of them checked
So,
it before.
What
Maybe
what
one of
happens
them.
if rook a8? I'm wondering. I mean, this is a move that has been checked in this position.
Okay, still checked.
No, but I mean, I ran out of ideas.
Yeah, we're still in the checking territory.
I mean, this position was checked like 80 times or something.
Okay.
So rook a8 or visited is maybe the more precise term. And bishop h6, and I guess now the point is to take on e4. And then this exchange sack looks good for white actually. I mean, at least visually.
Hey, if you want, we can take on the a6 pawn with queen g6.
Yeah.
So I'll have 2 pawns. Bishop
Well,
g7.
I'm not sure it's a
No, I
healthy.
can't. Rook a8 maybe. With the queen. No? Is it?
Queen g6.
I know, but I have queen. Yeah, yes, queen g6. Yeah. So knight. No, but then. But if no, so you cannot play knight c4. So what?
The knight.
You don't want to give the third pawn now.
Probably I will play rook a8, queen g6.
Yes, queen g6.
Knight c4. It's not. So yeah, queen g6 is interesting. So this rook a8 is one option. c5 makes no sense now after having taken on e4. Knight c4 is the main logical, or let's call it concrete move that black can play. Yeah. And was played actually. Yeah, knight c4 played. Nice. So seems to be the right choice also because it has been checked the highest amount of times by people in the past. If anyone is wondering how I'm seeing that the position has been checked, then there is such a feature on ChessBase 13, I believe also 12. It's called live book, and in the live book you can see exactly how many times the position has been visited by people who were also connected to the live book while visiting it. So probably it was checked more times, but it wasn't recorded by the ChessBase program.
Yeah. So it was
By
a
the way,
minute of advertisement for ChessBase.
I don't think they need any advertisement. Everyone who who's playing chess in a certain level already heard about it, and it's the fact that this is the best program and it's like by far better than anything else we have on the market is known. But
I've been now in Ethiopia and I met the local players and I asked them and some of them have computers. But I asked them if they have chess base, and nobody had chess base.
Oh.
Unfortunately.
What did they have?
Nothing.
Did they have internet?
They had a board.
But internet?
The wood board, the old one. They had internet, some of them, yes, but I think they have never heard of chess base, unfortunately. And some of them.
Was it Addis Ababa?
Yes, in Addis Ababa. Yes, yeah. The best. Some of them are the best local players, but but still not chess base.
No chess base.
No, so it's still not everywhere.
Yeah, but those who do have it, it's quite interesting. I think I saw an article. I'm not sure if I was dreaming it or not, but it said that there is chess base 14. Let's check. Yeah, chess base 14 and Mega 2017 is out. So, yeah. Run to the stores, what can I say? Actually, I'm not a big fan of updating to the newest program every single time it's out. If something is good enough for me, then it's okay. But it's funny that the most recent version is out. And then just every time I see these headlines, I'm wondering what could they have possibly added to justify a new release? Yeah. Why not just chess base? Since chess base 10, why didn't they just update chess base 10 like Android and iPhones do? Like just download an update, that's it. I think it's a marketing thing, just to keep selling new programs.
I remember the chess base for DOS. It was a good one.
Wow.
Yes. I had a mega database with something like 50,000 games, and I felt like, wow, I have all the games.
I read the article of the interview with Dvoretsky. There are 3 parts with Sagar Shah. It's quite recent. It's probably the last article about someone interviewing him. And one moment.
It's funny, was I think.
Yeah. So the last time that where was I? Something about the article. Yeah. So with Dvoretsky, he said that he uses chess base 7 or 6 because afterwards they got rid of one of the important features, which is called the user key. And every position you could input a key and then divide the positions to these keys according to the themes. Let's say finding counterplay or prophylactic thinking and so on.
Yeah, I remember that one.
Yeah, and he said that for some reason they removed it in future programs, and he's not interested in all they're offering.
Yes.
And he only wanted the user key, so he still uses chessbase 17 for let's call it for analysis. No, for exercises.
Yes.
And chessbase 9 if he wants to be advanced and do the analysis.
Yes.
And it's very funny.
I really like this approach because I also used many years for this chessbase 7 and I liked it so much. So it's only a tool to work with databases. So
it reminds me of a topic of discussion that was very interesting. That that let's say, for example, that I'm not very good in history, but let's say 120 years ago, people still didn't use cars, and then at some point they invented this form of transportation and electricity and all these things, and then everyone said this will revolutionize modern education because we will have cars, we can transport book from one country to another or from one place to another, and then nothing happened. It was always the same. Then later on people invented let's say radio. This will revolutionize education. then they came up with the TV, then they came up with the computers, then with the internet, and now with everything that's like 360 degrees and all those things. And every time we get a new technological achievement, everyone are saying, now we will be able to educate our kids so much better, and then nothing happens. They don't seem to find, nobody seems to find a better form of education than just putting some random teacher in front of a class of 30 children who tells them to, in some one form or another, to activate their brains, let's say. And yeah, so it makes me think with the same topic, with these chess-based programs, every time it becomes more sophisticated, I'm thinking, wow, maybe now all the children can actually improve faster. But you don't necessarily see many children improving as fast as, for example, Kramnik in the 80s. Yeah? And
Not sure, yeah. But
I mean, you see a lot of them, and chess is more popular, but in general, I'm not sure that, it feels like, despite having all this amazing technology,
you can say we're still playing the same game, yes?
Yeah.
And they're still playing like the same game.
Yeah, and it's also very risky to rely on all these different functions that the computer can offer us. Sometimes it's better to just work with the brain in the most primitive way possible, and then maybe some interesting processes are taking place. So yeah, I feel like all these updates are not as important as working correctly. And I'm considering actually at some point to make some series about how to work with all these programs and how to analyze openings and how to train in general. But I'm kind of testing different methods and trying it out myself nowadays. And yeah, this is one of the forms, by the way, what we are doing now, looking at the position without a computer and trying to come up with moves. I think this is something that most people don't do. Like maybe less than 10% of the people, of the professionals who are watching these games, actually take the time to think about moves and without checking the computer. It's just
I'm not sure.
too tempting to look at the evaluation.
Yes, but I guess the guys who want to improve, they would try to guess the moves, no?
Mhm.
Don't you think so?
But I mean, yeah, from the human perspective, even though there is something that many people consider to be the right thing, not to check with the computer, it's still
Yeah, but I guess the strong
it's still
player,
very tempting for many,
Yeah,
and
it's
very, let's say, easy. Sometimes when you can choose the easy over the right thing, even though they are professionals, they might take the easy approach. Just like when someone finish their game and you need to analyze it, and instead of just going through it with the board or just thinking about all the different critical moments, people just run it by the computer and move on to the next games. And I've heard a lot of 2700 players are also taking this approach.
Yeah.
Of just, yeah, I've heard personally people saying they just look at the computer and they try to draw the conclusions as fast as possible and move on and continue
next
study
game,
openings
yeah.
and keep up with all the recent theory.
Yeah.
So knight c4. Bishop h6 seems like a good idea.
Even we checked it
but
maybe
queen
an hour
c6,
ago
yeah,
already.
but queen c6.
Yeah.
So no, I'm just trying to refresh the lines.
Looks like knight g3 is the most logical move, because it's the move I almost always have to do.
Yeah.
Protect e4, maybe knight f5 at some point, maybe knight h5
Yeah,
at some point.
It's
so
also in the Italian, you always see these
play
moves.
knight g3,
Like
so.
every single one of these moves is being played automatically without looking at the opponent's
Yeah.
moves. Like queen d3, knight f1, knight 3 to h2, knight g3, queen f3, and obviously knight
But
g4 later.
what did we say black plays here?
I think rook a8. No, not
No,
knight
but rook
d2.
d8 I'll
rook
take on h6. No, not knight d2.
yeah, this is
Maybe,
not,
no, but this one we said is better for white.
yeah. So
But
we
I
checked
think
something.
we checked some other move, maybe.
Queen c6.
Yes, just protecting, right? Queen c6.
Yeah. And after he will make the move, I will check what people have checked here before or visited. What
Yes,
what
I
positions?
hope not all the game would be checked.
No. It's not this way. But actually, in some lines, it's funny that you can reach a position that's 20 moves or 15 moves after the recent theory, after the theory, and then you open the computer database correspondence and so on, and you see suddenly 200 games in the position on move 450 something when they already agreed to a draw. There are also games between computers that are played on the servers, just thousands of games per day, even more, just random blitz games or whatever. So computers against other computers, it's just ridiculous, and they just reach every possible theoretical position. This is quite rare normally, but the theoretical lines, like for example of the Slav, the Botvinnik and the anti-Moscow with bishop g5 and all these sacrifices, like I don't think it's possible to reach a position that they did not play before. So yeah, here I think that after queen c6, something like knight g3 was already played, so knight g4 as we checked is the most sensible, and now we like rook e6 if I'm not wrong. Not sure what
yes, even now you will never be able to move the knight from c4 with your rook on e6.
I'm not sure what's going to happen. Knight c4, knight g3.
I guess knight g3 he would play.
Queen c6 is the most logical.
Knight g4, rook e6 you said?
Can you go rook e6? What did we say here? Why not rook e6? Probably knight f5?
f5.
Knight f5. And queen c6 prevents it.
Prevents knight f5.
Knight g4,
rook e6.
and preparing knight after the exchange of knights to go here. And if I just take and go g6, is it a problem? Can also take with the queen, but
no, I'll probably take with
the pawn. I mean, this might be okay for black. Rook d8. I mean, I'm better developed.
It looks okay.
This is probably the most solid approach.
Yes.
So I'm very curious. I mean, what's going to happen now? I don't think Karjakin will play knight g3. I think bishop h6 is actually the more critical continuation.
Yes, but then at some point you can be also worse at white if you don't really achieve something. So if you lose the e4,
he took.
Okay.
So we can expect.
We can expect an interesting game.
Queen c6, but I'm sure at least one of them, if not both, have checked it in the past.
Exactly.
And in one way or another.
Yes, at least one. At least one of them.
I wonder which one it is.
It was.
By the way, guys, tell us the clock situation.
No, I think white for sure, and black, I'll say.
It's funny that whenever I want to address the viewers, I'm saying guys, and nobody is ever offended. Of course, I'm not mentioning. Sometimes I'm saying in ladies, but like I checked statistics, I can see statistics about my channel, and it says that there are 97% males.
Yes.
And please consider that my mom and my girlfriend are subscribed as well. So probably there are like 3 random females from around the world who are also watching every now and then. And whenever I say guys, they're probably not concentrating on the stream, so they never complain about it. I don't like using this word as a figure of speech when there are like a lot of women in the crowd, but I feel like there never will be.
No, not in chess.
When streaming chess events, and but I'll be more than glad to be proven wrong. So
you can make it for like your try to do it to get for 10%, let's say.
But it's amazing nobody ever complains. Like I'm sure, like if I would say it in other circles, let's say I would stream some random, I don't even know what women might watch. Do they watch TV? I don't know, like sports that I might stream. Let's say any random sport that women are as strong, if not better than men. And then like I will say the word guys, like the next day there will be articles in the newspaper about someone being a chauvinist or...
Actually, it can be good for your channel to be on newspapers, even...
so you can try. I need to offend some groups that are not playing chess.
Yes. You should,
so we need to come up with an idea.
Yes.
So who can I offend to reach the newspapers? Oh, that's a twisted way of thinking.
Nowadays, it's not so easy because
To offend?
you should really come with something very strong, I think. Yes.
Yeah, people are used to hearing.
To be special.
I mean,
yes.
especially with Trump and all these things. Yeah, it's not so easy to be offensive anymore. So, but I can't think of any group that might not watch chess anyway. So, any newspapers who want to protect women's rights and so on, please feel free to write articles about us and how bad we treat women by saying guys all the time and approaching the crowd. Oh, actually, in the title I wrote November 1st instead of 11th. Okay, but I have many problems with the title. This is an amateurish stream, and we will probably become professional by the next World Championship. But for now, we'll only stick to sticks and stones. That's all we will do. Just check out some moves and hopefully find and guess some of them. I mean, it's amazing, like people here on the channel, especially in the comments, not in the chat, they always find something to complain about. And I like it actually because I can improve constantly. But when they're complaining in a way that can't help me improve, when it's not constructive criticism, then it feels like they think like they deserve everything in the world, and the fact that we're working hard to create these streams is obvious, yeah. And
yes, we're working very hard.
Exactly. Yeah, we had to wake up in the morning. We had to eat until at some point lunch and dinner. I didn't even manage to eat dinner.
Yes, with all the preparation for
for this amazing stream.
Yes,
and with the 1st of November and the game 2 with Asaf Givon and so on. Yeah, it's very difficult. But
to please everyone.
Yeah, exactly. So I think as long as we see the moves, I mean the fact that we get the moves from the New York all the way here is more than enough for me. I don't care about the design and all these things. Yeah. Let's just see the board, suggest some moves, come up with strong ideas, hopefully improve, and haters gonna hate. So yeah, I feel like someone is saying in the chat, if chess is a conspiracy, I am all in. Well, I'm not sure.
Somebody asked who is playing white and who is playing black. So.
Yeah, so let's clarify it. Sergey Karjakin from Russia, he's playing white, and Magnus Carlsen from Norway is black in this position. And this is round number 4. Please tell us the clock situation. So
but I wonder how these guys who don't know who's playing, they are getting to your channel.
Who are not what?
They don't know even who's playing in this game.
How do they get to the channel?
Yeah.
Well, I'm guessing they heard about the tournament. They just write in YouTube like Magnus Carlsen or World Championship. Then they see like
and you're just the first Google option.
I think like because we live stream on YouTube, I don't think anyone else does it on YouTube.
No, maybe.
I mean, all the big sites, they have their own sites to do it on. So maybe it's the first or the second choice. So then they reach the stream, and actually, I've seen that the first video already had more than 20,000 views.
Yeah.
And it was with the most technical problems. The first 2 minutes we had no sound, or 3 minutes.
First game?
Yeah. So it was like 24,000 views already. So, and most of them, I think, even if not all of them, were just people who wrote World Championship on YouTube or on Google and reached the video. And I wish I had done it more professionally, but it's quite surprising. So Magnus 59 minutes, Sergey 1 hour and 3 minutes. So it's quite balanced from the clock situation.
It's quite a lot of time spent for the position we assume they both know, but maybe they don't.
Well, you can never know. You can never know.
Maybe
did
in press
play
conference.
C6 already?
Maybe in press conference.
Yeah.
Okay. And again, it's just a position we had like an hour ago.
I mean, we're beasts. That's all I can say. We're amazing at guessing moves, not playing moves.
Yeah.
I wish there was a way to make a living from guessing moves. I heard there are some prizes in some sites, like when you try to guess if you have the most. But usually they give like memberships, yeah, and the GMs already receive free memberships. But maybe I could like sell it all over the world, keep guessing moves, and this way make a proper living out of chess.
But let's guess the next move.
The next move.
Maybe
okay, but now
that easy.
well, the bishop is hanging, so,
so there are not so many options.
Bishop c1 is not very tempting. I think
No.
bishop g5 is the most logical.
Yes.
I'll also mention how I actually think, not that I'm the best example, but Carlsen wouldn't stream himself now explaining it, so I hope
Unfortunately.
I will be sufficient for the moment as an example. I also don't know other people, I haven't been inside their brain, but when I think of a move, I want to. So the first question that comes to mind is, what does my opponent want? So queen c6 obviously protects the knight, threatening gh. Okay, so I have to move the bishop somewhere. Second question usually is, if there is no threat, is which piece doesn't work. But now he does have a threat. So I check all the candidate moves. First I decide which ones are candidates. So bishop g5, bishop c1 protecting b2, and probably also bishop e3 because it goes to the center. So, but bishop e3 after knight e4 feels quite illogical. Also allowing in the future knight e3 ideas is not necessarily good for white. So I can eliminate bishop e3 just by intuition quite rapidly, and then I'm left with the choice between bishop g5 and bishop c1. So I'm checking bishop g5, knight takes e4 obviously, attacking the bishop. Then I want to move the bishop, and if I do, then the only square that would be making some sense is h4, but this doesn't feel right. So
no, not at all.
So I probably should move the bishop somewhere else. So I would probably consider bishop c1. By the way, bishop takes c4 is another option,
yes.
to insert this move, so that after to force b takes c4. And now actually bishop e3 might make more sense. This is actually what I think will happen in the game. This is the most active way to play for white, but it shouldn't grant him an advantage. So what else? Bishop c1, just to maintain the bishop, knight takes e4, and this is the second critical option. And now if white could come up with a good move, then definitely you should consider playing it. Although I don't see any
you can just play knight just
powerful moves at first glance, like knight e3 for example. Trying to fight against this knight, black can just ignore it and just develop his rook.
No, I guess you should play knight
g4. Yeah, I mean it's very complicated. The black king is a little bit less safe that I would like it to be. But can I go just knight d2? I mean, one of my knights.
No, maybe. Well, only with the e knight.
But everything is protected.
Yes.
Can take and go queen g3.
But I'm not sure what white. What does white want?
Well, when the pieces are around the king, there's always like some ideas.
Yes, but maybe rook d3.
But without development, it's also dangerous.
I can play rook d3 maybe.
Yeah. So, what can I do? Bishop b1.
Bishop b1 can be
Yeah.
strong. Yes. Even now I can take. No, maybe not.
Yeah, I'm not too sure.
But maybe now knight d2 I can play. And to take your.
Which one? This?
Yes.
Take the bish. But if I take, there's
But
no.
now I can. Why can't I take with the rook?
With the rook.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can. Doesn't seem very convincing for me. Yeah, because f7 is not hanging anymore.
Yes.
So knight to d2. And looking interesting for black. So rook d3. So.
But it's not forced, of course. Looks
So
like
bishop c1 looks much less logical to be underdeveloped. Bishop c4 followed by bishop e3
bishop is3, yes.
is my choice.
Okay, let's say knight e4.
Knight e4.
Yeah. Because white at some point can be worse. I have two bishops.
Yeah.
The b file, maybe.
Yeah, this b2 might be a weakness.
And
of course, these pawns are weak,
Yes.
but black has a lot of
Even if-
compensation, maybe
yes.
more than enough.
Even if I would lose one of them, I
Yeah.
should be okay with these bishops.
Yeah.
And,
So,
but Karjakin went for it for some reason, so probably he has some idea. And maybe we don't see something.
Well, I think he's still thinking.
He's
so
still thinking? But he could not miss queen c6.
Yeah.
So he has something
Well,
coming.
yeah.
Yeah, I hope so.
There must be.
There must be. But let's check other moves here. I don't know. Queen g3 just losing to 94, I guess.
Yeah.
So no point.
I'll check if my late dinner is
It's good.
is good. Yeah, I didn't actually look at inside the pot.
Yeah.
There is a pot. It's a bit warm. I also don't want to eat something that's complicated, more complicated than the position. Yeah.
Yeah.
There is a rule that's unwritten. You want to eat something that's less complicated than the position you're looking at. Otherwise, you might choke.
Yeah, it's good. A good one.
Okay, so rice. You might fail at guessing the moves, but not at eating.
So still thinking.
I think I'm the only commentator
Who is eating during the day?
Who's eating. I also do many things. I was like blowing my nose, like everything. I was considering like when it was like.
I think some people are coming to your channel just to see what you're eating.
No,
today.
and also when I'm like sleeping and yawning.
Are you sleeping?
I'm not
just sleeping.
Not really sleeping, but yawning during the stream all the time.
Yeah.
And like I had this. I was pondering whether I should, like, when it was 3 a.m. I was consulting the viewers, like maybe I should brush my teeth during the stream,
Yes.
so that the moment they agree to draw, I just go to sleep without wasting any time.
Yes.
And actually, I might do it if it happens again. So maybe I should brand myself this way, that I'm like have children below the age of 8 watch me, just so they can learn what basic things to do, like brushing your teeth and I don't know what else, like. Drinking water is very important for you. Become very educational for all the youngsters who didn't learn those.
I hope you're not.
Eat healthy food.
Yeah, you'll not do some things that.
Let me show
kids
the food.
Are not allowed.
I'll show the food. So this is a pot. You don't read, and this is rice, with something that can be referred to as a, I don't know, vegetarian steak, but it's not. It's far from good.
What is this?
What?
This kind of steak.
It's not a steak. It's like made out of something called seitan.
Okay.
Yeah, but
The
rice is the important part.
Yeah.
No, it's not. But yeah, I'm so hungry right now.
Okay, go for it.
This is why I was trying to also to capture so many pieces all the time. Bishop c4, bishop takes h6. Okay.
So Karjakin still thinking, and okay. So I'm not sure anymore that he did see this position at home. I now. Now I think he didn't. I think he maybe did see the position after queen f3, but I think all this idea of takes and the 95, 94 is a new position for him.
Yeah.
Otherwise the duels would be too much.
Yeah. By the way, if you make any moves or variations, you can use this.
Yeah. Okay. While you're eating.
Yeah. I will.
Yeah.
I'm taking a break while staying on the stream. Like. No, it's funny. Like most commentators, they also take these 10 minutes, 15 minutes breaks.
But no breaks for us.
No breaks for us. Like, if one person goes to the bathroom while the other one is commentating, the viewers can hear us like how do you call it? Flushing the water.
Yeah. Okay.
Everything is like, we don't hide anything from the viewers, and hopefully they will tell us. They won't hide anything from us and tell us the clock times every now and then. I think that's a fair deal.
Okay, so you suppose he will take on c4 here, right?
Mm-hmm.
I really don't want to give up the bishop, because I feel like white can be only worse after taking on c4, and while here it's complicated. So no.
Yeah.
I guess I would not take on c4.
Yeah.
I really like the bishops. Don't want to give them up, especially the a2 bishop.
So just give a sample line. What do you think?
I'm not a big fan of bishop c1. Yeah. So what did we say? Knight e4. Let's say knight g3. Maybe knight g3.
By the way, every time I host someone here, I'm asking them this random question, just like they do on Chess24. Okay, I'm saying every time, but I only realized it like in the middle of the tournament already. So if you were to be trapped on a deserted island, and let's say you could have chosen someone from the top 10 to maximize your survival skills. Feel free to.
Is it only me and him?
Let's say so, for example, and let's just assume that there are like ways to grab food. It's not like completely deserted. Like there are trees and animals.
I don't want to eat him. You mean? So I should not check him.
Yeah, you have some good survival chances, but I mean you need someone who can help. Yeah.
And it has to be somebody from
the top 10.
Top man 10.
Let's say above 2750.
2750.
You can even choose like someone above 2700. It doesn't matter.
I just wonder why would I like to have a chess player with me on this island?
You can be alone. But
I can choose to be alone.
But I mean, you can kill them. But
but
it's a lonely island. Nobody will blame you. But I mean,
maybe it's a chess.
Let's say you can choose
Yeah.
anyone you. Let's say that in a week you will be there, whether you want it or not. You can choose now who will be there with you, and if not, like fate will choose for you.
Oh.
This is too deep of an example, but just choose one of the top 10, and we'll see which.
Okay, and you can have some,
and
statistics.
I will not judge.
I should think about it.
Mm-hmm.
I think I know the top 10 because I just showed it in one of my lectures. So I think I remember.
Let's put the site over here.
Okay.
So I'll read out loud the names for the viewers to know. Carlsen, Caruana, Kramnik, Vashiela Grav, So, Aronian, Anand, Nakamura, Karyakin, and Giri. I mean, some of them are very thin and they won't need so much food. You can take more
that can
bigger
be,
cuts, yeah?
That can be...
so...
Yeah, it's a tough choice.
So... And are you leaning towards the younger ones or the older ones? Probably younger ones have more energy to hunt. Also. But I'm not sure what they will hunt, yeah?
Yes, I don't see them.
So.
Good question.
Then
challenging.
And then I'll ask you another version of it. But first, find the first one. I mean, it's gonna be funny if one of the top 10 that you choose will watch us, and then you meet him in a tournament, and he will say, "Thank you for picking me."
Don't you think that all of them are watching us right now?
Well, two of them
are
not
watching. Two of them are playing, but I guess
they're not watching.
Yes.
Anything, but they're watching the same thing. Let's say.
Yes.
But the other 8.
But now I think at the point when you ask this question, more and more people are coming. I guess this question brings you some points. You should check it.
I don't think so, but we need to answer the question.
But maybe you should have some more
questions like this.
More questions like this, and even more
food.
Oh, more food for sure. Yes, also food for
and women also. Like so, someone suggested that I should have like this
to host women.
These clips that rappers have. All the big rappers. They always have a lot of visuals. So yeah, I could like create this environment. Or maybe find a sponsor who will provide all, like some pimp maybe will provide all the visuals, and for sure many people will watch. But I'm not sure it will achieve the same result that I want. It's because I'm searching for quality viewers, so that's why I ask these questions.
So how many viewers do we have?
350 were like a minute ago.
150?
350.
350.
You can look at the bottom of the screen.
Oh, cool. Oh, yeah, I see it now.
It's updating.
So it was 350, but after you ask your question, it's going.
No, it went up. No, it went up after. It was 300 before the question.
Okay, so we should to build.
Now, after we answer the question, it will be like 3,000.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, it depends. Yes.
So, what could it be?
No, actually, I know the answer. I did know the answer from the very beginning, but I try
To postpone.
to postpone my answer. Exactly.
Ah.
Exactly.
To
But,
increase the thrill.
Oh yes, I had I could it was some question between two of them, but I'm quite sure about my answer. Yes.
Mhm.
I it's pity you don't give me more options.
I will, but after you choose. You don't even have to explain, just pick and
Yeah, so I'll go for Levon.
Levon, yeah.
Yes.
Great choice. I mean, even if you won't survive, you'll at least be happy.
Exactly.
You'll have a lot
I
of
want to
interesting
have
topics.
I want to have a good atmosphere and
Yeah.
some optimism.
And he might know some things actually. He's very educated. He might know how to tie knots, you know, and how to do everything.
No, I don't think so.
I'm sure.
I
I'm
don't
sure.
think so.
He will know something. I mean,
Yes, of course.
that's an interesting choice. And then I move dramatically from the top 10
To the top women 10.
Maybe I should actually. This is an interesting question, but the members of the Twitch channel
the Israeli Olympic teams.
who's referred to as Chess Juice. Have you heard of this channel?
Yes, from you.
Yeah, I told you that I'm going to open it probably before it was open, but
Yeah. So how is working so far?
we're trying to stream on a daily basis. But now I'm busy with this World Championship.
Yes, with this World Championship camp.
Yeah.
Surprisingly.
Yeah. So I'm trying also to convince people, the other members, to stream while we are here or the same days, but they're all very busy with their army service. More than half.
Most of them of the army.
So we have 9 members. This is the first time in history I mention all of them. So some of them are completely discreet to the viewers. So this is quite exciting. 9 members. I'll tell you, I mean, and of course it's growing with time, but I'll tell you all the names. Then you can choose which one you'll survive with on the deserted island. So of course there is me. There is Daniel Naroditsky from the US. There is Asaf Givon, Nitzan Steinberg, Ori Kobo, Omer Reshev, Alon Minlin, Evgeny Zanan, and Avital Borukhovsky. So we have 9 players, and all of them belong to Chess Juice.
I really like the fact that I don't know Daniel, but all the rest of them I think were part of the Israeli youth team in the years when I had this job. So
so you know all of them.
Yeah, I know all of
You've
them.
seen them
pretty well. And
in the survival mode on the way, like
yes,
in the airports.
in different countries. Yes, in different continents.
I think the airports, like how they behave there, would give you the most information about how they will do in the island.
Yes.
So
yes.
which one of the 9? Oh, 94, 93.
Knight e4.
But where is the bishop?
No.
Bishop.
What
is
was
on
played?
Bishop e3.
Bishop is 3. Yeah. Okay.
This is the only move I eliminated from my thinking process. So our guessing is not going as well as.
I'm really glad they played some moves, and now I don't need to answer your stupid questions anymore. And
you still have to at some point.
And
what could it be?
So knight g3. Why did we think it's not? Yeah, okay, but okay. At least he keeps the bishop, which makes sense. And black cannot take on e3. So I think Karjakin is not playing for advantage anymore. I think he just wants first to stabilize the position, and yes. And as far as he has the bishop on a2, I think he cannot be worse because the knight from c4 cannot move too much. So okay, let's say if I just take knight g3.
Queen g3?
Yes, but on queen g3 cannot I take on b2? Would be dangerous. Maybe I can.
But what else? I mean, you will be able to take on b2 anyway.
Anyways, that's right. So queen g3. Bishop knight b2.
Yeah, you can make the moves with the on the board.
Just to make it?
Yeah.
Let's say knight g3, queen g3, and knight b2.
Yeah.
And let's try to understand white's idea.
They say bishop takes c4, but maybe it's a suggestion. Ah, it was played
Was played?
by white.
Okay. So it.
Ah.
It was.
Wait, what did I miss?
Oh yeah.
Ah,
so
bishop
it-
c4.
it
Sorry.
did, okay.
So you're right. This allows this.
Yeah, this is just bad. So we
Good
took.
good point. Now we know.
So we took.
why
But
we
it's the
took.
position we did analyze. We did analyze exactly this position, and we said black is okay.
Hmm. I'm not sure. I think we checked
Yes, we did
with
check.
that another move order.
Yes, another move order, right. You said bishop c4, b takes c4, bishop e3,
Hmm.
knight,
Oh,
knight
you
e4
mean
and
before?
knight
Yeah,
g3,
like
but
this.
it's just the same position. No, even here, no. Even in this position, after bishop h6
Yeah.
and queen c6,
Yeah.
we said okay, and you said
Mm.
he will should take on c4, and I
Yeah.
said I would not take it, but maybe it's...
Ah, yeah, yeah.
yeah.
So let's see this position from the game.
Yes, but now it looks like black is okay.
Yeah.
Black is okay, the question is if you can get more.
Yeah. I think my channel will reach its peak when one day I will vomit on stream. That will be probably the peak of lifetime.
Yes.
But until then, we'll have to just suffice with just eating. I mean, people are drinking all the time water and coffee while streaming, so why not eating?
Sure.
I think it's a bit of a like how do you call it? A bit of a double standard.
Okay, so knight g3.
Yeah, knight g3. Okay. Black shouldn't be worse.
No.
I'm actually also wondering, like, if I never seen any other commentator in history yawning while streaming, and I do it all the time, especially in this tournament. So I also stream often at night after a long day. So and somehow they don't do it, and I guess they just have a lot of coffee or whatever before. But yeah, this is something that I wonder how I can achieve. So, any move for black?
I guess just knight g3.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see a reason to go back with my knight, so I will just take. And you probably take. Like
Yeah.
queen. And
No.
now I really like black.
Mm-hmm.
Even it's probably equal.
But why capture? Was he threatening 95? For example, why not g6? Hmm.
But
After knight g4 there will be some holes.
yes.
But
yes.
bishop g7?
And I'm not sure I want to calculate, all these positions with after the exchanges on e4.
And also knight h6 related ideas, yeah?
Yes, and yes, but even after the exchanges on e4, you have so many moves with a bishop. Why,
Mm-hmm.
why to give it to white? It's
Yeah.
not a position where I want to keep the tension. I think
Mhm.
the opposite. Yeah, okay. Here black is probably okay, but you if you anyway can
Mm-hmm.
trade the knights at any point,
Yeah.
why
so,
should I keep them?
Yeah.
I can take. You probably would not take on c6 here. It makes no sense. So
You can also go backwards.
yes, I can go back, but I think the knight on g3 is a good knight. So
But then,
knight c5, knight c5, knight d3. Okay, that's interesting.
yeah. What do you do?
But maybe I can get some activity now with Queen G4.
96. Ah, we're close. 96 plays.
96 played. Okay.
Yeah.
So it looks like Black is playing for something.
Yeah.
Do you have the same feeling that? Well,
yeah,
I think
yeah.
if you want just to equalize simply, Niger 3 is
Yeah.
good enough.
Yeah. By the way, I will get back to my annoying question later on. But I have another question. Are you rooting for one of them? Like,
For one of them.
yeah.
Oh, of course.
I think I have a guess, but like, let me ask, which one?
But shouldn't we
No,
keep our?
no. It's just,
No.
it's. I mean, had we streamed like officially,
Yes.
then we
should.
we should be neutral or something. Then I'm
Yes.
also not sure, but
Yes, because I guess that the most of the official streamers
mm-hmm,
we know who they root for.
mm-hmm. Mm.
Maybe not all of
Yeah,
them.
it's not that clear, but the company is Russian, and the streamers are mostly from Russian origin, I guess.
I'm
No?
not sure. Oh, maybe, but I'm not sure it's
It affects.
yes.
Yeah.
In this case, yes.
So what do you think? So you said you know which one you prefer to win,
Yes, definitely.
and this is an interesting discussion. Like, first, who might it be? I already said many times. Just curious. Don't want to affect your opinion.
Yeah, well, I support Magnus very much
Mm-hmm.
for many years, and
Yeah.
especially in this match.
And the majority of the people do as well. At least the
Yes.
ones I met and asked.
Of course.
And my question for you is from psychological reasoning. Why? Just because he's the best, or because he's like the best in history, or because of why do so many people want Magnus to win all the time and root for him?
I'm not sure about all the time. I think in this specific match, it's a lot about the other guy,
Mm-hmm.
which makes people to
Mhm.
support Magnus. But generally, you know, it's not always he was the best,
Mhm.
and people are still supporting him so much. So it's also about his personality and his
Mhm.
approach to the game
Yeah,
and his
fighting spirit.
yes, fighting spirit and actually you can't say bad things about Magnus, I guess. I don't know. So
That's true.
so it's very easy to and also of course because he's the best. So
Yeah.
it's very easy to support Magnus, like it's very easy
Yeah.
to support you know, the first
Mm-hmm.
I would say Djokovic, but nowadays Djokovic already not the first racket,
Yeah.
but it's very easy always to support the
Yeah, just like-
the favorite.
I like to give this example that I gave also yesterday, I believe, that like when Caruana had his winning streak, everyone wanted him to keep winning. At least the ones that I
At
asked.
least not his opponents, yes.
No, of course,
Yes.
but the ones who are watching, like
Yeah.
even those who were in the same tournament but not playing him at the same time kind of wanted him, I think, to continue his winning streak.
Yeah, because you like this, because you
Phenomenon.
You feel that something very interesting, maybe historical happens.
Mm-hmm. Who
and-
enjoy witnessing history
Yes.
in the making.
Yes, and Carlsen, he is a part of this thing. He
Mhm.
really makes something very special,
Yeah.
which cannot be said about
Most his opponents.
yes, especially this one.
Mm-hmm.
No, but when he played with Anand,
Yeah.
I think the situation was completely different. A lot of people supported Vichy, and
Mhm. Yeah.
and he's also very special figure and also very historical and
Yeah.
was the best for so long time. And
Yeah. So many people were attached to him already
yes, so
from when he was younger.
so it was not clear at all. And
Yeah.
now, and actually, if Caruana was playing Magnus now, I think this
Mm-hmm.
as well it would be maybe 50-50
Yeah.
with the supporters.
Yeah, because also a lot of people like to see the underdog.
Yes,
When
exactly. So if Caruana would play, or if Aronian would play, it would not be so clear.
Yeah, there's also this thing that Russians and the Soviet Union used to like completely dominate the chess world.
Yes,
And
but
nowadays,
but it's not the situation for a long time already. So
Mhm.
I not think people
Well,
vote
Kramnik
against.
was a world champion not so long ago.
Yeah, that's right, but they don't dominate anymore, and I don't think people don't like Karjakin for being Russian.
Mm.
But I think there are many other reasons, so,
Mm-hmm.
which are quite obvious.
Mm-hmm.
But okay, is it still syncing?
Yeah, I checked.
Yes. Okay.
By the way, guys, I'm wondering, those in the chat, which one of the people who are watching us have the highest rating? I'm just wondering. So feel free to mention your own rating.
We lost like 40
No,
guys. Where they are?
no,
Come back.
No, don't look at the numbers. It's a very known trap.
Yeah.
I mean, we had a peak number. There's always gonna be a peak number of viewers.
Yes.
And
But let's make
I don't know if you know it, but like, okay, the previous stream, for example, I had 205 at the peak moment or something, and the average watching time, according to the analytics, was 11 minutes.
Yeah.
So imagine that even if we have 300 people, maybe it's like 5,000 over the entire match, the entire game, and they're just changing all the time. Nobody is very loyal to a 4 or 5 hours stream.
Yeah.
But okay, we are here for you guys if you're interested to watch. But and for me, even the fact that one person is interested in viewing and watching me doing
your mom, for example.
Yeah, exactly. Anyone.
Yes.
Because
anyone
she
is a
wants
good
to
see you, but you're
Yeah.
not available. So
too busy.
So she can do it.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's actually a good argument. But
yes.
I just say anyone, but especially strangers, they are interested in what I might have to say.
Yes, it's surprising.
And by the way, an interesting observation that I had is that the more nonsense, the less, let's say, the lower the level, the more nonsense, the more stupidity that I have, the more
Exactly. We are not
attractive
talking about
it is
chess.
to the viewers.
We are not talking about chess for the last hour.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm not even sure who's to move now.
Okay,
I guess it's
white.
white.
Yeah, but it's amazing. Like, just the fact that people this kind of correlation between lower levels and more views or more interest. Like, not only the views, also people are enjoying more. They're thinking it's funny. They're thinking it's like, I'll tell you, for example, there was yesterday when I was so tired, the views were at its peak.
Yeah.
And people were like having a lot of fun to watch me suffering.
Yes.
And to see me like struggling not to fall asleep. And well, I can understand why, but still it's really funny that when I do my best to commentate and suggest the best variations and everything, like people get some of them get bored or just shift to other channels. I thought that the main thing that's unique about me or this relatively small channel is that I can maintain high level because I don't have to talk to all the chess players. So let's say, for example, in the official stream, they have tens of thousands of people watching them. So they have to explain mate in one and all these basic things. I can stick to relatively high level I don't mind all the beginners who don't know the rules to run away to other streams. I'm not dependent on their views. And I thought this was an advantage. And the higher the level, or the more I try, the worse it is. So, yeah, maybe I should
dance.
Dance, exactly, and adopt the Maurice Ashley and let's call it football anchoring style, which is very entertaining. Kind of commentary, yeah. That's maybe what the people like. Have you heard like about this? Andrew the A-pawn is running up the board. Yeah, but Eddie is coming also, and like all this type of nonsense.
But it's difficult
But people love
to
it.
keep it for 6 hours, I guess.
Yeah, but I mean, I've seen people are talking about anything
Yeah.
but chess, and yeah. I guess also those topics are more interesting in general to most people.
Every
Especially
topic is much more interesting, yes.
than waiting for a move. But I mean, when there was the Carlsen Nakamura Blitz battle,
Okay, Blitz
then-
is Blitz.
yeah, it was very interesting for me to watch, and I think the viewers were also watching the game. I wasn't focusing on talking, just trying to understand the moves. So, yeah.
Yes, and you have a question actually in chat, I see. About,
Let's see.
what-
Ciao. What do you think is the highest rating one could get only by solving chess puzzles? Asked by, I never know how to pronounce it, but that's part of the fun.
It's a Piotr Dominek, I
Yes,
guess.
Piotr Dominek. But I'm always making some mistake, I'm sure. And people already forgive me in advance. So Piotr asked which is the highest rating you can reach by only by solving tactics. Yeah, that by
Yes,
puzzles.
that's the question. Even I'm not sure how you can get any rating if you only solve tactics and you don't only solve puzzles and you're not playing games.
Yeah.
But you should play
Let-
games
let-
at some
let's-
point.
Let's just say that you play as
Yeah.
part of this,
Yes.
but you don't do anything else. You don't study anything.
Yeah.
But I mean, I don't know any person outside of chess who will just solve riddles all day long without doing anything else. So it's also a lot of efforts. But let's just assume that that is possible. I don't think anyone checked this from the scientific point of view. But it's an interesting topic actually. So what do you think, Igor? If someone like just learns the rules, he doesn't even hear about playing in the center, anything. Nobody tells him anything about the game. He doesn't hear anyone talking about it. Doesn't watch my streams, and then he suddenly discovers tactics trainer. Let's say, for example, one of the free sites, because obviously it's not an IM. Can't use the premium memberships, and then he starts solving and solving and solving, and he sees all the tactics, mates in one, forks, everything possible. He reaches the highest level he can get, and then he starts playing. What can happen? I mean, I think I don't want to sound offensive, but I need to get this newspaper article that we talked about. So I think that Indian players are a good example of such
Such
situation.
approach,
Not approach, but I'm sure the top Indians who are very young have studied something about chess. But a lot of them are playing extremely well just by talent and by having a lot of skills in the tactics area. So, and they might be a little bit less educated on the end games or the more positional things. So, but it's not the greatest example. If someone will do only tactics and then he comes up to a game, I mean, how does it even choose which first move to play? He has to see something before.
Yeah.
Otherwise, he will just start thinking on the first move. So let's just say, for example, he will use. People will do it for blitz. Just play some blitz, because it's hard to. It might be a bit boring for people to play regular chess without knowing anything.
Was
Yeah,
played?
yeah. Rook a1, rook b8. So we'll just finish this topic and then move on
Back
to the
to the
game.
game,
Back
yeah.
to the game. So this issue. Let's just say blitz rating. Okay, what blitz rating do you think someone can get if he really devotes a few years to chess, only solving tactics and playing blitz? He probably learn some openings from his opponents as he goes by.
Yeah, well, very theoretical question.
Mm.
Not sure.
Yeah. Just try to guess a number, and I will prove you
We're
wrong.
talking about the bit rating, right?
Let's say. Let's also say a specific site. Chess.com, for example, which is the most popular, so people can relate to it. So let's say normally the ratings there are quite similar to the ratings in real life.
Yes.
Of course, some people are better in blitz than they are in normal over-the-board chess, but just
I guess he can reach like 1800 maybe 1900.
After a few years? Like,
Yeah. Do you think more?
well, I know some people who reach 2100 without, and of course in real chess they can be less than 1600 and just by playing blitz and being very fast.
Yes, but we are
Very
talking about a
tactical.
situation where someone is
Doesn't
not
have any knowledge, yeah.
yes, doesn't have any knowledge, doesn't analyze his games never,
Mm-hmm.
and 21 sounds too much for me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I guess you're right. More or less 1800. I would say 2000. But
Maybe, but we should say that
okay.
etudes and practicing etudes and puzzles is a good idea. Just,
Yeah.
you should just do.
If you isolate anything, it will be.
Yes, yes, but it really can help you, but
Yeah.
just not the only thing to do.
Yeah.
As anything, not the only thing to do.
Take the food back to the kitchen. So.
So
Etudes.
rook d1 played and rook b8. So
Yeah.
they both improved the rooks. And now all
Have
the
you
pieces are in the game.
Have you heard of the mysterious rook move? This is one of the chapters in Dvoretsky's
Yes, of
book.
course, of course. But
It's
actually,
very famous.
rook b8 is not very mysterious. But yes.
Well, I mean,
if you would
it
play
usually-
rook c8, it would be much more.
he did it in the second game,
Yes.
but
Yes.
yeah,
Exactly. Yes. Here we can understand. We did talk about the b file long before. So they both try to keep the tension with the queens.
I mean, technically you can say that even rook e1, despite being highly theoretical in the opening, is kind of a mysterious rook move
Yeah, you can.
in the
Okay.
Rui Lopez. But I mean, rook b8,
But rook b8 also.
it doesn't
makes,
have to be literally mysterious. It's just making a rook move that's very quiet
Yes.
in
b5.
preparation for queen
And
takes
now,
c6.
and now you can also sometimes move the queen from c6, and the bishop on b7 will be protected. So it also can be
Yeah.
helpful.
Probably some people are wondering why Carlsen didn't take the opportunity to weaken his opponent's pawn structure.
Yes.
And what do you think is the reason he didn't
First
do
of
it?
all, I guess he likes the pair of bishops,
Mhm.
as I do, and actually there is just no reason to hurry up. Okay, white's pawns are weak here, but it's not so easy to attack them. And with
And
the
also
king,
black has these pawns.
yes, black has these pawns, and okay, maybe you can attack them with
Bishop c1 or rook
in
to
the
rook
best
d1.
scenario with knight from h4. It could be a very good idea to attack them, but I cannot see it happens.
Yeah.
And okay, I guess even here it can be around equal, maybe white, but here white is okay here, obviously,
Mhm.
and white can also play f4 at some point just to get rid of them.
Yeah.
No, rook b8 is much
Yeah.
much more sense.
Yeah.
White anyway cannot do any active moves here, and if I would be white, I would really want to find some clear equality here,
Yeah.
because it's not so easy
Yeah.
anymore. Because
That's
let's
true.
say if you take on c6, bishop c6, so b2 is just weak. You should play some move like rook e2, let's say, and I even have f5, f4 ideas at some point.
Yeah. Okay, taking on c6.
Yeah, but
Ah,
okay.
but now queen f3 is a
It's a
threat.
threat. Yeah,
Ah, I
it's a
didn't
threat,
realize.
unless you want to take with the g.
Because
Yes.
b2 is hanging.
Yes. So okay, and
But I think maybe you can also defend like
you
rook
can play.
e2
Yes.
immediately and allow
Yes.
it again.
Yes, but I would not take. But now queen a4 just winning.
Hmm.
I think so.
The queen a4 with a double attack.
Double attack, yeah.
So rook d2,
So maybe rook d2.
But now, after taking, for example, bishop c1 is not so easy to achieve. Probably
Maybe, but I think I have more moves here to improve my position.
can also go f5.
I can even go with 5 here, yes.
Hmm. Interesting.
I really like black now.
Yeah.
I think knight d6 was a very, very strong move.
Yeah.
Because
Just
we thought-
stabilizing the position.
We thought about
playing
knight
f5.
f6, but knight d6
Yeah,
is
this
very
f5
strong.
square is very important.
Yes, because protects on c4, support f5.
Yeah, and the
Just,
knight can never be kicked away from this square.
Exactly, very strong move knight d6. So
Yeah,
I
it
don't
looks
know.
like Carlsen is the one who
Yes.
is slowly taking over the initiative,
Definitely.
and we
But I think
don't
it all-
expect it.
But it all started with this knight a5, knight c4 idea,
Yeah.
and then we said that probably taking on h6, white already kind of playing with fire.
Bishop c1 was played.
Okay. Bishop c1. Okay, it's a good move, protecting b2.
Let's show the viewers. Just here you can see bishop c1.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
It makes sense. Makes sense. Let's think.
So
First of all, it looks like white is out of any active ideas right now. Even if he will have, I don't know, two moves here, what would you... Okay, knight g4 is the only move to attack the pawn, but
yeah.
otherwise, it just should wait. What for black, and black has some ideas maybe. I would really like to activate the f8 bishop, but I'm not sure how I can do it. What else?
So bishop c1 is a good defensive move.
Yeah, it's
as mentioned by
it's
Harel.
It's a good one.
Yeah. Yeah, we have Ariel Ehrenberg mentioning.
Yeah, so
this,
yeah, Relelmeg is
g3, queen
strong,
g3.
very strong young Israeli player. Is also together with actually with Nitzan and with Evgeny, you mentioned previously, was a part of the Israeli team who won gold medals this year in the European team under 18 championship, which was very big achievement. I think actually is the only time Israeli team in any sport, I don't know in how many years, won some team championship, European team championship.
Well, for youngsters, maybe we had a lot of teams winning that we just didn't hear of.
You win the European? I'm not sure. Actually, the other one I know is also in chess.
No, I mean in other sports.
Yes, in other sports, I'm not sure.
No, maybe some youngsters
to win the European championship.
I mean, under 18, under 20, things like
I
this.
think
We
would hear about it, but maybe not.
Maybe
not. Actually,
I mean, in bridge we win everything. I think sometimes.
Yeah, well, it's a question if it's if you count it as a sport, but yes.
Well, if I count chess, then I don't think I can discount bridge.
Okay, we can discuss it.
Yeah.
But what I wanted to say is that actually the Israeli, how do you say it, veteran teams, like the 50 plus age guys team, they also won the European championship.
The seniors,
right?
Wow.
So we are actually
we are not so bad with chess.
We are not so bad. Yes, obviously we would like to do it with our national team, but okay. So,
but you know, like unlike in other countries, our chess young chess players, they like when they reach 18, they might pursue a chess career like some people in Europe and in other countries. But we have this compulsory army service in Israel.
Yeah.
And I'll give you some water in a moment. And they like we have 3 years that's usually spent in a non-efficient way. And then when the same young players reach the age of 21 or 22 with the same rating, they don't have a lot of incentives to continue their chess pursuit. And I'm actually one of the only ones who actually bother sticking to chess despite staying on the same rating as I was 18.
Choice, yes.
Yeah, just a romantic person without too much brains. Because if I was a bit more, let's call it practical, I wouldn't have chose this. But just love chess too much. So let's see, bishop c1.
So what about f5 here? Can I play f5 right now?
f5 looks like a good move, yeah, but what's the point?
First of all, I want to prevent knight g4, which is also make it good enough. Even if I only prevent knight g4,
yeah.
What's your next move? Actually, I'm asking, what's your next move?
Well,
your queen. Maybe it's. You said we are not talking about mates in one, but it's maybe good to mention that if the queen moves there is mate
anywhere,
in one.
Yeah, yes. There is mate in one wherever she moves.
And What else? The rooks don't have any active moves. I guess at some point white would have to take on c6.
Knight f3.
Yes, just to take and play knight f3.
Yeah, but now it doesn't look so tempting for black. I mean, now you kind of have to.
Yes, because
defend.
when the pawn was on f7, I could
probably
always
f5.
played f6. So maybe
Yeah.
not f5. You say.
Yeah, f5 is a bit too hasty. I guess f6 was played. Okay.
f6, just a solid positional move.
Yes. Carlsen is really, really good at putting some pressure on his opponent. So,
Yes. Yes.
but
Now
f6 immediately or queen takes c6 first? Now queen c6 and exactly. Knight g4 was played. Okay.
so it's black to move right now, right?
Yes. And now knight g4. This is really, really interesting. Suddenly, I mean, many people I spoke to about hosting the show with me, like more than two even, wanted like to analyze or join me in days where Carlsen was white because they thought it would be more interesting. And actually now this has been the most interesting position from the opening that I've seen so far.
So far.
Not in my life, but so far. Yeah. Yeah, but so far. Yeah, and I mean, we usually expect boring Berlins or some quick draws, and that Karjakin will just try to press and Carlsen will hold. But I mean, Carlsen with black is pressing the Sergey Karjakin is not something I expected to happen, especially not in the Rui Lopez.
It's a question, by the way, how much he's pressing here.
Maybe not a lot.
Maybe
but,
you cannot say he's pressing. You can say he.
Well, but
it's an interesting position with maybe
Yeah.
not so typical.
But it's very subjective. So usually when I try to decide whether someone is pressing someone else, I'm putting myself in their shoes. So I'm white. Do I feel like he's pressing me? Yes. Because now, now it's black to move. But let's say, for example, black will make a random move. Just say king f7. Me as white, when I play here, I will not know what to do. There is no clear way to activate my pieces.
Yes.
He has more space. He has the two bishops.
Yes.
He has the open file on the open b file.
You're right.
This can be referred to as a weakness. And even if computers will give equality, even if Karjakin will hold it easily, I will feel like I'm under some serious pressure.
Definitely. Yes.
And it's very easy to make mistakes. That's the point of pressure.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't matter what's the objective evaluation. It's just that it's much easier because I have a lot of choices, and maybe only 3-4 moves can preserve the equality. But it's hard to distinguish between them.
Yeah, it's not easy.
So-
it's not so easy to play. Just we really don't see any active
Rook
moves
b5 was played. Well, the position is definitely
in black's favor.
yeah. So Rook b5. I think a good strategy for us now as commentators will not be to guess the moves because each side has so many options. We'll just try to understand, let's call it deeper things about the position. So first of all, as I mentioned, so let's try to understand in retrospect why black played Rook b5. So I explained my method of thinking, especially in the middle game, where I ask myself, what does my opponent threat? So what is he threatening? Knight g4, no threat. I don't see. Knight f6 is not a threat, nothing else. f4 is not that tempting. Okay, now it's my move. Which piece doesn't work? Actually, there are many pieces that can be improved, but the one that can be improved the fastest might be this rook. So I think that Rook b5 is aimed mainly at improving this rook by putting it on b8 later. And I guess also that in case of f4, after some exchanges, this rook can be active along this line, but mainly on b5 it helps with rook eb8 and increasing the pressure over the b2 pawn. And well, later after putting the rook here, I would like to improve this bishop. Maybe put it on c5, yeah?
Yeah.
This knight is just perfect, but I have to move it to get the bishop to
But
c5.
I think
And the king obviously can improve his position. Later on maybe to even e6, but for now f7. And then find a good square for this bishop. And in the meantime, so it's fairly easy for black to improve his pieces. I mean, it's not easy to say which move improves it in the most efficient way, but it's easy to find a lot of improving moves. And for white, if you notice, there aren't so many easy ways to improve. This bishop cannot improve. He has to protect the b2 pawn. This is unfortunately his best square right now. Two rooks are in the two open files, and they cannot penetrate the black's position. They're just hitting, let's call it their solid rocks. And okay, this knight on g3 is quite good. It doesn't have any square to go to. This knight also might go to e3, but no future. So white just have to sit and wait. Maybe king f1, maybe some other random move, maybe f3, I don't know. But just sit and wait, sit tight. And the question is if black can improve all the way to the maximum before deciding where how to continue.
But I think we can be sure that Karjakin would not just play random moves and wait. He will try to do something.
Yeah, just like he did in the other game
yes.
when he played c5.
Let's try, because he's so good defender. Yeah, so let's try to think what he would do here.
Yeah, actually I want to mention, whenever I try to guess Karjakin's moves, even though it's interesting, I become frustrated because I myself am not very experienced at defending, and well, Karjakin is capable of playing passively in a good way, and I don't know how to do it. I have to play actively at any moment, and it's not necessarily a good quality because.
So let's try to improve your.
So my attempt would be to somehow make f4 work.
Wow, but I think f4 would never work. First of all, because
it opens the position for the bishop.
Exactly, and you also would like to take on f4 with your bishop, but we said you cannot move your bishop.
So let's say rook e2, preparing some f4 ideas.
But I don't like
rook
f4.
b8.
I generally don't like f4.
Yeah, but if you I take, then I can have maybe some bishop d6, knight f5, or knight somewhere.
Really? I would not even think about
open
f4.
the e file for the rook.
I think if I'm white, I would try to play knight e3 and knight f5.
Also, maybe we get this pawn up the board.
Yes, maybe.
Knight e3, knight f5. Just to exchange this strong knight.
Just the strong knight.
And if he ignores you,
and then maybe I would be able to attack the c4 to attack on c4.
So let's say I go rook b8. Do you want knight f5?
Maybe the other one. But yes.
If I go g6, do you want to take it? Allowing cd?
No, I didn't want to take it, but I will attack on c4. Do you know it?
The pawn is hanging. Okay.
Yes.
So let's say I'll be a bit more sophisticated.
You can play g6 here if you would like, but then I can maybe back to g4. I'm not sure. I want you to play g6. Maybe I play h4, h5 then.
Okay, let's go g6 straight away.
Okay.
Just preventing your only idea. King f7 next. I mean, this knight e3 was creating this idea, but now I'm not so clear what he's doing here.
But wait. First of all, I have now.
Maybe you want to bring this guy to d2.
Not sure. At some point I might play knight 2, but maybe h4.
Now h5. Okay, well let's allow it.
h5.
Take.
Yeah. No, then I don't see a point. Okay, I take back the h4 move.
I mean, h4 makes sense in here.
Before I play g6.
Yeah.
Yes. But it's too slow. I think it's
I'm not sure.
I think it's too slow to play here h4.
But black doesn't have any immediate way to capture.
No. But okay, but he will just play rook b8 and then king f7. Also, you don't want too much.
So what's the clock situation, everyone? Someone is saying, let Asaf talk more. But this is Igor Bitensky with me. And I apologize once again for here on the right below the camera for not fixing the overlay. I'll do it for the next round. I just didn't have enough time today.
Okay, we'll make some rating for Asaf.
Yes.
And or maybe
promote his
or maybe not
his new YouTube channel. He just started uploading videos this week.
Okay.
So let's see. h4 is what we think might be logical, but it can also be
it's too slow. I think it's too slow. h4, h5.
Yeah.
And I would not move pawns at the end game, so without really good reason. So
well, but h5,
you
h6.
can say it's a good reason. h5, h6.
Okay, king f7, h5.
Okay, but
and now knight e3, knight f5, like you said.
Maybe, but then but black got so many tempers.
But actually rook b5 protects e5, so f5 is an idea. I didn't notice.
f5, but
then there's no knight e3. There's f4.
Before we said we're not sure black really wants to play f5. Do you think he
No, the reason we didn't want f5.
I know there was knight f3. I know, but I mean even after f5, if I'm
actually,
back to h2.
when we looked at it, I just want to mention, when we looked at f5,
Yes, but then we said
it was
queen-
here.
yes,
We didn't
takes-
spot
takes-
rook b5. Even here, we didn't see this move even.
You're right, we didn't.
And it's quite
But-
logical, but
Honestly, I don't think it's Carlsen's idea to play f5, even
I
in
mean-
this position. I'm not think f5.
but let's say
is perfect.
h4, f5. What do you do? Knight h2 is forced,
I thought a bit about sacrificing an exchange on d6.
but c d6.
Yes, because yes, exactly. If I would force you to take by bishop, and I will have some positional compensation, maybe. But
Yeah.
but yes, but no. If c d6, and you even have just bishop
I
d7.
get d5 later.
Yes, yes. Okay, so king h2,
Knight
knight h2. Sorry.
f4. And
4. If queens were on board, it would be very very strong for black. But now, not so
Mm.
sure. e4.
wait, let me see.
No, after
f3 is played actually.
f3.
So
Okay.
Karjakin is just playing solid moves.
It's also solid move. Also kind of prophylactics against.
Yeah, he
some,
wants to bring his king over, maybe knight f2, knight
Yes.
e4.
Yes. Yes. f3
Yes.
makes sense. Yes.
So, what next? Nitzan mentioned the move h4, f5 actually, probably before we said it. So yeah. f3 was played. What next? Any suggestions?
For black, you mean?
Yeah.
Okay, rook b8 makes some sense, as you say, to activate the rook.
Let me bring some water while you
Yeah.
demonstrate the
Thanks.
variations.
Thanks. So we
The
said maybe rook b8. Let's say knight f2 makes some sense. Thanks. And maybe on knight f2, maybe I can play f5, and the knights just have no squares anymore.
That's interesting. So, can play f5.
I'm not sure Karjakin's idea is knight f2, by the way, but maybe just played f3
f3.
to take the e4 square for some reason.
Yeah.
Well, knight e4 looks bad.
Well,
You can play knight e4 here, but
I mean after rook b8.
yes.
You can also start with f5. I mean, why only after knight f2? It prevents knight e3.
Yeah, you
I
can.
mean,
You can.
knight h2 doesn't look logical.
No, no. with
But
the
from
pawn
f2 it doesn't
f3.
have many squares. I mean, from h2 you can go to f1.
Yes. That's the disadvantage of the f3 move, because previously white could play knight h2, knight f3 maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, f5, interesting.
f5.
But he allows it, so he has something in mind.
Well, it's very difficult to prevent f5. Knight e3 is the only
Yes.
move we had in mind that might
Yes.
prevent it, but then g6. So, it's... I mean, in these situations I can guess a lot of moves, but I think the best thing to do is just to see what Carlsen chooses to play, because he's a master in such positions. Just to... Like, probably black has 10 moves here that make sense. Some
But let's try to
form
to
of sense. So
I
f5 is one of
I
them.
think we still can try to guess.
I mean, but how do you choose between...
No,
This is
because
a
f5
direct...
is a very concrete move.
Yeah,
and
because
let's
the
say-
pawn cannot go back.
Yes.
King
exactly.
f7 also is a move.
King f7 comes to mind, and rook b8 maybe.
Okay.
Maybe 3 moves. I would be, there are no, maybe not 10. I'll say there are these 3 moves are come to mind.
I mean, the most straightforward.
Yes, yes. What else? Knight is not moving, bishops are not moving. No, I think it would be one of the 3. But the f5 is the most principal.
So Ariel is asking in the chat, what is my opinion or our opinion on rook e8, knight f2, rook takes b2? Is an idea.
I thought about this an idea, but I think black's position is so good.
There is no point.
There is no point, and the b2 pawn is so weak.
Yeah.
And okay, if I'm playing for
I'm kind of
obviously-
dreaming about bringing this knight to
yeah,
a4 later
obviously black is not worse there without exchange, but
Yeah.
but I'm not sure it's time for this
on. Yeah.
for this thing, because white would have some counterplays there with rook b1, and
Mhm.
I think I would not go for it.
Yeah. So knight g4, and now.
He said somebody said f5 was played. Do you think it's correct?
F5. Let's check. So here.
Yes, f5.
on the
Okay.
board.
So we did guess it, but yes, that's position. But the rook is on b5. What's
Oh, sorry.
something wrong here?
Not the right position. So here f5 was played.
Yes, f5 was played.
Knight f2 is what we predict.
Yes, unless we miss something very simple, but
So
I don't believe he would take on b6.
Okay, now it's probably king f7, king f6 or g6, something to stabilize the position.
Yes.
This bishop, on f8 might be good on g7 later on, but I'm not sure.
So white knights are completely out of moves.
Yeah.
So it's really difficult to play actually any move for white.
Yes, so it's just, I like to call it, it's funny, especially when I'm commentating from chess juice, like this is the squeeze, yeah? Black is slowly improving, g6, king f7, find this good square for this bishop, this rook. In the meantime, white, I mean, even if you give him 5 moves in a row, it's not so clear what he will do.
No, you can see that
And,
all of his pieces are in the 3 last lines,
Yeah,
and black is really
on the
active.
5th line already. Yeah, I mean, this is looking quite big for black, I mean, compared to previous openings.
Actually, normally you don't get such a position as black in a 27 move.
Yeah.
It's yeah. So far,
I mean-
so far I think it's a very good move very good game by Carlsen.
Yeah, so let's just have a look.
King f7.
King
let's
f7
say.
is one move,
Yeah.
g6 is another.
Yeah.
Just to overprotect f5 and prepare bishop g7 perhaps. Rook e b8 would make less sense because this pawn has to be strong,
No point. No
has to
point.
be protected.
No
but
point.
I
So
mean,
king f7, I think.
let's ask this question: what is white's next move? If we were okay, bishop e7 was played actually.
Okay, we didn't guess this one.
Yeah.
You just want to put it on h4 maybe, and to. He don't like that white has 3 lines, and he want to all his pieces to be on the only on the first one.
On the first.
Yes, he want
Yeah.
to retreat the knight to
Actually,
f1,
bishop
and
h4.
then
Yeah.
yes, after bishop h4, the
And
bishop
then
is,
back to f6.
the bishop is even you can leave it on h4. It's
to
very
provoke g3. Yeah.
it's very strong on h4 actually.
Wow. Okay, bishop. Wow, this is looking really nice. I mean,
It's really nice,
and by the way, we didn't offer this move, but the method that can be used to find this move for us normal humans, let's say,
yes.
is to, as I mentioned, what does the opponent threaten? Nothing. Which piece doesn't work? So I assume that I want to improve the king, but this bishop doesn't have a lot of ideas from f8, and
We did mention it actually, but we didn't see.
we
this
thought it should
earlier.
go to g7, but
yes.
but yeah,
or
from
to c5.
yeah, but we didn't see that bishop e7, bishop h4 is also more economical because you don't have to move the knight and
Yes.
back and forth,
It's very
and
strong.
it's also very strong on h4.
It's very
And
strong.
by the way, even without it, to put it on f6 is probably better than on f8. So
Yes.
bishop e7, a very nice
very
move,
strong, very strong.
and as you can see,
I'm a bit disappointed we didn't see it.
yeah,
But
I
yes,
mean,
we should have seen it. If we would talk less
yeah, nonsense, but
nonsense, we will probably see it.
but while Karjakin is thinking,
Wow, if I would be white here, I'll be really,
yeah,
I'm really worried at this point already.
oh yeah.
Because you know,
But
like,
imagine, like, if even if you play, let's say, against a random GM or IM, you will be worried. But
yes.
imagine Carlsen sitting on the other side of the board, or Kasparov for the
Yes, no,
For example.
but I would be worried anyway.
Yeah,
It's an ugly position. Look at this.
yeah,
I wonder how computer evaluates it, but for a human
Yeah.
eye, it looks.
I I have a feeling now that you mention it, many people will say in the chat, but I would rather not know.
No, we don't want to know it. No, of course
Yeah.
no. But
It's a rhetorical question for those in the chat who didn't understand.
No, we don't want. We can
We
check
just
it.
we want to wonder. We don't want to know.
We can check it with computer as well, but we don't like to do it. And yes, I would again start to think about some things like rook d6, but it's just bad. So, but I would think maybe it's not that bad as the position.
Mhm.
Like, if you play against some weaker player, you definitely should consider seriously to take on d6 here, just to make the game, to get some initiative, to maybe to get him out of the balance. I will definitely play it against some weaker player, but when you play against a strong one, so you just don't know what's worse here.
Yeah.
Because after the bishop would come to h4, would be really, really not nice.
Yeah, bishop
Easy to break, no
e7.
counterplay for white, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Wow. So while Karjakin is thinking, let me get back to the annoying question from earlier. Just to prove that
But your question is not interesting.
No, but
just come with some good question. I will be glad to answer all your
Okay.
questions. But your question is...
No, but the deserted island, chess juice members.
Why should I choose between your chess juice players?
Okay, you chose among the top 10.
Yes, top 10. Okay.
This is just something I asked
let's
the previous
Let's
one.
wait for some from your chess juice to get to the top 10.
Uh-huh.
Then I will ask him. Okay.
Well,
I will
challenge accepted.
Okay. Good luck.
All right. That's also an approach. I will find better questions, but I will ask this question for the pose it to the future. Let's call it guests that we have, and
Yes.
see. No, but what other interesting questions can we come up with? So remember the question about the tactics with someone who only works on tactics without anything else. How far do you think someone can go in chess?
Only by viewing your channel.
No. But this is interesting actually. But no, I meant to ask, like, imagine a person who never sees proper sacrifices, even silly tactics. Okay, just talking about like giving up a rook for a knight just to take a queen on the next move. I mean, all these basic tactics. He never misses his opponent's chances. He doesn't allow them to do tactics, but he doesn't use tactics to win the game, and just play strategically.
Okay, you have much more funny question from Bernardo Gordo, which asks, if you were an animal, what animal would you be?
Actually, I had this question on every stream several times.
He?
No, I had it.
You had it.
Nitsan yesterday replied that he wanted to be a tiger.
Of course,
and
Nitsan is a tiger.
Yeah,
Yes.
and I chose an elephant. Yes.
Elephant,
Yes.
the lazy and...
Yeah, I just want to sit and commentate,
Yes, and everyone
about
would
life.
say, oh, it's
Yeah.
an elephant.
Yeah. But, now that you posed the question, you kind of asked for it. Which animal would you be?
I should think about it.
I've seen one of the episodes, I think it was this series Black Mirror. Have you heard about it?
I heard, but I haven't seen it.
So, basically, I mean, no spoilers, of course, but the general point of the series is to show a lot of other forms of advanced technology, and kind of criticize the human race for using this technology in a bad way in many different aspects. So in one of the episodes, actually it wasn't in Black Mirror. I think it was a movie actually I've seen recently, that in a futuristic world, someone is like being put in some institution where he has to choose an animal, and then he's being put to some form of a test, and then if he fails, then a scientist will transform him into this animal. And if he fails to find a partner, it reminds me of the Big Brother show, like a lot of males and females, and they are all like talking to each other, and if they fail to get married after a period of time, they just and he chose a lobster. I believe this was the name of the movie also. Like the beginning of the film, he chooses a lobster.
Yeah.
But I really don't remember what was it. But it's really funny. Like that he chose a lobster. I think he said something like that. A fun fact, by the way, about lobsters. Did you know that theoretically they live forever? They don't get old.
Yeah, I guess I heard this.
Yeah,
Yes.
they don't get older, but usually the cause of death for lobsters is that like every time with the years that go by, they become bigger and bigger, and every time they need to get rid of their shell, I don't know how you call it in English, and then create a new shell, and they just go out of it, and then somehow at some point they become too big to go out of their shell, so they just grow bigger and bigger inside a shell that is too small for them until they can't survive anymore. F4, by the way, as I mentioned, Karjakin, if he wants to do something rather than playing passively, he has to take risks. So yeah, the shell becomes too small for them and they just get squashed, or however you call it. But yeah. So
Yes,
there is a lot of research being done on lobsters to trying to discover if humans can achieve immortality using some of their I don't know, natural gifts. So after f4, obviously white has a threat, and now e takes f4 is the critical move, normally speaking, but now bishop f4 and rook b2 is not possible because of bishop d6 and knight f5, for example. Yeah,
yes, that's why that's the disadvantage of the bishop on e7 actually.
yeah, Karjakin is trying to exploit it.
Yes.
So what is this? Just randomly generating some moves.
Knight
Okay.
d4.
It's interesting, but let's be organized. So f4.
Yeah.
First and foremost, when you have this position with black, you check ef. Yeah. Of course, e4 is an interesting move, but then white is a little bit relieved because you can put the knight on e3.
You don't like to play.
Yeah, you want to open up the position. So one interesting option is to play bishop h4
still, of course.
anyway, and the second one is to take. So taking, of course, bishop f4 is the idea.
Yeah.
And
but maybe not to take now on b2, but just leave him with this weakness.
Well,
The question if I have some moves like g6 maybe? Can I play g6?
you can also play g5.
G5 like Karjakin did yesterday, but
Yeah.
but then
Like
you lose on f5 is protected.
Yeah.
It's G5 is also interesting.
And now this is also under attack.
Kind of, yes. After moves knight, yes.
G5 looks okay. So
check
let's say EF is one option, bishop h4 looks like the second option.
yes.
I have
let's
a feeling.
Let's check this G5 again. Okay, he's thinking.
Yeah.
Takes G5.
So bishop takes is forced, right?
Yes. Yes.
Now G5.
G5.
Now, if
Now no tactics, right? So white should do something.
Well,
Bishop E5. Does it make any sense?
well, bishop c1 is an option.
You can come back, right?
Now
But
f4.
then it's not so clear what you achieved with f4 because. Okay, so I have no bishop h4 anymore. No, but why f4? Not have to. I not have to hurry up. I can again play slowly like king of 7.
What now? By the way, this is the position on the board.
Oh,
Actually they played
h4. He played bishop h4.
He didn't.
He probably thought it's.
But I think he rushed a little bit. Even if it's the correct decision, he had to calculate EF a bit more deeply. But okay,
But
let's.
I guess he calculated f4 even before because
maybe.
he thought the white has.
Well, it doesn't have much time also.
Yes.
Guys, what is the time situation?
But I guess
Tell us.
there was
Bishop
no
h4.
active moves for white, so he did say it before.
Yeah, so here, knight moves. Let's say somewhere to h5 or no, but h5 g6 looks good. So knight h1, and now e takes f4 looks much more logical. And any bishop f4 related ideas will allow black to win the pawn on b2. So I'm just FE5 was played actually. I forgot FE5. Sorry. And yeah. And Magnus says 34 minutes. Karjakin 17, according to Chris Dunn. Thank you. So FE. So Karjakin is also half of the time that Carlsen does, and that's actually, it must be a good sign. It also to have a lot more time on the clock rather than only the position. And I'm suspecting rook e5 is the next move, but I don't know why. It feels like allowing FE and exchanging one pair of rooks is something that black would like to avoid. But let's see. Now taking on g3, ed6, cd6 is not that tempting but possible. I'm thinking some rook on e5. Let's just say this one, forcing rook takes, knight somewhere, not sure where, but let's just say, for example, but rook e2 is coming. Rook e2 is a bit annoying. Not too sure. Okay, let's say I go with the knight somewhere, like h5. If rook e2, this knight is under attack. So perhaps I have to go to h1, which is ugly looking. But then I just want to go king f1, rook e1. Yeah. I guess we'll see in a moment what Karjakin will choose. But yeah, rook b e5 looks like the most logical choice. Now rook e5, rook e fe, rook e5, rook e5. Bishop f4 is interesting actually, protecting the knight and attacking the rook. And now if I go bishop takes g3, then at least he got rid of my two bishops, even though this looks dangerous sometimes. But bishop takes d6. So this is the position on the board, Igor. fe5.
Yeah.
And now I'm trying to calculate. I think rook b5 is the most logical.
Yeah.
Forcing rook takes. Yeah, and now bishop f4 seems like the most interesting move. Yeah. Trying to come up with a follow-up. Maybe rook e6, rook goes to g6, or g5 even later.
What if I take on d6 and f5?
And by the way, Karjakin has 17 minutes against Carlsen's 30.
But was
bishop
already?
g3 played. Okay. Bishop g3
Bishop g3
is a move that I mentioned as possible, but I thought rook e5 might be simpler.
Yeah.
ed6 now.
And now took on e1 or what?
Now I think it's black.
Did he play?
You already took?
Yeah, he took on e1.
Okay, now cd6 is what I presume will be played.
Yes.
To correct the pawns. Later on maybe push d5, d4 hopefully. Yeah, but I mean, is this so good?
Looks like, yes. Black still has a domination, still has the two bishops. The bishop on g3 is very strong. Looks good.
Yeah.
What can you do here, actually?
Well,
again, we don't. It's difficult to find the move for white. I guess you should move the rook somewhere, maybe back to d1.
You know, when I'm playing with the better side, I hesitate to exchange pieces because I want to maintain as much pressure as possible. But I mean, part of mastery in chess is to know that despite exchanging pieces, you still dominate the position.
You still has the bishops, and now the pawns improved. White still has the weakness on b2. Still has the weakness of this.
So black has more
horrible
space.
Knight.
The two bishops.
Yes.
And
but look at the pawns on c4 and f5.
And the more active pieces.
Yes, the pawns on c4 and f5 they're very strong. They completely control dominate the knight, and white cannot attack them.
Yeah.
So on light
because the bishop is dark square.
Yes, and the bishop is also very passive. Like this one has two
Yeah.
every piece of black is much better than white. His white colleague.
Yes,
let's say.
Nitzan Steinberg is mentioning that it feels like yesterday. Carlsen will win today.
Yes, but I really hope to bring some luck to Carlsen by being here in Nitzan's place.
Yeah,
And,
it's
and
funny. I read once in an article, I don't know, maybe my memory is failing me, but I remember reading about Etienne Bacro, who mentioned about himself to be very superstitious. And one time he was playing in a tournament where Carlsen was playing, and he wanted Carlsen to win. And Carlsen was having much better position, and he had to find some strong move to win probably, or to be very close to it. And then he said in, I think it was an article in You in Chess or something, and Bacro said that he was watching the big screen with the projector, and he was like, he had to go to the bathroom, and then he said to himself, no, I have to stay and watch the game until Carlsen will find the move. And then he went, at some point he couldn't hold it, and he went to the bathroom. By the time he was back, Carlsen didn't play the right move, and he blamed himself, like, in a way. He thought, oh, I should have stayed, because then he would have found the move. And chess players are kind of superstitious in this way sometimes.
Chess players are very superstitious.
Yeah.
Very much.
I mean, I don't consider myself superstitious in any sense. I don't think I have any of these things.
We know you're not a typical chess player.
Is it true?
I think so.
I'm a chess streamer, maybe. Yeah?
Yes, you're
Well,
a chess streamer.
who is a
That's
typical chess player? Karjakin? I mean, for among the top players, of
Karjakin
course.
is typical of some kind of chess player. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
One of the different versions. So there are many different types of typical chess players.
Maybe not that many, but yes, there are some types, and Karjakin he is a very typical
Let's call it
representative, yes, of one.
Of the Soviet kind of.
Yes. Of working hard, of
Yeah,
openings,
fighting until the end, defending,
yes.
being principled and solid,
Kind of.
high class.
I don't see even a move for him here again.
Yeah.
Like then he played f4, but I think f4 didn't make his life better. You know, the position is so bad. So
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe rook. I don't know. Rook f1, maybe.
I love it. I'm trying to calculate variations, just to looking at the chat to see if someone is asking something about the game, and then like every few minutes, like, Tal, did you brush your teeth? Are you going to brush your teeth during the stream?
You know, I have an idea of rook f1 with
F1.
with the idea of knight h1.
This is definitely
An active plan.
I'm suspecting he might do it now that you
No, but
mentioned it.
even this is not a so strong idea, because then black can just play bishop h4 there.
Yeah.
So
Rook F1.
no, but okay, rook f1 is stupid, but what I don't know.
Okay, but so let's first of all
Maybe rook
see.
e2. Maybe.
Okay, no pawns can really move in a logical way.
Maybe
The-
rook e2 makes sense.
The king, I'm not suggesting moves, just mentioning that the king can only move here.
Yes.
The bishop cannot move, so it's only the rook or the king.
No.
That are the only pieces that can move.
Yes.
So the rook doesn't have many squares that
Maybe
are
rook
good.
e2.
But let's say the rook, he can go to different places.
Yeah.
E3 is probably not one of them.
Yes. No. So you can go to
E6.
even to e6, but
Like
You-
five.
you-
White has like 6 legal moves.
yeah, not legal, but you know, it comes to mind. Yes.
No, legal moves that don't destroy his
They don't
position.
destroy, yeah.
Only 6. Maybe some of them are very bad. Also that
It looks like, yeah.
that we.
But even not one of them have any sense.
Well, rook e6 allows king f7, just has to go back.
Exactly. And rook e7
King.
kind of the same with the king f8. Okay.
Also,
maybe
it allows rook
e7.
e5 ideas, and then maybe the endgame can be lost sometimes.
Yes,
yeah?
that's actually here. That already. Yes. Well. I
So
think
just
it's
for example, rook e7, maybe rook
maybe
e5
rook e5
is very good.
Yeah. So just take with pawn. And,
Yeah, and maybe this endgame is so
But
difficult.
I think black should not
The
go
king
for
can
it.
go for b3.
Yes, but maybe but I think if black
This
don't
is-
have to, he will not go for it very fast, because the rook is also much more active for black. So why to play?
No, but just look at the position.
Maybe
If I go
it's
f4
lost.
next, I
Maybe
mean
it's
knight d1 f4 for example.
Yeah, it's horrible.
It's
Yeah, I want to resign. I should resign.
I mean you
Knight
can
f2.
and now e4 and g5 coming, yeah? No,
now
it's,
knight h1
okay.
and suddenly I have some chances.
Winning
No, but
No,
maybe
just
holding. But maybe holding after
for a
knight h1.
moment. Yeah. No, e4 was rushed, but
G5
g5 followed by this.
Yes.
No, but So rook e7 allows rook here. Actually, rook e2 also allows rook e5.
Yeah.
The same point. Rook e1 is mate if you move the rook. So yeah. So rook f1 seems like one of the only moves, and rook d1 is the other one which was played. Okay, so now white untangled his knight, but the only square he has is h1. It's quite remarkable. Knight h1, king f1, and rook moves are the only things at white's disposal for the next move. So he only will have like 6 possible moves that are legal and not giving up something.
Okay, okay. King f7 looks very good and logical.
Okay, knight h1 is definitely the idea for white.
Yes.
Definitely the next move, because all the rest are not improving.
But what next after knight h1 and let's say bishop?
Let's just try to understand the position deeper. That g6, just for the sake of waiting, without any idea in mind, just to check knight h1 and see what happens. So if now
I'll play bishop b5 maybe.
You
Because
said
bishop
h4.
h4. Yes, but then I don't want even to give you a chance to activate your bishop. No, but bishop h4 I can take on d6. No. No, you should play bishop e5.
By the way, can I play d5? I know it looks bad, but
No, but I don't like it. I don't like it. Why would you like to play d5?
probably I don't.
No.
Just to have this bishop.
No, but the bishop is good enough on e5.
Yeah.
But also g6.
Okay, let's just say bishop
G6
e5 next.
G6 has no.
And now what? Now what? Knight f2 probably back. But he doesn't have any other squares. King f2
Maybe king f2.
and knight g3.
Maybe g4, right?
So
No, but g4 is losing. G4 is very bad.
no, but what else? Knight g3 is the idea, and then to e2.
Yeah.
I mean, if he can get the knight to d4, it will be fine.
Yes.
Or very close to fine.
No, but well, I think
Or
this
much
game,
closer.
Carlsen really must win, because it looks
Well,
really good, and
Well,
you know, if he doesn't win 2 games in a row with such an advantage,
yeah,
I think it will.
it will be difficult psychologically to come back.
He can easily come back because he can outplay Karjakin in every single game, in my opinion. But
Yeah.
he just should no reason he would not win it. It's so good. And
So king f2. Now what?
but why g6? G6 wasn't played.
No,
right?
no, I'm not suggesting g6.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to understand what white wants.
But I
So
think,
for those who wonder, this is the position on the board, rook
yes,
d1.
but I think really okay. That's a good approach. But let's come back to the position and let's try to think how we play with black for a win.
No, but
Okay, white, yes.
But
yes.
now we understood what white wants.
Yes,
This
in
was the purpose of my
in a
random.
very ideal world. Yes.
Okay, if he has a move, this is his plan. His only
Yes.
plan actually.
Only.
So now, as the late Dvoretsky used to say, how do we prevent his idea? How do we fight against it in a logical way? So I don't want to move backwards without any provocation.
No,
But-
of course not.
Yeah, but what do you think about rook d5 in
I
general?
think about it, but again, I would not like to play it because I feel
Also rook,
it makes white's life a bit easier. No, but rook e5 I don't like because of knight h1.
And then rook
e1,
e1,
rook
yeah.
e1. Yes, but takes and king f1. And now
you don't have g3, so you have to go back to f2. This is actually, oh maybe you do
no,
have
no,
g3
no, no, no,
at
no,
some
no.
point.
I play knight f2 previous move, and then next move I will play king f1. No, I take, and king
Uh-huh.
f2, and I will force opposite color bishops. I think it's draw.
Oh.
Surprisingly. So you don't want to go there.
You're right. So I don't want rook e1.
No, so you don't want rook e5 actually. You have no reason to play rook e5.
Well, you could say that, you could argue that this is
Yeah, you're right. I cannot take on d6. Well,
no,
maybe
rook
I can.
e2 is
Maybe I can
rook
take
e1.
on this, but what about rook d6?
Okay, let's check it. So rook e1.
King h2, the only move.
Mm-hmm.
You can take bishop g2, but maybe it's not.
I'm thinking
Maybe bishop g2.
also this, followed by rook e2.
This is just for domination.
I mean, just wondering what are you even going to do next?
No, but I can play my bishop and then play rook d2 back.
Where? Here?
F4.
g5.
Yes. G5.
I don't have many squares. And F4 next, perhaps. Okay, the rook D, rook E2
No,
if
but
you go
maybe
to
I can
E5.
take on G5?
The bishop?
Yeah.
That's annoying. If I go rook E2 with a mate in 1,
Okay.
rook D2,
Yeah, rook
Sudden.
E2. I'm okay.
suddenly you're alive.
Even more.
Yeah,
Even more
even-
than alive.
Okay, it was just an example.
Yes.
An example of a line, but just so G5 was a bit too hasty, but let's say to go. Okay, but you want some things. Okay, but this looks so close. I mean, this rook E5. Let's see if they play.
But I'm not sure the position is already, for ready for a forced win. You're looking for a forced win now? I think.
No, I mean I'm just calculating rook E5. I don't
Yeah.
care about anything.
Yes. So
rook E5, knight H1.
knight H1.
Actually, can I go rook E2 now?
No, but I take the bishop. It's not so
like
clear.
this.
Okay, rook D6. I'm not sure you want to all this opposite color bishops type of positions. Yes, you're better, but
Okay, just
but not enough. Maybe H4.
mm-hmm. I was just wondering. So the reason I didn't play bishop E1 was
Bishop E1. I just take on D6.
take on D6. I don't have a follow-up. So if I have an idea like F4, you have to take, yeah?
Yes, looks like.
I mean, of course it's not ideal, but I do have a threat of rook
You have
E2.
a threat. It's a strong one.
Bishop F4,
No, but rook E2.
rook E2,
Rook E2 wins.
rook E2 wins. So you have to go king F1,
Yes.
bishop E4, and followed by bishop D3. I'm winning probably, or very...
No, bishop F4. Rook F5 wins.
Wait, maybe I'm not winning yet. Let's not rush it. Okay, the rook cannot really move. If you move the bishop, I go bishop D3, rook E2, and you cannot have rook D2. Now this looks really
But
nice.
wait, it's not. It wasn't forced. Can we come
Okay,
back two
so
moves?
F4.
Okay. F4. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Well, I guess you can start with king F1. And if bishop E4, knight F2, something like this, but it looks really bad. If you don't have time to take on D6, then I will be very happy with this. Well, it's a bit too... he played king F7, rook D4.
F7. Yeah. He
Okay,
didn't
but
want
rook
to-
E5 was interesting.
was interesting, but okay. But I
Yeah.
think king F7 is make more sense.
Well, it doesn't prevent knight H1,
I was
and my idea was
but
kind of-
but king H1 is not a real threat, so
No, but I know king F7 was played, but just for a moment. Rook E5,
yeah.
knight H1, just for the sake of prophylaxis. This, F4.
Okay.
I'm completely dominating. If rook E2, you can resign. So king F1, bishop E4. What do? Bishop D3, rook E2 is, of course, crushing. So
Okay.
you have to...
Just stop a second and let me see.
Yeah, you have to play knight F2 or take. I would...
Okay, let's say knight F2.
Yes, and now I can go the bishop, for example, to D5. You want knight G4 perhaps.
H4?
Wait, so if I go to some square,
Then I maybe take on D6.
bishop D3, this is actually... I'm trying to find a forced way. Can I just go here and play this? And rook E2 next? I mean, it looks very risky for white to enter it.
But bishop D2? Maybe
Rook
bishop,
E2,
bishop A1?
like this? I don't believe it, but
Yeah, it looks bad, but
okay, I can take... in this order I cannot, but I should take here and... Well,
okay. Rook D1?
it's always
No, I can hold it.
double-edged, yeah.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
maybe
Okay,
not.
so it's a bit not obvious, but
I think his move is more technical.
maybe.
It's like you said, you need your last piece to play. So the king, let's bring the king to play. King of 7.
I really want to avoid knight H1. I mean, if this is winning, then that's it. Rook E5 is winning.
Yeah, I agree.
And
but,
this F4 idea is just looking very strong, because if you take, I think here this looks like like I'm completely dominating despite the opposite colored bishops. Then rook e2 next, bishop back to e4 is the idea.
Yeah.
So, and this, I mean, there, if only king f1 and knight f2 is your idea.
No, but let's not forget that knight h1 was not the only move.
I mean, it was the only idea in the position.
Oh, idea. Okay, I'm not talking about ideas here, but okay, I can.
I mean, rook e5 prevents any rook move. You can, I mean,
maybe
you can. The only two moves other than knight f1 are these. That's it. And of course, rook f1 allows rook e2. So I mean, king f1 is the only move other than knight h1.
Yeah, king f1. But king f1 maybe it's a good move.
Yeah.
Because previously we played king h1, knight h1, and then knight back to f2.
You're right. So yeah, I guess.
And now I threat.
Knight h1 or
no, I threat rook d6.
No, but if I move the rook,
but you could protect it by king. Tal.
I just don't want to allow.
But I want
knight h1, king f2, knight g3.
Okay.
Which will probably be.
Anyway, we know that he did play rook d4.
Okay, rook e5, king f1 was
and now he played king f1.
So it transposed to my variation.
Kind of, yes.
I mean, we looked at rook e5, but without the threat on this 6.
Yeah. Now,
so let's just check their order precisely. So here we played king f7, king f1,
yes.
rook e5.
No, I think he played rook d4 before, no?
Ah, sorry, rook d4, rook e5, king f1. You're right.
Yeah.
And now, of course, rook takes d6 is an idea.
Yes.
Wow. And now, what can be the case?
Okay, he can
so
always
this is the position in the game.
Yes.
As far as we
he can always play rook d5.
Rook d5 was played actually.
That's what I wanted to say.
Forcing.
So I guessed it. My guess.
Yes.
Yes. Forcing.
The exchange.
So maybe bishop e3 now?
If bishop e3, maybe I don't even have to force anything. I can just, if I go here, and I gain some time.
Oh, but then I maybe can take on c4.
C4 is hanging. I didn't even.
No, it's not hanging because of bishop b5. But if you play rook b5. So.
No, but I didn't see it was even hanging
Yeah.
in the first place with this bishop b5 idea. So here rook d4 was attacking this pawn.
Yes, but rook e5 threatens
rook e5 threatens mate,
After
and now this
f1,
pawn is no longer attacked, so
no
he could afford to go here.
Yeah.
And bishop e3, and now we have to guess what's going to happen. I mean, bishop e3 wasn't played.
And I just mentioned that Ahmed asked us to focus on the game and not.
Okay, but earlier it was earlier, no?
Maybe I don't know. Yeah.
Or maybe.
No, but maybe not on variations. But maybe not on variations. No, but I'm just mentioning it. I'm not saying we should.
I mean, people in the chat ask for various things.
Yes, but I think we should give them some attention and at least to, that they will feel we see what they're writing. You think but it's your channel, so
no, we can do whatever we wish. I mean,
how do you know when is the other stream?
Just notice that the fact that we have 400 viewers now and that maybe tens of thousands will see the video in the future, we don't have to only treat them.
Yes,
maybe we can. I mean, just focusing on what is interesting for us might be interesting for the majority of the viewers in the future.
That's right.
So, and this position with rook d5. Now it's white to move, and already it took on d5. So we're wondering around about bishop e3, but this is
we got an endgame
position. So bishop takes d5, and now in this position, we already got the endgame. The knight is very, very well dominated by these pawns on f5 and c4, as Igor mentioned. And now, of course, black's idea is to just activate his king. And as you can notice, this is one weakness, and this is the second one. And normally speaking, in chess, when having the better position, there is a very famous principle in the endgame called the principle of two weaknesses. Yeah, and if one is not enough normally because you can defend with all your pieces, and usually it's not possible to just grab it. But now black can use this weakness to tie the king, and he can use this weakness, for example, to tie the bishop, and then he's free to improve his position with the pawns or with the other pieces that he has, and it should be winning if white cannot generate any weaknesses for black or attack anything. So my idea for black is to bring the king somehow to b3, either slowly or rapidly, and in the meantime there shouldn't be too much counterplay for white. And if the king reaches b3, of course it will be more active than f7, and then also king c2 will always be a threat, so you'll have to somehow defend the c2 square. And at some point, if I have enough ideas, you'll run out of pieces to protect from these ideas.
Well,
And
why should do something very quickly and something very concrete, but we cannot see.
Yeah.
Okay, it looks like knight d1 is like kind of only move here.
And I'll also mention that even if you manage to protect all your squares and put all the pieces on their perfect spots, usually in such cases, when someone is more active, there will be Zugzwang eventually, and you'll be forced to just make a move.
Yes, even here it looks like
concession.
if the king would come to b3, we don't need the Zugzwang, so...
Yes.
It's hard to see some kind of fortress for white here, because these pieces are so... lack of coordination and...
yes.
But if he just would improve his knight dramatically, like, you know, like to put it on d4 or something, it would be much better, but...
Yeah.
But hard to say.
Yes. So here bishop d5, and what else?
Do you have some food for your guests?
I have some food left. You can.
No, rice. No.
No. Actually, there is something nice. I'm not sure how to say it in English, or if it's still warm. It's a little bit warm. You can have a look.
No, but I'm not sure. I want to still have some warm stuff. No, it's no. I would like some much more lighter
Humble.
stuff. Humble. Let's check what happens.
Okay. I have fruit.
Which kind of fruit?
Apricot or
Still
pear.
no move so far.
Which one? Which one of the two? This one.
Is it good?
Didn't check, but yeah. Fruit. The fruit is very good in Israel normally speaking. I've been to Baku for the Olympiad, and the organization was great, but the fruit in Baku was suboptimal.
Suboptimal.
Yeah. I'm not sure if this is how people eat apricots.
They usually do it on live.
Yeah, but yeah, this is the main thing. You can even show it to the viewers on the camera. That we're not pretending. Did you know that you can also call it a persimmon in English?
Persimmon.
Yeah. Now bishop g5.
Bishop g5 played?
Yes. So we just mentioned we don't see anything active, and Karjakin moves one of his pieces forward. But yeah, bishop wants to go to d8, probably, and then try to find a square to attack some of black's pawns. But sorry, I hardly doubt he can do it. Now, what is black going to do? Probably bring his king over, yeah? I mean, I don't see any reason not to. This is so juicy, I mean, this b3 square. Then you can also go to c2.
Yeah.
This is just very straightforward. What will happen? Let's say king e6, knight h1, bishop e5.
No, maybe knight d1. Yeah, okay. Well, I don't know.
Yeah, it's possible. I just want to get this. On d1, it's harder to bring it. Is black going to go f4 actually? It's possible. Just f4. To keep the knight. And the bishop might be...
King f1, I don't know.
Oh no, it's king f1, king f5. Already I can come from here.
Yeah, this was just lost.
Yeah. So... King e6 is my choice of move. Let's check knight d1. So knight e3, knight c2, knight d4 is your idea. So following the same concept, I go f4 followed by this.
No,
Probably
it was very bad. I should come back.
come back, but now this is too
It's like
fast.
the same, yeah.
Ah, but this.
No, but it's a bit better than previously, but still very, yeah.
But now you kind of can pretend to have some idea. Or maybe Cast King e4, but then knight g4. I don't know. One moment. Knight d1. Maybe I shouldn't rush. Ah, maybe I just move the bishop. So here. Why did I rush with this? Ah, because knight e3 is an
Yeah.
idea. But if I just go bishop e4, that's actually quite nice because now I can go f4. And you can take on c4, I have bishop d3
Yeah.
check. So bishop e4 looks straightforward and good, yeah? Dominating the position. And I just go f4 next, and then I don't mind playing d5 if you attack this pawn.
Yeah.
Okay, so bishop e4 should be good. I have a feeling we are going to see a decisive result today. That's
Hopefully.
I mean, I've had this feeling for a while now, but
Yeah.
now I'm really starting to actually believe,
To smell the blood.
to smell the blood, exactly. So I'll take this back also. One moment. So, what do we have? I'm very curious. And also, I mean, it's quite late in Israel right now, by the way. We are in Tel Aviv. It's almost midnight. But it feels early because the game is so interesting. Yeah?
Yeah, it was a really good game. I don't know if it,
It,
was
di-
so
it didn't
interesting.
finish. It's
but
still interesting.
Yes, but it is a good game.
Well,
yeah.
I mean, I don't know what about the viewers here, but I watched probably all the world championships since maybe
Capablanca.
Kramnik and no, I mean, I didn't follow very closely maybe before 2005, but since then, like from St. Louis, where Topalov won, and later on, I followed quite closely. And I mean, most of the games were usually quite boring, relatively speaking. And the last two games is what I want to see every day in world championships and in general in any top event. I mean, I don't care even if they win or not, but just so much fighting is taking place. And you just don't play Berlin for 2 games, and that's what happens. You just have a lot of interesting things happening.
That's right.
And of course, the Berlin is safer for black, but as you can see, black can also win sometimes, or at least be better. So
Actually,
my conclusion is don't play the Berlin.
Actually, I'm not a fan of Berlin at all, but I have to say that also in Berlin sometimes black can win. So it can be better. And it happens.
But in top events, I mean,
I can remind you that in a decisive game of a previous world champ, Anand played Berlin against Carlsen. He lost in the end,
but he was much better.
but he played he played this very interesting idea of sacrificing pawns, and it was a very interesting game anyway.
yeah.
So it's also how you play the Berlin, I think.
Yeah.
You can also play the
You
Berlin.
can play any position in a boring fashion and
Exactly.
any position in an interesting way if you want. But yeah, I mean, just seeing so many interesting things happening on the board in every game. Well, it's funny because so many people that I know in real life who are not chess players have watched my channel for a few minutes and told me, "What are you doing? I mean, what is this? Nothing is happening. Every few minutes you move a piece and like it's boring. Chess is boring." And then like they don't realize how fascinated I am and how fascinating it is to watch an actual game where they play in such a level and realizing with every move how little I know about the game and how much I want to improve. And this thing here is just history in the making, yeah?
Yes, we are making history.
Witnessing is not the same as making, but yeah,
But
witnessing history in the making is definitely something worth doing or worth attending to.
Yeah.
And just seeing this game like this, I'm so happy that I decided to commentate on this tournament because usually I watch and I check the computer and I do other things in between and I'm not completely focused. And even though now I also talk a lot and distract myself quite a bit, I feel like I'm truly experiencing the game as they play with the same rhythm, and yeah. Let's focus a little bit deeper about the endgame.
We have greetings from Bangladesh.
Wow.
I have to mention.
Yeah.
Hi Bangladesh.
Yes. You can mention the name also.
Yes, hi Al Hassan.
Yes.
And we also have hello from Canada. So hi all.
Yes.
We
All the different countries.
Enjoying very nice game of Magnus.
Yeah.
And let's see if something changed.
King on G6.
King on G6. Okay.
Okay.
We did not expect this one. What's the point?
Yeah.
What's the point?
King G6 attacking the bish.
Probably the... Yes, it's attacking the bishop. Okay.
No.
King E6 looked...
Let's show the viewers that we're not just pretending to invent moves. Yeah, King on G6. This is our analysis board, so we just input the moves manually. And this is the position from the game, so I should probably... By the way, I have a question that might be interesting for you and also for the viewers. Okay, we all probably understand by now that black is better, and it is very close to winning objectively. If you were to play 10 games like this, let's just say, for example, against Karjakin himself, how many times do you think you wouldn't have managed to win? I mean, just randomly.
How many times I would not manage to win?
I mean, just randomly.
It's interesting you put it in this way, because
how many times will you manage to win?
After all, we still cannot be completely sure Magnus would. Okay, we suppose he would.
Okay, out of 10 he will win sometimes.
Yes,
if not all. But
yes,
but about
right.
You and I mean, and the viewers, we all have this experience that we play chess, we are better, but we are not the best in the world, so sometimes we make mistakes. Even he makes mistakes sometimes.
Yeah.
Just like yesterday when he was winning, and it feels like,
let's say this feels like much more technical position than it was yesterday.
Yeah.
Yesterday it was
very concrete,
technical, but sometimes very concrete.
Extremely concrete.
And it was very difficult to win it only by technical means. But here, it looks like okay, you have a right.
Like Karpov would never.
You have a right for some mistakes here, because unless you don't really miss some, I don't know, knight h1 and you have no place for bishop or something. So and it should not happen.
I mean, this should be already a won game, and you just all that's left is playing some good moves.
Looks like it's won.
Yeah.
So I want to hope I would win the majority of games, let's say.
Mm-hmm. But my question is like, okay, majority of games, but it happened to you that you had a more winning position.
Of course.
That
and
you
I
ruined.
Lost. And I lost.
Don't even drew, lost. For me as well.
Of course.
And okay, it's hard to define why it happens or how it happens, but just generally speaking, when you want to assure the win here, there is no way to do it in our levels. Maybe in any level, there's no way to assure the win 100% unless you prevent counterplay and he has to repeat moves and you improve and improve and improve, and then the win is certain. But there's always gonna be some ideas. So for example, when he did this, he has this idea of bishop e7. He can somehow try to activate the knight, try to activate his king somehow, but there's always gonna be a certain idea in White's mind. Actually, deleted king g6. So it's here. Okay, king g6. So let's say he makes.
Actually, I have to say I'm still surprised about king g6, because I don't have any advantage of it.
So
comparing to king e6.
Yeah.
But maybe.
We
probably Carlsen
we really
knows.
like the idea to bring the king all the way to b3.
Yeah.
But Carlsen maybe sees a faster route from f4 to king to d3 like this. But I guess we'll find out.
But he could do the same from e6, no?
Maybe.
Maybe he wants to.
Maybe king g6 is a useful tempo.
Just a tempo, okay. Maybe.
I don't know.
But with bishop on e7, you cannot play f4 anyway, so I'm not sure.
I guess you're right, but bishop e7, maybe he has some other idea in mind. Maybe just bishop e5 and then f4. I don't know, I'm just guessing, but
maybe. But as we said previously, in this position, maybe you don't have to play the exact moves all the time, so maybe both are good.
Yeah. So as I was saying earlier, so if you play it yourself and you want to assure the win, So there are ways to increase our chances, and one way is to understand in every move what the opponent wants. And if we figure out all of his ideas and have a high level of prophylactic thinking, and we can prevent his ideas, you don't even have to win the position. You can just keep preventing his ideas without compromising our position, and eventually his position will collapse just because he will have no ideas left. Or if he still somehow will manage to stand in his place passively, then we can think about moving the pawns forward, bringing the king forward, and then increase the pressure until he will lose. But for now, okay, so I want Karjakin to make a move first, because guessing a move for white, okay, h4 was just played. This, just as I said it was played, h4. And
okay, we did not expect this one.
Yeah, now this pawn can never go back. So
is it a desperation or it's some chance to play?
I mean, not desperation. I don't like this term because it implies that it's illogical. But this idea is obviously creating another weakness, but hoping to activate
the knight, which is more important. Yes.
So as we mentioned, Karjakin, whenever he faces a situation where he is worse, almost always he chooses an active route. Even if it's not objectively the best, from practical point of view, it's a very good idea to play actively, and he wants to activate the knight, and even if he will lose a pawn in the process. So king h5 comes to mind.
Yes.
Then knight h3, trying to get to f4, and if bishop h4, he probably has knight f4 check already.
Yes, which gives some counterplay.
Wants to take the bishop.
Yeah, that's the idea. That's his idea.
Yes. So preventing knight h3 is not gonna be so easy, in my opinion.
But let's think.
But okay, so
let's think for a second.
Okay, so as I mentioned, king g. Let's just give candidate moves. So this is one, with this idea actually, not to take the pawn. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And then he probably wants to repeat, like this. Yeah.
Obviously.
And then it's not so good.
We don't want to take it. Yeah.
We don't want to take, so we have to repeat.
Yeah.
So this is not so pleasant for black. To allow it.
No, probably he should not play king h5.
Yeah, I agree. But I just want to offer it for a moment. Let's say I go here. Because knight f4, then I can go king g4 maybe. I mean, still not that obvious for me what is white going to do.
Maybe I'm going back again.
Okay, let's say I go c2. I don't even allow you to take. Maybe bishop h4 is good, but just to be precise.
Yeah, it looks bad. Bishop b7, you can just play d5.
Yeah.
Okay, so give me a move back, please. So it was king h5, knight h3, and bishop e4, right?
Yeah, just as an option.
No, I want one move back. This looks deadly lost.
Mm-hmm. So, this looks dead lost. So king h5 is one option, and the second logical option other than king h5 that I was thinking about is to go f4 followed by king f5.
Yes, on king h5 now I have some ideas. On king h5 I would probably play bishop e7.
You mean here?
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Okay, but just for example, I'm wondering if this endgame is winning for black, just if allowing you to take.
Let's check it.
I mean, I'm not sure if I have to allow it, but let's say let's go to c6, just for the sake of simplicity. I want to. The reason I'm doing it is that I want to pass the move, and but then d5 is not so active.
Exactly, because I will play king e2. Let's say I just play king bishop f8 here or something.
I want to move something. Let's just check
this. Let's try to check
because now I do want d5.
Right. Yes, but I will give you a pawn. King e2. King e3.
Okay, I'll take it.
No, then I take d6.
Ah, sorry. d5, king e3 takes. It's just.
No.
You
play
avoid it.
Bishop something. Bishop d6 maybe.
Okay, I have to go here.
You can go here.
Yeah. Well, I can probably also go king g4 and then bishop f2 and e3.
Yeah, so it's winning.
Yeah.
It's winning. d5 looks winning. I like this position with
So this is just completely winning. So
It's
bishop
completely
e4 should be winning.
Looks like. If I cannot take it, so no.
So king h5 looks very logical.
far it's very
He
strong.
played it.
Played.
Knight h3, bishop f7. Okay, as you can see on our board
Did you
here.
play bishop f7?
Yes. Knight h3, bishop f7 was played.
And not bishop e4.
Yeah, we mentioned
Bishop
that
e6.
this is bad,
We thought bishop
but
e4 was just
king g4 is the move we suggested.
No, bishop e4.
Ah, sorry. In a different move order probably.
No, in this move order.
Yeah.
Knight h3, bishop e4.
Ah, here. No, but I probably deleted it by
You maybe
accident.
deleted it, but bishop e4 we couldn't see actually.
Okay, so knight h3, bishop e4 is the move we suggested, and we
Yes.
couldn't see a defense for.
Maybe knight f4? No, maybe knight
Suggest-
f4. No, knight f4 is very bad, but maybe knight f4.
Oh yeah, we suggested it after king g4 and repeating
Yes.
once.
No, but what about knight f4? No, this is bad. But knight f4, king g4, and knight e6.
Maybe g6.
Maybe g6.
Ah, yeah, the knight is starting to be annoying. This is hanging also, yeah.
I want to find something to play on.
So this gives you some counterplay. So
Maybe-
bishop f7 just completely controls the knight, and he just wants to play king g4,
King g4,
like this.
Yes. So no,
And
not
then here-
not allowing
And
knight
then
g6.
here he probably won't even take. He will just go f4.
Yeah.
And completely dominate the position. And if check, just go here
Yes.
and continue to improve with
Yes.
bishop
No,
d5.
but only this disadvantage of bishop f7 that white can play king e2 immediately.
Also like this.
No, but previously white can play king e2
Oh, you mean here?
like here. Yes.
Yeah.
But then maybe you can take on h4. Sorry, you can't. Black just threats to take.
Well,
Bishop f7 was kind of prophylactics. No, this looks completely winning.
yeah, with the bishop against knight. But
It
the
is-
knight goes to d4. Maybe I can create a fortress or
But
something.
I think I will just take the g2 very soon. I will just play.
Let's say put it here and bring the knight to d4.
But just g5. No, I don't believe. in
Okay,
this
g5,
position.
knight g1.
Let's say
G4.
g4. Yeah.
Go here.
Maybe g3. No, maybe here you can play g3 at 92 and put
Okay, but
knight on
g3 you cannot prevent.
No, but then I can maybe play king h3, king h2.
Okay, so g3, knight
This
g2.
looks strong actually. and
Yeah,
knight
yeah,
on-
no,
knight
I
on
don't
f4.
want to exchange. Just even if it's winning,
Okay,
I would rather.
king g4.
But I don't have many other options.
No, you can
King
play.
g4 check, and you have to go back.
Oh, that's right. So f4.
Yeah. Did they make a move? Bishop f7
No,
is
no,
still
no,
white
no,
to
no.
move. But how much time does Karjakin have? I'm not sure. So yeah, here
1 second.
yeah, king g4. So in this position after king e2, bishop d5, knight f4 check still. Okay, so taking the pawn is probably has to be played. But once again, it doesn't feel like the best technical way to win this position.
Maybe.
I really, well, probably there is no best technical way from what we suggested, but
No,
I don't know. f4 followed by king f5 felt more interesting. No?
Again, Carlsen
Ah,
at
but
some
then
point
bishop
he
e7.
played at some point king g6, which was for me it
Yeah.
wasn't the
Allowing
most
h4, he probably missed
But
this whole
maybe.
idea.
maybe, or maybe he did see everything.
No, I don't think he wanted it to happen. I think it's allowing something that shouldn't have been allowed like this. King from e6 from the center would have been much more sensible to me.
Yeah, it looks
Much more classical in
Yes.
many ways. So
and of course we understand that Carlsen is not.
If we-
obviously, yes.
yeah, there is this famous saying that if you can explain something to a 7-year-old, if you can't explain it to a 7-year-old, then you probably don't understand it yourself. And like king e6, you can say to any Russian grandmaster who's 7 years old, like king is in the center, it's better, and it can go to both directions and so on. And this is like sometimes playing sophisticated, even if it's good, can be counterproductive. So king e2, you probably should take, and we suggested king f2 just for example.
Yes, and suddenly it's not so.
But if it's forced, then king e2, what can black do otherwise? He played bishop e7
But
actually.
he played bishop.
I really don't understand why not king e2. He
Let's
played
try
bishop
to
e7.
let's try to understand. But also Carlsen had something in mind when he played bishop f7. So
Yeah.
maybe he can just come back to d5 after king e2.
King e2.
Yes, or knight f4. No, knight f4 is strong and going to opposite bishops.
Come back like this.
No, come back by bishop d5. I mean.
No. Yeah, I even mentioned it earlier. Yeah.
Why not?
The opposite colored bishops.
Yes.
Take on g2. You mean?
Because I want to take both. I think maybe I can have chance to take both of your pawns.
If I go here, king takes.
Yes.
Okay, so I have to check. You take. Want to take this?
Yes, and then. But
Oh my goodness. Yeah. But king to g3. It should be a draw.
yeah, it should be draw. Yeah.
Yeah.
So we don't know what Carlsen had in mind on king e2 and Karjakin.
I wish I had known because.
Let's try to find it. So king g4. What did you say on king g4?
Wow. What? Bishop e7 might be actually even stronger.
But didn't we analyze it? No, we didn't.
This is what happened in the game, and now instead, I mean, white
P2.
sorry, black chose to take on
Oh.
h4 and allowing bishop d6. So something must have gone wrong.
Something gone wrong completely.
Okay,
And just 2 moves ago you asked me how many points I'll make here against Karjakin, but what happens with Carlsen? It's not. It's still better for black, obviously.
yeah, but why?
But why? Yes.
Why make it so complicated?
But maybe.
But what's so smart about bishop e7?
But
He probably wants to go here, I guess.
maybe we did not understand something before previously. Maybe it was not so winning.
I mean, here. I mean, just bringing
Yeah.
the king over.
But
Sorry.
yes, it's really strange. King is 6.
Maybe
okay, you
h4
still could
also?
play- Okay, h4.
Maybe
Yeah.
we didn't see this idea.
We
at all.
didn't. We obviously
Yeah,
didn't.
king
but,
this. But now f4.
no,
You don't have
F4
bishop e7 like with the king on g6.
No, but f4.
It just looks good. Come on, king f5. In the game, the reason he didn't
Yes,
do
he
f4 is
couldn't, he
because of
couldn't.
bishop e7.
That's right.
No, so just put the king in the center. Don't make it too complicated. Just this position.
It was a
F4.
little lesson of chess from Tal Baron to
Yeah.
Magnus Carlsen. Just put the king in the center.
Yeah, that's my advice. So king g6. So ridiculous. I mean, how can you like from this position in a world championship game 4 moves later to reach this position? I don't understand.
Unless he still thinks he's.
Bishop d8.
He wins.
Okay, they have some. Oh, they received an hour, like 50 minutes.
Yeah.
No, I was hoping they will still have time pressure. Bishop d8.
Well,
But-
he's obviously still better,
Yeah.
but white already have only one kind of weakness on b2, which
Yes.
is not so easy to attack. And there is almost no material anymore
Yeah.
on the board, which is
So-
sad.
Very sad. So bishop d8 was played. So now that they got more 50 minutes more, I have a feeling that we are going through
To
the
sleep.
late hours of the night.
Yes.
I mean, the game might last.
And we should decide if
Yeah.
are we going or are we going.
Yeah, and I want to take a 3 minutes break myself while you still look at the position, and then of course you can take a break.
I think I will take a very long break
Yeah.
after that because
Yeah.
I
You can go to-
I should walk tomorrow. But
yeah,
yes.
so you can go.
Yes.
I don't mind. Yeah.
But I will keep.
I'm sure that-
I'll keep the audience for this 3
Yeah.
minutes. Yes. Okay.
So I'll just go for 3 minutes back and forth
yes.
to make it quick.
Okay. So we are in this position. Did he play something? No, not yet. So it looks that Magnus lost some of his advantage. I remind we don't use any computer, so we can't be sure what they would say, but just 5 moves ago his position looked so promising, and right now I'm not sure anymore he would win. But black is obviously better with 2 bishops, some potentially maybe chance to make a passed pawn, and some kind of weakness on b2, even it's very difficult to attack it. So it looks like a long night is behind of us. It's already almost 1 o'clock at Israel. And we wonder if we would withhold it or we'll just leave the guys to play and we'll leave to sleep. Okay, so looks like after the time control, it's time for the players to think, to take some time, to realize what happened here in the last moves, to Carlsen to realize he lost some of his advantage probably, and to Karjakin to think about the defense resources in this new position. Looks like white doesn't really have a very active ideas. He should just wait and see what happens. He should obviously activate the knight. Try to maneuver it to d4 would be the best probably. And about black, black still has the idea of going with his bishop to b3, but now it would be much longer way than previously when the king was on f7 already. So, some questions in the chat. Okay, no, so we cannot show you the game from the beginning, but you have many options online to do it, to get it. Okay, so he's still thinking. After the time pressure passes, the best advice is really to take some time, to relax. So that's probably what both players doing right now. Knight f4 makes sense, of course, to activate the knight. And Nitsan asks, what do I feel? Actually, if just 20 minutes ago I was very optimistic about Carlsen's chances, now I cannot say the same anymore. I really hope he would win, but I think the chances for draw are higher now than for Black's win. Yeah. I'll say like 70. Yes, yeah, I say like 70-75% for draw and
wow.
20-25 for win. You think it's more for win than 25%? Do you think?
I'm not used to thinking in this fashion because as a practical player and
yes, in one game.
I'm normally like just trying to make the best move.
Oh, of course, as a player.
And
yes.
I mean,
but now
it doesn't even matter what are the chances, but
yes,
but from the commentator point of view, maybe I should.
That was the question.
Yeah,
yes.
no. So usually that's my answer. Usually I
yes.
Disappoint.
Yes, normally you shouldn't think about it, of course, but
yeah, I mean,
you should just play the best moves. But
yeah, I just want to mention where I went. There is a pub in my neighborhood, actually like 1 minute by foot, like I don't know, 50 meters away, which works all year. But in this particular day and in future weeks probably there is a chess meeting that's going to be there every week, and like 10 to 30 people who play chess are going to play there, and they are going to or might be watching us with a projector, like, and actually sitting in the bar and analyzing with the position with the board.
It happens already?
Actually not at the moment, but they are in the process of setting it up, so they were probably a bit too tired to do it, but it's taking place as we speak. And probably I suggest that before you leave, at the end, I mean, whenever you decide to go, you can pass by and say hello see if to see yourself on the projector. This is nice. I've never witnessed such a thing. And actually, the next time I will commentate in 2 days, the next round, we'll do it in front of live audience.
That's going to be fun.
Yeah, it must be. And I'm not sure who will commentate with me, but he will be an international master at least. So let's see. So back to evaluating the chances for each player. Bishop d8 was played. Still thinking, obviously thinking. This is now the time to talk about all the other topics while they're thinking.
Yes.
So bishop d8. What can I say? I mean, obviously exchanging any pawns when someone is better is favoring the defensive side. Yeah, usually one of the best advices in defense when having a tough position is try to exchange pawns in both wings, and with less pawns, even in some cases you can give up a piece and still survive, like Karjakin did in the previous game. And now it feels like black should still bring his king to b3 somehow, but I'm so disappointed with what happened. I don't even feel like suggesting anything for black anymore. I'm just okay. I feel like the interesting thing to do for us is to go back and look at the position and maybe come up with a reason why king e6 is not completely winning. Because maybe there is a reason.
I think we should not
go
speak
back?
in terms. No, we can go back.
Ah.
I think we should not speak in terms of completely winning, because we cannot be sure. The position, was
Okay,
it was
but
equal material.
the exchange pawns. I
No,
don't know.
this is definitely something wrong happened for sure.
But what exactly? This
but
is what
I'm
we
not
have
sure.
to-
I'm not sure it was completely winning. It was a big advantage. Now it's a small advantage. We can check it. And probably there was a reason why Carlsen played this strange king g6 move.
So go back to king e6, and the moment you can't move it, just the mouse. This stays. It's glued. Okay, you can put it here. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
So now you can make moves.
Yeah.
Scroll back. I have to take care of something in the chat for a moment. So now king e6. You can see the variation with
King
so
e6.
here.
So that's the move we analyzed before, and we were sure Carlsen will play it, and it looked so good. And and then he suddenly played king g6. So what now? The obvious threat is just to play f4 and king f5,
Yeah.
or this long maneuver of king d7 through a4 to b3.
So which one do you think white would have done? For which approach?
Okay, we already checked the h4, and we said on h4 you can just play f4, right?
Followed by king. Okay, so let's check
Can I
it
move the-
deeper.
Can I move the piece?
Yeah. Exactly.
h4, f4, followed by king f5. Now, on king f5, I want to play bishop e7. So let's say I'm playing some random move, like bishop d8 or something, just to make a move.
Yeah.
Just to make a move, I played bishop d8. Okay. With the
Mhm.
point that on if you play king f5, I play bishop e7 and try to do it in this way, because I'm not sure f4 is the right move.
Yeah.
So maybe we should go back one move, like here.
Yeah.
And go for the original plan of king d7. What do you think?
Well,
now, okay, I would activate my knight, but I'm not sure I'll be on time.
me neither.
Let's say knight f4. Let's say knight f4, bishop e4.
Mm-hmm.
Knight e2, but maybe knight e2, bishop e5 and knight d4, and white finally reached the dream position of the knight
Yeah.
with very long maneuver.
So how did it happen? King,
because I played because it was a long way of king d7,
knight h3.
and now I had, yes.
But
also,
why king d7?
I don't know.
Like
Because on
here,
f4,
after
previously we've seen f4. I played h4 here. King e6, h4.
is there a problem with f4?
I'm not sure, but I played bishop d8.
Mm-hmm.
I just want on king f5 to play bishop e7. I'm just not sure how f4 makes the position better, because now this bishop is a bit cut off. Ah, wait, f4. There is a problem with f4, actually.
What?
King, my
Knight h1.
my favorite move,
Knight h1.
knight h1, which
Yeah.
forces.
So here knight h1.
Yes. It's still not immediate draw, by the way, because after king f5 I can pretend playing for win,
Mm-hmm.
even why we're back here? Okay. You know, after king h1 king f5 I can pretend to play for win this position
Yeah.
because of the weakness of g2, but it's hard to believe. Just
Yeah, I
bishop
agree.
e7.
And then d6 is hanging.
It looks draw. It looks like draw, right?
Yeah.
So that's the problem with f4,
Mm-hmm.
and maybe that's the question. Maybe that's the answer to our question. Because if f4 is not working,
Yeah. Then what else? h4 is a good move anyway. That will come.
exactly. So h4 is a very because we
So when we were
we
thinking-
didn't say many good things about Carlsen, but we should mention that Karjakin found again very in time trouble
Yeah.
very
Powerful, defensive.
defensing resource h4,
Yeah.
because it not makes so much sense. But this h3 square for a knight was much more important of any other.
Yes. Okay. So now,
What was played?
hmm,
So king f2 was played and g5. Okay, knight f2. I mean,
so
it's a game position.
yeah.
Where is this?
At the end, yeah, bishop d8 there.
Yes.
Now wait
so,
one moment. We need to scroll like this. Okay.
So yeah, you can take
Take-
it. So knight f2
Knight
and
f2.
g5.
Is the king still on f1? On e2 already.
And why we have it on f1?
I mean, some move is missing. Probably king e2 here. But why knight f2? Maybe it's,
King e2, g5 and knight f2.
yeah, this makes more sense. I don't think knight f2 is something white will play voluntarily. Yeah. Only after g5. Okay.
Oh, I think we have a question that we had some. Maybe
Bishop
mistaken
h2.
No, but h4 was hanging. I think the king was on f5 and the bishop was on g5. So I just bishop h4 on this position.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the answer.
Which position exactly?
It was
So
king e6.
So here,
f4 and he. No.
bishop h2. Someone said.
Yes, and he's right.
Yeah.
And he's right. So thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Believe it.
Believe it.
We believe you.
Yes, we definitely believe it.
So yeah, this is not that obvious, but still after knight
But
f2.
still, or maybe
Okay, but king e6, I still think it's the way for black to play. By the way, I'll just mention that now knowing this, maybe black shouldn't have rushed.
yes, maybe
to play rook d5.
to play rook d5, yes.
Maybe he could have just kept the tension with some king e6. Yeah. You see the position king e6 here? Like, why not? Is bishop f4 a
Maybe
reason?
bishop f4?
I don't know. It feels like there must have been something better than playing in this simple way. But bishop g5 was just a fantastic defensive move. And well, I still think that king e6 is better than king g6. But we have to move on and see the game. We'll look in the recap. Maybe I'll analyze it deeper, more deeply. Knight f2, king e2, and now actually. No, the knight f2 was the last move, so the actual order was king e2, knight f2 first.
Tal, it
So
looks
this-
like I would have to leave you at this point,
Yeah,
just because I have a job tomorrow.
yeah. This guy has a job.
Unlike you, yes.
Yeah.
And
Even the other chess players have a job who are commentating with me. I'm the only one
I know.
who's like working at playing
Yes.
chess without winning prizes for a living.
Yes.
Yeah.
So it was a big pleasure, and
Yeah.
of course I hope we will have some decisive result here. But
Yeah.
I'm not that optimistic.
By the way, if there isn't, we can blame you for leaving.
Yes, you and
So-
you can also blame me for any other thing
Yeah.
you'd like.
Yes.
So how I get to this pub?
When you get out of the place, you turn left 50 meters straight.
Okay,
It's on the same street.
I'll find it.
Yes.
So thank you very much for hosting me.
Yes.
And thank you guys.
Mm-hmm. And yeah,
Okay.
we have to thank Igor a lot for sharing some of his precious time with us. The captain of the youth, and also an international master for many years now. Yeah. And that's it for now with Igor. And other than
Okay.
thank you, I don't know what else to say.
Have a nice
We might
more
we might
hours,
host you
at
again
least.
also.
Okay, we'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see the.
Yeah. So
We'll see how it works.
okay. So thank you very much. See you. Okay. So now I can enjoy this position all by myself. And go deeper into the maze of Carlsen's technique. And let's see what is going on. I'm going to survive whether it's gonna be 3 a.m. or 4 a.m. I'm here until the very end of every game, at least hopefully. King on g6 has been played. So why to move? Now I'll take an easier approach, since maybe I should talk more now that we're not the two of us, and one can think while the other is talking, but it's even a bit later at night, so I want to take a more relaxed approach and just try and understand the position. First of all, I'll mention that I really want Carlsen to win this game, and I'll try to find the best way to play, and hopefully he will find an even better one. King g6. Now, yes. Here, white to move. What can he do? He wants to bring his knight to d4 probably, to maximize his chances to survive. And black's main idea involves probably getting a passed pawn, using this pawn majority on the king side, and then using his bishops to try to tie as many pieces of white to defend it and bring his king to b3. That's my idea, but to make it happen over the board is far from easy. So the first move that comes to mind is knight to d1, with this maneuver in mind. Black should probably play f4. And then, what can white do? There is no easy way to get to d4. But now the e4 square might be there for the taking. I don't know. It just feels very complicated. White wants knight g4 perhaps, but the knight doesn't have many good squares, so it feels like white should be very precise now to avoid getting squeezed despite having only 4 pawns for each side. Any suggestions from the viewer? g4 was played. Okay, yeah, it makes sense to swap pawns. Or if black goes f4, then he can have a blockade on f3. Even put the king on f3 and the knight on e4 perhaps at some point, or bring the knight to f3 somehow. So f4 is one option. The other one is of course to exchange these pawns either by taking or by allowing white to take later on, something like bishop e6. Again, I'm not sure which way is the good way for black to play. By the way, how much time does Carlsen have? I think around 50 minutes he should have because of the increment. He didn't think for too long after the move. After the move knight f2, I think he played quite fast. So yeah, he should have more time. After the exchange of these pawns, there will be only 3 pawns each. So, but black will have, again, he can claim to have winning chances because b2 is one weakness, and the g pawn that's a passed pawn might be referred to as white's second weakness. So I'm really hoping that black has good chances to exploit it. This knight, if he finds a good square, it's not gonna be very easy to improve the position for black. But how can white put the knight on d4? Or which other square can he put it on? I'm not sure. So first question on the line, should I play f4 or exchange here? I want to ask the viewers, I didn't make many votes. F takes g4, let's call it number 1 or green, and f4 is number 2 and blue. You can write the digit 2 or blue. Let's see what the viewers think, which should be played. Harel, by the way, is mentioning bishop d5, and it's Harel El Yosef, and Nitzan Steinberg says Carlsen has 50 minutes and Karjakin has 38. So bishop d5 might be a good move for black to activate this bishop and maybe support f takes g4, king h5 later on, so that white doesn't have king f3. What can Karjakin play after bishop d5? But first, maybe I should wait for the votes. So we have blue. What else? Green, blue. Blue, green. So the majority of the players here with us suggest f4. So I'm wondering, like, this with the same question I asked earlier, I didn't see the response by the viewers. I would like for the first time just to ask to see if it works. Which player here thinks he might have the highest rating? So I know Nitzan Steinberg, who was here with me yesterday, and his rating is about 2440, if I'm not wrong, more or less. So is there anyone who might have a higher rating who is watching us here? And don't want to compare anyone or create competition between the viewers, just curious to see if there's anyone high rated. And in some of my streams, actually, the average of the viewers was above 2000 or above 1900, which was very intriguing, because that's actually what I'm aiming for as high of a level as possible. So Nitzan is 2468. Sorry, I didn't know. Okay. Let's see. 2100. Chris Dunn. Yair Guterman 2000. And a bunch of trolls who claim to have 3000 or so. 1600. Demetrios Papas. Orikobo is stronger, says Nitsan. Yeah, I agree. By rating. We'll have to see. Maybe you two should have a match and I'll commentate on it. So. Okay. So. We have a lot of strong players here. G4. Carlsen is still thinking, taking his time. I'm really wondering what's going to be played. But I mean, at this point I like to take it a bit more easily, yeah? Relax, drink some water. Wata! And 2243. Pucci. 1950 love. 1950 love. Okay. Now we have a ratings fest going on in the chat. This is nice. Thanks for all the kind words. I agree, KP, rating is just a number, but I mean, I wasn't interested in the number as much as to know who is the strongest player who's watching us here in the chat. But I'm assuming we have a lot of strong GMs who just decide to stay hidden for the moment. So yeah, I'm starting to feel a little bit tired now. Just like yesterday. And if the game will last for an hour or so, then I'm not sure what I'm going to do. But at least I can really analyze the position and show some variations. So okay. How about this freaky idea? We look at this game from the black's point of view. Ta-da! It should happen now. Try to flip the board. Yes! Okay. Now we're talking. Now we're talking. This is Carlsen is playing black. Now it looks much nicer to analyze. Bishop b6 is one idea. Bishop d5 is another one. Now f takes g4 of course is possible. I'm really wondering what Carlsen is calculating. Because when I'm playing positions like this myself over the board, I don't bother calculating too deeply. Usually I don't have much time left, but still, even if I do, I mean, I try to focus on a small amount of moves, relying on my intuition, and calculating very briefly to decide which ones to eliminate. So bishop d5 looks like the most logical to me. Just like Harel mentioned, with the idea f takes g4 followed by king h5, and maybe g4 later, to push the pawn. I'm really not sure what Karjakin will do next. But I guess we'll have to wait and see. Yeah. So, by the way, this is the second time in a row that my fellow commentator is giving up in the middle of the stream because the game is too long. But it's already after 1 AM, so I can get it. Nitzan yesterday actually wanted to stay until the end, but he fell asleep. Can't blame him. He had to go to the army in the morning, so now probably slept for like 4 hours, and yeah, I slept I think until like 11:30 after after commentating for so long. And today we have Igor who's working in the morning and seems like a responsible fellow, so he had to go to sleep. In 2 days, when I'll stream in front of a live audience, if the game will be long, I'm really wondering whether or not I will stream in front of an empty room in the Rishon LeZion chess club. Because if it will be an empty room like at 3 a.m. and I'll be there by myself and my fellow commentator will leave, it will be quite a funny picture. Like it will be like a symbol for success. I will arrive first to the stadium and leave last. Just like they say about Michael Jordan in every practice. So let's see. Bishop d5 is my suggestion. People are asking about Igor still, what's his job and so on and so on. Well, if he comes again to commentate with me in the future, whether on this stream or something else, on this tournament, then we can ask him. I know the answer, but it's not my information to share. So, So, let's see. Now, what can I do? Carlsen is still thinking quite deeply, as we can see over here. What? My decision is bishop d5. Let's try to give a sample line and delve into the position. I don't like trying to find defensive resources for white, but if I want to be a good player, I have to try. So g takes f5, knight d1, preparing knight e3. Let's say, for example, king e4. But then knight f2 I have to repeat. So let's say bishop e6. The idea is knight e3 check to go king e4. And now preparing g4 also. Let's just say, for example, white goes with the king somewhere. Say f3, g4 check. I'm actually not sure also. But knight e3 check is a threat, so this is a good idea. Put the king here. Now white can already win the pawn. That's not very welcome. So what else? Bishop g5 or bishop b6, preventing it, but still knight f2. How about bishop g5? Because now knight f2, maybe I'll go to c1. Knight takes g4, bishop b2. But we exchange more and more pieces. It's becoming very close to a draw. King e4, knight f2, knight d1. It's not easy. It's not easy. So, if Karjakin will survive this position as well, he will be in a very good psychological state of mind. And Carlsen will probably be extremely frustrated. So Carlsen is still thinking, as far as I can tell. So bishop b6 is another possible line. gf, let's say king f3 like before. But then bishop d5 check. So let's say knight d1. Now king e4. And now if knight f2, maybe I can take it and go after the b2 pawn. But then probably still will be a draw. I'm actually not so sure if this position is a draw. It's very difficult for me to say. Probably white can play bishop b4 and then a4, a5, and then it's definitely a draw. If black was in time to play a5 himself at some point, then maybe bishop e8, d7, and now very strong is probably something like a4. with an easy draw. Yeah, so bishop b6, as I said, takes, knight d1. Maybe something like this. Or as I said earlier, bishop e6. King f3. Now I can give a check. Go king e4 maybe. Bishop b6 looks like the better move for me. I like it more. Carlsen is still thinking. I can't believe it. He doesn't want to let this one go. So how much time is left? Alexander Vesic is asking, and I'm also wondering. How much time is left? By the way, while Carlsen is thinking, I might bore you with some statistics. The amount of hours that this stream has been viewed so far by our viewers, yeah. If you combine all the minutes that were spent on this stream by all the viewers together, we reach approximately 1400 hours. That's insane. I don't know why or how they count it, but it's quite a lot. So we have a lot of faithful viewers here. By the way, I have a question. How many of you guys here stick with us from the very start, even before Igor arrived? Because I'm sure, how many remember that he arrived late after the stream and the game has started? He wasn't late, by the way. I asked him spontaneously half an hour before the game to show up, because I didn't have anyone else to stream with me today, and he agreed kindly and arrived very quickly. But how many of you are still here from the beginning? So So no, we don't have many people who have been watching us from the start. I don't see anyone mentioning it. Okay. A Frenchman 31 has been here from the start, yeah. Nice. Some people write me, but I'm not sure if they're referring to what I was asking for. Anyway, I'm appreciating each and every one of those who are viewing us, no matter how long, but those who are from the start, you guys are the best. And hopefully, ladies. Another important or not so important piece of statistics is that the connection that I have is bad according to YouTube. So I'm surprised nobody's complaining. So if you experience buffering, please let me know. Let's see. Wow, so many things. Now suddenly the stream, it says that the stream is good, but the status is bad. And the peak amount of viewers that we had is 509. Okay, back to the game. Carlsen is still thinking. Wow, I can go all day. The stream connection is bad, but nobody complains about buffering. Okay, that's all the information I have for you guys for now. And while he still thinks, I might suggest to challenge you guys with a small riddle that is not chess related. Let's see what I can find. Obviously chess is fascinating, but he's thinking for a long time, and I think I mentioned bishop d5 and bishop b6 to be my favorite choices. I'm leaning towards bishop b6. So, so this is a very nice riddle that I have for you. If, by the way, all those who mentioned that I'm saying ladies just to find a girl, I already have a girlfriend for a long time now, so I'm covered in this respect. And yeah, from this point of view, I want more ladies to play chess just because we have 10 times more men who are playing, and I'm asked on a daily basis why are there no women who are as strong as men in chess, and I'm tired of talking about this with everyone, so I just want to have more women playing, you know, and this way nobody will have to talk about it anymore. So the riddle is as follows. And by the way, I'll mention, those who know the answer, please don't show off and reveal it straight away. It doesn't make you look smart. So I start with an E and end with an E, but I only contain one letter. Who am I? Feel free to think. So G4. I start with an E and I end with an E, and I only have one letter. Did anyone solve it? Did anyone know the answer before I asked it and show off? I'm wondering. It's funny. So believe it says you need to give us better riddles. But it's funny because everyone whenever I ask someone these silly riddles in person, it can take them up to 20 minutes, sometimes without even finding the answer. And here, always the moment I finish asking the question, someone screams the answer and tells everyone. So I'm wondering, one of two options. Either we have a bunch of geniuses in the stream who are like very low rated, or they know the answer and they're so glad that I'm asking a riddle that they know, they just have to type the answer immediately to show everyone that they know. So feel free to tell me which one are you, the guys who wrote it immediately. And all those who are watching in the archived version, feel free to keep thinking. I'll reveal the answer later on. Bishop b6 played. Okay, Magnus has a good taste when it comes to his technique. Bishop b6 was played. So, sometimes also people don't even know the answer and they just Google the question that I'm asking and then they are telling everyone the answer. That's the most ridiculous. I mean, why don't you just turn on an engine and tell me all the moves with all the engine evaluations, yeah? Come on, I mean, just please, we're here to learn, we're here to have fun. Don't ruin it for everybody. No, like people in the chat, we're geniuses. Bishop b6. What to do now? What to play? Karjakin thinking now. Bishop b6 played by Carlsen. After a long think, Karjakin should play something. Maybe exchange the pawns. Knight d1, knight e3 check, knight c2, knight d4. Blockading the same central square, d4. King will be more active on f3. What to play now? I don't have any suggestion for Karjakin, to be honest. But yeah, I'm not sure even if black is immediately threatening anything. So now, if king f3, bishop d5 check as I wrote. Yeah. Oh, here actually bishop d5 and f4 and black is winning instantly. And if you go back, probably have to. Then I'm not sure. Maybe just take it and go king somewhere. I am also wondering about this type of endgame. If white is taking, how to evaluate this thing, for example. Whether black is winning or not. Probably he is. Bishop e3, bishop f4. This pawn is weak. Yeah, should be winning. Yeah, I mean, if the king would have reached f3, maybe there are good chances for a draw, but I don't think it can. So what is Karjakin going to play after bishop b6? Make up your own riddle. No, thank you. I have enough. I'm challenged enough as it is. I might be a composer one day and compose chess problems, but it's not like making up a riddle. People in the chat are asking if I was imitating Karjakin earlier. No, it was someone else who was also very intelligent, but yeah, it's not Karjakin. So, okay, I'm trying to read the chat, but people are writing too intensively. I can't follow, and quite long messages all the time. Before sending your messages, please look at the other people's messages and try to respond. Otherwise, nobody can follow anyone. Sing us a song, a lullaby. Sing us a song, please. So, the people in the chat are going crazy over who was I imitating. Some are thinking it's a good imitation. Bishop e5 was played, by the way, and some are just not sure who he was. You can say in the chat, but it's probably gonna be more authentic if I'll not reveal. I mean, the worst thing that people can do with jokes is explain why they are funny. I hate it when people do it, especially when I understand the point. I'm laughing and then they explain. Oh, this is ridiculous. Like, I'm laughing and in the middle of my laugh, like, oh yeah, you know, he meant that they were like prostitutes. And then like, okay, I just don't want to see this person ever again. But maybe that's just me. Bishop e5, yeah. Riddle. My title is a GM and I'm a streamer from Israel. Who am I? I don't know. That's too difficult. Bishop e5. Just maintaining the tension, trying to limit the king from going to the center. If f takes g4, I guess you cannot take back immediately. What does he want after fg? Ah, knight h6 check he has. But then I take. This should be fine for white. Sorry. Also 95. Okay, whatever. This is knight h6 is the idea. So FG you can take back. Carlsen is thinking. It's not so clear what to do now with black. So okay, people don't understand who I was imitating, so I guess I will stop doing this particular one. Yes. So this position, bishop e5. What can I even say? What can I say about the position? I don't know. I honestly don't know. It's very difficult to suggest a move for black, but I mean, he cannot move his king. Taking on g4 doesn't look like a good idea to release the tension. So probably improving my pieces, just moving the bishop away. Now fg4 is a threat, followed by king f5. And well, white should probably take. Just play something, I don't know where even. Like this, g4. Well, my money is on bishop d5. That's my guess. So, what next? A5 played? Someone is saying? A5. Oh, it was. Wow. A5 was played. That's quite ridiculous. Just waiting. I don't think this is very useful. But actually in the endgame, as I mentioned, bishop on b4 is one of the defensive ideas, followed by a4, a5, if it's opposite colored. But, I mean, putting the pawn on a4 doesn't make too much sense to me. Because the king might want to penetrate from this square to b3 later. It's possible. So this just limits any bishop b4 ideas to defend everything. This is the only square from which the bishop can defend both of these pawns. But the bishop sooner or later will be able to attack this pawn, so I don't like a5 in particular. Okay, so how much time does each player have? Can anyone tell me? Okay, I have a suggestion for a riddle by one of our people in the chat. Let's ask everyone. What is greater than God, more evil than the devil? The poor have it, the rich need it, and if you eat it, you'll die. And all those who know the answer, please don't post it. Those who are sure that they have the right answer, there's no point of sharing it with the world. Only if you're not sure and you want to like mention it to us. So, I'm really going to think about this for a moment. I might have heard it before, but I don't remember the answer. So the poor have it, the rich need it. And if you eat it, you'll die. That's not an easy one. I'm not even going to scroll down because I'm sure some people googled it and already told us the answer. So, what's greater than God, more evil than the devil, the poor have it, the rich need it, and if you eat it, you'll die? What can it be? What can it be? Well, I'm thinking. What can be more evil than the devil? I'm thinking about a different angle. It's probably some letter, but what letter could it be? I mean, the red, if it were the letter, no, but you can't eat a maybe if you eat a letter, I don't know, it's not easy. If you, the poor have it, the rich need it. Have no idea. Okay, I don't know. Karjakin played the move, knight d1. Let me show you, everyone. Yeah, knight d1 has been played. So, knight d1. Okay, so let's think of each paraphrase separately. I don't know how to call it even. Greater than God. So maybe it's a word that is longer than the word God and spelled the same. I don't know. And more evil than the devil. Okay, so what could it be? Okay, I'm not sure. I want to see the game. It's funny because probably people are writing like thousands of messages in the chat in the meantime, but I don't want to scroll down because I know they will ruin the answer for me. And I feel a bit bad that I took the riddle, but it seems like people are not responsible for others. They're very selfish in most cases, and not everyone. It's enough. We have like 400 viewers in real time. It's enough that one is selfish enough to ruin it for everybody, and then I will not see the chat for the next few minutes. But I mean, when I will scroll down, I'm sure I'll see many people revealing the answer even as we speak. So I have to think about it for one more moment. Otherwise, I will never have a chance to solve it. What is greater than God? More evil than the devil? The poor have it, the rich need it, and if you eat it, then you'll die. Well, all I can say is that 91 was played. Okay, sacrificing the pawn, but intending to go 93. Attacking it. What does he want after king h5 or bishop e6? Just wants to bring... I don't know. It feels right to take it now. I don't know why not. I have no clue what is white's idea. What does he want? Bishop d4? Fg4. 93. Bishop e6. Probably knight c2. King f5. So king f5. I don't see anything for white. Fg4 looks like the good move for black, but I can't really guarantee success. So still thinking. How much time do they have? I will probably look at the chat later, but answer in the meantime for the others to know. Okay, so what was the answer? Okay, but I don't think anything is greater than God by definition. God is defined as something that's greater than anything else. So, and once again, by definition, the devil is the most evil. So there must be some wordplay that I'm missing here. The poor have it. So we can say that the rich don't need it. And if you eat it, you'll die. I think I got it. But I need to find the right word. So So if God is supposedly greater than anything else, I'm thinking of a word, but I'm not sure if it's right. Let's see. Well, so the poor has it. The rich don't need it. Like I'm thinking of the number 0. Like 0 is but 0 is greater than God. 0 is like evil than more evil than the devil. That's what the poor has. That's what the rich don't need. But okay, it's and if you eat, okay, whatever. I'll just focus on the game. Sabine. Bishop c7 was played. Bishop d4, bishop c7. So he played f4. Wow. Instead of f takes g, he played f4. And then now bishop d4, bishop c7. I'm really curious what would have happened after fg, but wow. I don't understand what white wants. Is it some deep way to exploit a5? Knight e3, bishop e6. I don't see any follow-up. I don't know. I like fg, but f4 is also strong probably, because now the knight on d1 has no square. He has to go back to f2 to activate itself, and probably in the process of doing so it will take some time. Black will go bishop d5. But bishop d4 is annoying. Yeah, this was actually played. Bishop c7. And now if knight f2 back, he has to play it at some point. Then bishop d5. Okay, I'm sure people will be assholes, sorry for the word, but and reveal the answer, but it's time that I will look at the chat once again. Okay. So the clock situation. Did anyone I don't see anyone mentioning the clock times. Okay, no, I don't know the clock situation. It's probably been a while since, so feel free to share. So bishop d5 was played. I don't understand. Bishop d5 check somehow. So bishop c7. And now bishop d5, yeah. Okay. So I really don't understand what has been played. Bishop e6. So it's black to move. Bishop e6, king f3, bishop d5 check, king e2. Now it's black to move. Okay. So now I wonder what black will play. I'm guessing bishop g2 is interesting with f3 following to be followed, but I guess we'll have to see, wait and see. So yeah, and I already, by checking for the clock situation, I already saw a few viewers revealing the answer, of course, a few of our chat members, but the human nature will always remain the same, with curiosity and with all the things that come with it, and with arrogance and all of the qualities, good and the bad, that we have I always wonder about the human nature where I see people behaving in certain ways that are predictable. I mean, when you take a large amount of people, like 400 that are watching us, I mean, what are the chances that I'll ask a question like a riddle, and for 10 minutes nobody will reveal the answer, and those who are thinking will actually think, and those who know the answer will be polite. I mean, I wish it will happen one day, but there are so many. I mean, too many people enjoy being trolls when possible, and like giving them the chance is just asking for it. So, yeah, I understand to some extent why people enjoy being trolls, but I don't think it's I mean, I really hope that somehow we will manage to overcome this need to annoy and ruin things, and just be people, just be good people, and let everyone else enjoy. So the answer to the riddle was nothing. Nothing is greater than God. Nothing is more evil than the devil. The poor has nothing. The rich don't need nothing. I don't need no nothing. That doesn't sound like proper English, but yeah. The rich don't need nothing. And if you eat nothing, you'll die. Good riddle. I enjoyed it a little bit too much for the sake of the stream and everyone who views us, but feel free to feed me with more riddles so that more people can ruin all the fun for us, and we'll never be able to enjoy the riddle again. So, King E2, I see a new move. Bishop G2 was played, and King D2. So, we are about to witness history in the making. I love saying it for some reason. So, King D2, what's gonna be? What's it gonna be? I'm very hopeful, but I'm not sure if White can make progress. Well, if this is a fortress and it's gonna be another draw, I don't know what I'm gonna do. I'm quite hungry once again, but I'm not going to grab anything to eat. I don't think it's fair for our viewers. Actually, you know what? I don't know if it's fair, but I have a pair. By the way, someone promised, I don't remember who it was, but yesterday someone promised to direct me to some British accent channels. Please give me all the channels and the one that you think is the best. I have to learn to master the British accent. Carlsen is thinking, as usual. How much time do they have on the clock? By the way, I think the chat is stuck. I'll try to refresh my page on the second monitor. We have a lot of riddles taking place. So, by the way, the riddle that I asked earlier, I'll phrase it again. So, what starts with an E and ends with an E but only has one letter. So I have a good friend who suggested that the answer is the word I. And it makes some sense because there is only, it starts with an E, ends with an E, and it contains one letter between the two, the letter Y. But I said it only has one letter, and I has or contains three letters. So you guys in the chat who were googling it pretty decently got it right. The answer, the correct, the official answer that I saw when asking this riddle originally is envelope. Envelope starts with an E, ends with an E, and inside an envelope there is one letter, usually. I have a new move. King f7. What is it? King f7, king c2, bishop d5. Okay. Okay. Is Carlsen going for some idea to win? And I think he regrets having pushed the pawn to a5, but I'm not too sure about it. What's the clock situation, fellas? All the dear friends, please share the clock situation with me. Clock situation. Now black is thinking, well, Carlsen has 18 minutes, Karjakin has 24 minutes. Someone was saying about me, he is reading the chat, keep asking the same question, but I don't see any question. Bishop d8 was played. What is the plan for black? I don't see any plan. I mean, bringing the king here after king c2, maybe give a check. Well, I don't think white can do much. Maybe he does have a plan, I don't know. I mean, if I bring the king all the way, then white can have bishop to h6 and knight h3 and try to grab this pawn. Someone is saying, don't eat like this, man. Well, I don't know how I was eating, but I'll try to do my best when I eat in the future. So, one moment. Okay, so I was checking something. I don't understand. Let's look at the game. The game already made some progress. I was so busy with the chat, I was trying to follow. There were so many things, so many messages, like 10 messages per second. I forgot there was a game. So let's see. After bishop d8, king c2, king e6, king d2, king d7, king c2, king c6. So Carlsen is doing his best. King d2 is doing his very best to bring the king to a4. King b5. So Carlsen is playing quite rapidly. When they reach move 60, I believe they each get like 15 minutes more. So king b5 was played. Now this is the position on the board, as you can see probably. Now, what do we have? So, king b5 has been played, as I said. Now king a4, king b3 is the idea. I'm assuming that Karjakin wants to play something like bishop g7 at some point, but then bishop b6 will be allowed. So, what is it going to be? I'm not too sure. Not too sure how to evaluate it. So, did you play something with white? King c1. Okay. King c1 was played. Now if king a4, and king c2 probably. And then black wants to give a check somehow. So bishop somewhere would make sense. And then bishop h7 check. King to b3. And it's not so clear how to make progress afterwards. So let's just give an example. Knight here, check, king c1, king b3. Okay, let's say I go to f2. I don't even try to take on g5. What does black do? Maybe he has to attack this pawn. So for example, I go back. But then knight e4 is a bit annoying. So let's say I go somewhere like here. Knight or bishop moves. Whatever. So king b1 is also a move, but Let's just say black plays like this, trying to squeeze all the way. King b1. And that white goes with it and allows it. So at some point I can have f3 and bishop c7, bishop f4, or bishop g3. And probably bishop f4 is the way. And bishop d3 check. So it should be... White doesn't have the luxury to play passively all the way. He has to be active at some point. So I'm assuming king a4 will be played at some point. But this is the critical position. It's move 57. And they have like 20 minutes more or less. And I'm very curious, after king a4, let's say for example king c2, what is white going to do after bishop somewhere? Bishop g8 followed by bishop h7 check and king to b3. Well, if instead of king c2 also Karjakin can play bishop g7, then this pawn is going to be very difficult to save. So let's say king b3, bishop h6. But in such cases there's also always bishop b6 and then f3, f2. So, yeah. So Karjakin can't afford to leave the d4 square with the bishop. So I think he has to sit still somehow with the knight. Okay, I guess we'll have to check what happens in the game. Carlsen is still thinking with black according to my board here, as you can see. So I'm really not sure. So king a4. I don't know. People say in the chat that there is no plan for white according to the computer, but sorry, for black to seize his advantage, but I just showed a plan, so probably the computer knows how to hold it concretely. But this plan, followed by I mean, if the king goes to c2 and then putting the bishop on f3 and on e2, followed by maybe something like f3, bishop c7, bishop f4, is definitely a plan. Just depends what white does against it. And Carlsen is still thinking according to my board here, which is puzzling because I don't think he has any other ideas. So someone was asking what happens if Carlsen puts the pawn on f3 and then the bishop on g3. I'm not sure myself to say, but what is the follow-up? Is there a threat? I mean, the main idea is first to put the king on b3 and give a check, so that the king will be forced to move from c1. This looks like a really good plan from where I'm standing, but why not king a4 straight away? Why is he thinking for so long? I'm sure there is another option he's wondering about. Maybe f3, but yeah, I don't know. It's very difficult. Bishop f7 played, people say. But I don't see it on my board, so I'll take your word for it. I mean, he's preparing bishop g6 check in case of king c2. But what if knight e4? I don't know. Bishop e6. Attacking this pawn. Knight f2. Maybe only then king a4. But I don't see the point of it, of playing bishop f7. Okay, I guess we'll see. So they will reach the time control any minute now. Bishop f7 was played. Well, I'm not sure who is to move, but oh, bishop f7. Wait, it's not the right position, I see. The king is on a4 and the king is on c1. Something is missing. How did we reach this position? So, no, he didn't play. So he did play king a4. Sorry, I was wrong. He did play king a4 like I wanted him to. Then king d2. No, sorry, king a4, king c2, bishop f7, king c1, bishop g6, king d2. Now king b3. This is move 60, the next time control. I'm assuming now king c1 will be played. Sorry, I forgot to put it here. So I'm assuming, yes, king c1 is played. And now, in this position, this is the exact position I was analyzing. Okay, what I put the bishop on g8, then on h7, but it's the same style. Black has a clear plan, and I wonder what white wants to do against it. I'm not sure. I'm going bishop h7 or something. Then he has to move somehow. Let's say if he moves the knight. Anyway, I'll put my bishop here, then on f3. If you go here, I'll put it on f3 or then on e2. Then I go f3, bishop c7, bishop f4 check or bishop g3. I'm really not sure what white is going to do against it. King b3. I highly doubt white can survive it, but maybe we'll see another Karjakin fortress. So, king on c1. And of course he's thinking at the moment. What can we say? I'm trying to follow. Well, still thinking. King c1, and now black to move. How much time do they have? Please guys, share it with us. How much time? Thanks for the compliments, Denis Kavka. I tried to answer your question. 23 minutes for Magnus, 40 minutes for Karjakin. We're going to sit here for another hour, I assume. And it will be like last time, but today I woke up so late I don't even mind. So I mean, I'm still tired, but I will survive at least. So this position after king c1, what can black play? I don't know. Just want to go bishop h7 and try my plan. So someone is asking, Tal, can you please explain why the position is lost for white? So first of all, I have no idea if it's a draw or a win for black, but the reasons, strategically speaking, that black is much better is, of course, his king is more active, the b2 pawn is a weakness, and he has the pair of bishops in an open position. The g4 pawn is kind of a weakness, the f4 pawn is a passed pawn that's protected by another pawn. So many trumps for black. However, he still needs a way to, let's call it, how do you call it in English? I forgot. Like, break through. Yeah, he needs to find a way to break through into the white's position, because right now the knight is protecting this pawn, the king is protecting this pawn. This pawn is kind of blocked because it can never go all the way. If we go bishop c7, bishop g3 and take, it will be opposite colored bishops, probably a draw. So the plan for black should be involving the king taking on b2 or penetrating from c2. And the way to achieve it is via Zugzwang. So he wants to pass the move. Oh, they played some moves, sorry. So bishop h7, knight. So, okay, I'm not sure. Knight h3. So, no, he played bishop d3, knight h3. Now it's black to move. So he's trying my plan. So I'm not sure if it's winning or not. I'm really not sure. But it might be a fortress. But my idea was to go bishop e2. As I said, f3, bishop c7, bishop f4 check. Knight f2 is to be expected. But the moment I go bishop c7, white might have bishop to f6. Then my idea is to go bishop b6, forcing bishop d4. And one question on the line is whether this bishop takes d4, cd4 is winning for black or not. For example, bishop f3. And now I'm really unsure how to evaluate this position. I mean, it looks winning, so that's what I'll focus on for now. Looks winning. Bishop d3, knight h3, black to move. Carlsen is thinking. Bishop e2 seems like the obvious move. Then it forces knight f2. Protecting g4. And now the only question is how to exactly proceed. Bishop c7. This is one option. Maybe knight e4 also, but anyway, I do have a clear plan of f3, But the moment I play f3, actually you have bishop e3. So I have to mention it. So let's say white waits. If I go f3, bishop e3. Oh, sorry. I'm not sure that black is winning. Okay, bishop g3 makes sense. Then knight h3 attacks this pawn. Maybe bishop h4. And now the idea is here to play f2. Same with knight g5, f2. So bishop h4. Now for example bishop f2 should be good. So I don't want to rush it with the pawn to f3. But then what is my plan otherwise if I don't play pawn f3? Yeah, the bishop will just wait on this diagonal and go to e3 the moment black plays f3. Whether it's a draw or not, I cannot say just yet, but it feels like it might be. Carlsen is still thinking. Wow, if he doesn't win this one, if it's a fortress, I gotta give it to Karjakin. His defensive skills are beyond ridiculous, or just insane. I'll mention, by the way, in the meantime, what I mentioned earlier about the analytics from this video, that if the game will last for half an hour longer or so, then we will have an overall time of viewership that's around 2,000 hours. That's quite ridiculous. 2,000 hours of the human race time are spent on my video streaming this tournament. Wow, I wonder, like, some of the main streams, they have like 12k people who are watching them live, sometimes even 20k, and then like if people watch them for 5 hours, it can reach, like, I mean, in some cases it can, if you even count the people who watch afterwards, it can reach more than a million hours. It's just insane. The number stops making sense after 10 viewers. Yeah. So we have a bunch of questions, but I'm not sure how to answer them. King a2 was played. Wow. King a2. Okay. What is the point? Well, I have no idea at the moment. But I'm guessing that one idea that I can mention that's probably not good, but just for fun, is to put the king on a1. I'll just give him these moves as example. Sample line. Put the bishop on b3. And then somehow bring the bishop to this diagonal to try to mate the opponent. So let's say bishop c7. But then knight h3 already attacks this pawn. But just for example, f3 wants to give a check here at some point. Bishop e3. Bishop g3. If bishop f2. Well, I don't see a way to play with black, but well, it might be Zugzwang at some point. The king from a1 is taking away the b1 square. So this position, for example, but then bishop e3. I don't see a way to proceed and make progress. Okay, but I guess we'll see. King a2 was played. Bishop c5. Karjakin is just waiting. So I really cannot say what's the exact plan. Why is no not here, sorry. I played it in the wrong position. King a2, now bishop c5. Okay. Black is thinking. Black is thinking. It's very difficult to say what's happening. Okay, people are asking me to review what happens if black sacrifices on a3, which in generally speaking should make sense when having the advantage and a way to progress to consider a piece sacrifice. But here, so let's say for example knight f2, just to show this position. So if black ever chooses to sacrifice on a3, okay, this is an idea to go king b3 and move the pawn all the way. But white is also very fast. He will take on g5 and go back, let's say for example to f3, blockading, then g5. And while this pawn is probably very hard to be stopped, it's not impossible, because now for example knight d2 check, king has to go to the a file, and already the king and knight are taking away together with this pawn all the squares here. So this king and this pawn are forever stuck here. And yeah, black is definitely not winning, probably losing in this case. So I don't think the sacrifice on a3 will work out. I have a question here. Why did Magnus let Karjakin occupy the c5 with his bishop? Well, it's not so clear which things to allow and which things to prevent, because if you go bishop e7 and prevent this, and you allow bishop b6, and maybe you don't want to play a4 and have your king stuck here forever. So yeah, that's what I have to say about it. Bishop c5 is not such a big thing to allow, because there is not even a point to sacrifice on a3, as I showed earlier. And now, I don't know, f3, bishop c7, bishop f4 is the main idea, but white will simply wait on this diagonal and eventually put the bishop on e3 the moment that black plays f3. So yeah, I'm waiting for them to reach time pressure so that they will play a bit more quickly. Thinking for so long on each move, I guess, makes sense from their perspective. But you see what it makes me do. Yeah. Did they play more moves? I don't know. People are telling me king c2 was played, but I don't see. King c2, bishop c6, bishop d4, bishop d7 was played. I really don't understand what position you're talking about. Now I see it. Sorry. I'll update it now as we speak. Sorry. It's hard to. It all looks so similar. So bishop e2, knight f2, bishop f3, king c2, bishop c6, bishop d4, bishop d7, and bishop c5. Bishop c7, it's about time. So white, black is going for this idea, but in a much more forcing, not forcing, dominating fashion, because he doesn't want to allow the plan that I showed with knight h3 and the bishop waiting, with it going to e3 the moment you play f3. He's putting the bishop on d7 so that he will tie the knight to the g4 square, and this way, if you wait with the bishop forever, then eventually I think I can play f3 under under the circumstances that I want with the bishop here. But then still I go bishop e3 and I don't see a follow-up. So let's just say that they both wait and wait and wait. Eventually, if black goes f3, bishop e3. How to proceed? I have no idea. This is hanging. I mean, black can go bishop f6. I'm guessing. But, and then like, but white can keep waiting. Because now bishop f4 is not an idea anymore. So you can keep on waiting. Oh, sorry. Bishop f6. Waiting, waiting. And then bishop c7, immediately bishop e3. I don't see any real follow-up. This is a fortress. So what's happening in the game? Bishop on d4 already. So now it's black to move. What's going on? Bishop d4, black to move. I'm really unsure. Trying to focus and concentrate, but it's not easy. It's far from easy. I wonder how these guys feel. I mean, it's also very nerve-wracking to play the World Championship, and it can take a lot of energy. Someone says, Chris Dunn, Tal, in that position, black had bishop g3. Well, I'm not sure what bishop g3 achieves, because I don't see a threat. So I'll address it for a moment. So let's say f3, bishop e3, bishop g3. Okay, let's say I just wait. I play somewhere with the knight. Knight h1. Also knight e4. Of course I have to be careful, but let's say you play with your bishop somewhere. I can already take it. But I don't want to give g4. So let's say I go knight f2 back. So what did you achieve by allowing it? And if bishop h4, you are not threatening f2. So I can go knight f2. And now the real question is like, what did you achieve by exchanging here and taking on g4? Because if I just sit and wait, let's say bishop b6, I don't want to take it, you don't have to move it, but let's say you give a check and go g4, I'll put the bishop on f2. This endgame is not winning because the bishop blockades both pawns. The king can defend it on b2, and the moment you bring your king over, I will put my king on e3, and you can never make progress with black. So this is an easy draw. So I hope you understand that bishop g3 is probably not winning so easily. They have more moves. Bishop on d4. What move is it? I'm not sure what move it is even. 68 bishop d4, Carlsen is thinking. Wow. It's gonna be very frustrating for Carlsen if he doesn't win this one. So Jesse Glick is asking, as a grandmaster, are you able to play guys like Magnus and Sergey? Well, I haven't faced them, but I face people who are very close to the rating, and of course they are much stronger than me, but I mean, it's possible. I can play some moves and they are capable of making mistakes, so of course statistically I will not get many points but out of each game, but I'm capable of playing against them, especially given taking into account the fact that if I play a main line, they especially if I'm white, they would want to beat me, so they would want to escape the normal variations that allow me to force the draw or to exchange many pieces and play 30 theoretical moves. So there is a psychological factor that helps me gain more chances to win, because they want to beat me, and they are right, they have more chances to win than for me to win, but still they have to play something suboptimal and in many cases give me an advantage and then try to beat me from there, but it's then I have more chances. So the psychological issue that people lose rating with the draw is affecting their opening choices and the amount of risk they are taking. So if I play Carlsen or Karjakin when they don't mind drawing, and let's say they don't even lose rating and they're just playing their best, just as if they're playing in this world championship, it's going to be next to impossible for me to actually win a game against them. But the fact that they do want very much to beat me, or anyone else for this matter, might play in my favor. So, but this is not chess. This is otherwise referred to as game theory. So, yeah. Bishop c5 I see on the board. Okay. So now it's black to move. So Sunshine Reggie is asking what happens if Carlsen runs out of time. So if he runs out of time, then he loses on time. I mean, you can lose by having the clock falling. It's called being flagged, as I mentioned yesterday. So yeah, I hope this helps you guys understand, all those who are wondering about the clock, but I wish to maintain the level as high as possible. So 12 minutes someone is saying. F3 played, F3. Okay. So, what next after F3? I'll take your word for it since... Bishop E3, I actually see it. So he's following the idea that I mentioned. The moment that black plays F3, he goes Bishop E3. And now, the question is if it's a fortress or not. And my guess that it is, but I guess we'll see soon enough. Jason Garza wants me to sing more songs, but I'm a bit tired today. I'll do probably something when Carlsen wins in our later shows. It will be funny if I'll be in front of a live crowd. It's not the same like having no crowd at all in front of me and seeing a random number on the screen. This feels safe, but if there will be like 50 people watching me, I will not feel as comfortable like eating and singing and doing all my ridiculous imitations. I don't mind if people are not laughing, but if I will do it in front of 50 people and I will do an imitation and they are all silent and not even laughing, this can feel really embarrassing. So I like this form of talking to myself without any reactions, and this way I don't expect any reactions from anyone. People can laugh or hate me quietly in their own places. So, Bishop E3. Did Carlsen play anything? Yes. Bishop E6 to D7. Okay. So I guess if Bishop takes G5, he has an idea. But what is it? Probably Bishop B6. So, White is forced to play a move. The knight probably shouldn't move because of the G4 pawn. So, if the king moves, then probably... but I want to go Bishop A4, but But it's not easy, because then if I go bishop a4, then this pawn is not hanging. You can go knight h3. So king c1 looks like a logical idea. Just waiting with the king back and forth. I wonder. Yeah, king c1 played. And I really don't see how Carlsen can make progress. It's funny, like 300 people right now are watching this stream, and probably some, like quite a decent number of you are participating in the chat, and it feels the same like when there were 10 viewers. But I imagine, like, how many people are 300? So like, let's say a row of people will be 10 people. So 10 rows of 10 people are 100 people. That's quite a lot. But we have 3 times this number, so it's quite a lot of people. And I wonder, I'm kind of used to speaking to myself, but in front of a real crowd, wow, that will be something else. I will feel responsible to be less less ridiculous, let's say, less of a clown. Bishop c8 keeps waiting, but now if king c2 again, does he have a point? I'm afraid that it looks like a fortress that will be a draw, and this is extremely frustrating for Carlsen and also for me, because 6 hours of play, we want to see some blood, we smell the blood, we see twice that Carlsen has a technically won position, and he doesn't bring the point home. Magnus needs to get his king back, someone is writing, yeah. Wow. Wow. Someone is saying, well, if you study philosophy, technically 312 of us don't exist. Don't worry, most of us probably have 10 tabs open, so you only have 10% of our attention. This is not reassuring. This actually makes me feel neglected. But okay, I suggest to people all the time, to whenever you do something, you better focus on it to maximize your experience and learn from it. But okay, 10% of everyone's experience, everyone's attention is still 30 people with full attention. So, by the way, we had more than 500 at one moment, 506 to be exact. That's quite a record for me, and it's just it doesn't make sense anymore. You could also say a million people and it would sound almost the same. I don't know. I feel like I'm sitting at home having fun looking at the game. King c1. They repeated? Okay, king c2, bishop d7, king c1. If they make a draw, it's going to be quite sad. Now people are saying 10% of me, 50% of me. Yeah, I'm going to like calculate how much it is. By the way, regarding the riddle from earlier with the envelope, the word I, E-Y-E, also sounds like the letter I. So, for those who don't remember, I said I start with an E, I end with an E, and I only have one letter. So one of the possible answers, I'll accept it, it's I. But the letter I, how is it written actually? How to write, I'm googling it, the letter I. How to spell? I'm very bad at googling stuff and getting the answers I want. So well, I'm trying to see. It's really funny how this website says that the letter I is spelled by the letter I, not with other letters, just the letter I. Same goes for A. And the other letters are more diverse. So B is BEE. So people are saying EYE, but I'm not sure, or AYE. Bishop F4 played, man. Okay. Don't hate me, please. All those who write with capitals. There is no need for violence, please. Okay, so now we finally reach some position that can be referred to as making progress. GF4. Now what can white play? G5 is an idea, but probably he can avoid it. So white can just go king c2 and back and forth. So I'm not too sure what is going to happen. King c2, king c1. What can black do? He can try to prevent it with bishop a4, bishop e8, bishop g6. Let's just give an example. Now white, at some point white will have to move the knight, but he always has enough squares. He can go to h1 and then to f2. I can't prevent this pawn from promoting and the knight from moving. I think it's just safe to say that this should be a draw. So let's have a look. I think this is game. This is a very sad outcome. Okay. So before all the viewers lose interest, because I have a feeling they will agree to a draw, I'll just mention that pressing the subscribe button doesn't do anything that is bad, well, you'll get a notification if you want to whenever I go live. Usually I'm quite spontaneous with my streams, so feel free to do it. I won't be offended if you'll press it. That's what I mean. And if you are subscribed and you don't see the notifications, there is a bell next to this button, and you can press the bell and press receive, check the point, receive notifications and something like this. And it only gives you notifications, I believe, when I'm streaming or if I'm uploading new videos. So I think you can also change the settings for it. So now gf4 was played. I see bishop e6, king c2, bishop e6. I hardly believe anything positive is going to come out for black from this position, which is extremely disappointing. I don't know why I'm bothering staying up so late. I also wanted to go to this pub, and there are like 15 people there who are probably watching the stream. Wanted to say hello, but I'm sure they're all gone by now. Went to sleep. So it's funny that I'm going to a pub in the middle of the night to say hello to some chess players and then go back to sleep. Most people who go to a pub who would like to get drunk, meet some ladies, or find some guys. I don't know, depending on their own preferences, and just having a good time. Maybe watching some sports, not these kind of sports. I don't know, eating, drinking, so many things to do. No, I'm gonna say hello and go back to sleep. Someone is asking why can't Magnus take the pawn, and if knight takes, the f pawn can run. Well, I don't think the f pawn can run if the knight will stay on g4 and defend it. So yeah, they have more moves. So king c1, king b3. He doesn't give up. Here the bishop is on e6, king c1, king b3 on the board. Now what? I mean, he wants to bring the king back, but where? I don't even see where to put it. If you start going back, you might not have... maybe he wants to get all the way to h4. That's too deep, I think. Well, I guess we can try. It doesn't hurt to try, except for everyone who's watching. We see a sample line from Chris Dunn, but I missed some moves. But let's say 75, king c2, bishop e6, king c1, bishop c8 actually. So they repeated once. Bishop c8. They say bishop c8, king c2, bishop e6, king c1, king b3. So they repeated once, not that it matters, and now king b3. That's very sad. No progress is being made. The same position from the other direction. Wow. Sergey is really struggling, but like a man. Like a monster. Such a beast to defend this position. And I can't believe how amazingly well Sergey defends every position. It's amazing. It's just fabulous. Someone is saying, are chess players popular among ladies there? By there I am assuming you mean Israel. So I don't think so. I don't think so. But there are some chess players who happen to be other type of players as well, but not because of chess. So yeah, I'm not familiar of a single country where chess players are popular among the ladies, but feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. But I don't think it's also it can be a good thing, because guys who has a choice of women, they might end up it might become too complicated for their own good, you know. I feel like they're like most guys, most healthy guys that I know, they probably want to be popular among all the ladies, but it's good enough if only one woman that's fitting for you would love you, and it's actually better if all the rest will not care. So I think 1 is good enough, at least from our society point of view. And yeah, so not being popular among the ladies in plural can be a good thing. And I think also from the other perspective, when a woman or a lady is very, very attractive, it's also a curse because many guys might want to be around her, and then she has too much choice for her own good, and it's hard to find what you have sufficient when you can always have a choice and might wonder if you can have something better. So yeah, that's my take on it. Okay, the people in the chat are sharing their own wisdom about being popular due to their chess skills, but I highly doubt your honesty, guys, because you've been ruining every riddle I was asking so far. So if you are capable of ruining the riddles like this, the same guys who did it are like talking about being popular. Well, yeah, you know what I mean. So I have to make some more moves, but king on b3. I got carried away for a moment. Sorry about that. King b1, king a4, king c2, king b5, king d2, king c6, king e1, king d5, king f1 is on the board. So black kind of wants to bring his king to h4, white is in time to bring his king to h3. This is kind of nice. Just in time. But if I just... that's curious. Interesting. Bishop d5, knight moves. Bishop moves, knight moves. There is never a way. I mean, technically I guess black would go f3 and then bishop f3 to win the pawn, but well, this will be funny. Okay, I guess I'll just wait and see, because they play quite fast at this point. So king on g1, king on e5, black to move, king f6, chess players are always looking for a mate. Nice. Nice, Brian Hayden. That's a nice anecdote. That might explain actually why most chess players are males. Because females usually are not the ones who are actively pursuing a mate. Usually they are being... what's the word? Courted? I'm not sure. I forgot. Courted, yeah. So they are being courted, and then the guys are the one who are actively pursuing them in our society, as far as I know. So chess players are looking for a mate. That's an excuse I didn't hear. So I'll use it from now on to avoid the conversation. So let's see. The record in a world championship match is 124 moves between Korchnoi and Karpov by Chris Dunn. So maybe they can break the record. I don't know. I need to look if they played more moves. After king f6 it seems like Karjakin is stopped to think a little bit. I'm assuming that knight e4 check is possible. But yeah, I can't say for sure. Well, now everyone are commenting on the ladies topic. I don't know even how it got started. I guess it's my fault. I can control whatever will be discussed in the chat. I can just say a random word that's unrelated to the game, come back after an hour, everyone is still talking about it. But it's not such a force that I enjoy possessing, because sometimes I don't control all the words that come out of my mouth, and then one word can be decisive for the rest of the stream. It's quite a large amount of responsibility. So king f6, not king g1. Oh no, yes, king g1, king f6. So this is the position on the board. Now I'm curious what Karjakin will play. Wow, it's 3:13 a.m. in Israel. So late. As someone once told me, too late to apologize. A French friend. Too late to apologize. I can't even do the French accent because my throat is dry. It's too late to apologize. Yes. Almost there. There's no more time extensions. 4:14 a.m. in Russia. Привет. It's funny that some people have their names mentioned in other languages. Some in Hebrew, some in Russian. I saw some in Chinese at some point, or Japanese. I don't want to something that I don't recognize even. Yeah. $5:15 a.m. Seychelles. Wow. 9:13 a.m. in the Philippines. Good morning there, Conan Ibanez. Wow. 2:14 in Germany, 1:15 in UK, 8:20 Indonesia. Wow. So many different countries. Okay, so knight e4 check has been played. I actually guessed correctly. King g6, king f2, bishop takes g4. This should be a draw. Knight d2. Well, this is very, very sad in my opinion. I mean, something happened to Carlsen's technique in this last two rounds. So, where was I? After reading Indonesia. Yes. 7:16 p.m. in Texas, US. 9:16 a.m. Taiwan. Wow. So many countries. Bosnia. Maine. Maine, I assume in the US as well. .516 Oregon, USA, baby. 5:16 p.m. Yes. 7:16 in Texas. Okay. 3:17 in Israel. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Chess King, thank you for clarifying. So, probably they have more moves. 92. Okay, I'll check the moves if you guys insist. 92. Bishop e6. King takes f3. King f5. a4. a4. Who would have thought white will play with the pawn to a4? So tired. But I'll never give up. I'll never ever give up. Wow. They still intend to continue the game. Manchester, England, 1:22. 7:17 a.m. in Kazakhstan. A lot of different countries. Tennessee, 8:16 p.m. By the way, there is a nice pickup line that someone told me about. They recommended me to use, but fortunately for me, I don't need to use any lines, and even when I was single, I didn't use any. But someone told me like that you should approach, and please don't take this advice literally and don't apply it, but just listen to what he said. He said you should come to a lady or anyone you like, say, "Hey, are you from Tennessee?" She says, "No, why? Because you're the only 10 I see." And yeah, that's when I realized when this friend told me about it, that all these lines are probably not as relevant as theoretical chess lines. The only lines I want to focus on applying are chess openings. Okay, so knight f1. How did they reach it? a4, bishop d5, king here, knight f1, yeah? I think so. Yes. Someone in the chat is asking, what if she is from Tennessee? Yeah, that's the reason I said don't use it, because there is a loophole in this line. She might be from Tennessee, and then you don't have any chances anymore. So knight f1. You had me at Tennessee. Okay. What do you think about Donald Trump winning? Well, I try to focus on Carlsen versus Karjakin. That's my approach for it. My aunt from the US is visiting us in Israel for like a few weeks. She just arrived, and we had a short conversation regarding the topic. And many people in the US are afraid. That's all I can say. For their own future, they don't know what's going to happen. Okay, king g5, knight d2, king f5. I'm smelling a repetition. How did it happen? So I'll give you one more sentence that you can say to a stranger that you shouldn't, but probably some of you will because you guys are trolls. I mean, not all of you, but probably it's like 2%, but they're so loud that they just write so many chat messages. So, how does it go? I think it was the same person who told me about this line. Something like this. You approach someone who is a stranger that you want to have a conversation with. Let's say you see a 2700 player somewhere sitting alone in the lobby of the hotel when you're in the tournament. And you say, hello, do you know how much does a polar bear weigh? I can't pronounce anything. Do you know how much does a polar bear weigh? And they ask, how much? You say, enough to break the ice. And then probably start talking about Donald Trump and Carlsen Karjakin. King e2, king g4. On the board. One ton. Okay, you guys have some interesting sense of humor. I'll give you that, but unfortunately, the World Championship has much less humoristic things going on. I don't see anything positive happening. Well, some positive things are happening for Karjakin, of course, and it's nice. If Carlsen would win this game with black, he probably would never let go of the lead and continue winning some games. So maybe from the viewer's point of view, if you want to have a close match, and it's going to be more interesting if no one will win, and Karjakin will have a winning position, then Carlsen will have a winning position, and we'll see like how it goes. But it's very important to. I would like that whenever each one of them receives a winning position, that they will be able to convert once and for all. Someone says draws agreed. Well, I don't see it quite yet. I think they can. It's not such a bad idea for them. Yeah. Okay, it's official. The draw was agreed. What can I say? Okay, I'll say the usual things before everyone leaves. Yeah, I do stay here for 6.5 hours and I upload many videos. I'll continue to do it regardless of what happens. But if I'll receive more support, I'll probably upload more often and with more high quality and bother bringing more guests and so on. And all I ask for is some free type of support. I don't even get anything from it other than like more moral to continue my investment of time and efforts. So what you might do if you want to support is, I didn't put any links in the description this time, but in my previous videos you can find the links. If you press my name, the channel's name, you can see the videos. So you can subscribe to this channel and receive notifications. Yeah, you can follow on Twitch. We have the channel called Chess Juice. It's quite a nice channel. We're going to stream on a daily basis. Like on Facebook, follow on Twitter. Probably a bunch of other things you can do that I don't remember right now. I myself don't teach private lessons, but anyone who's interested in improving can contact any one of the other members on the Twitch channel we have on Chess Juice. Probably 6 of us are interested in training players between 1400 to 2400. Is there anything I'm forgetting? I'm sure there is. Asaf Givon, who's also with me on that channel, just recently opened his own YouTube channel, He's just started uploading videos, so support him as well in his journey. He will probably upload a lot more in the close future, so feel free to subscribe to his channel as well. And again, of course, I have to thank Igor Bitensky for coming today, and everyone else who arrived in the past, and those who agreed to come in the next rounds. Tomorrow is a free day, in case you don't know. That we'll meet again on Thursday. I will be streaming in front of a live audience, and I'm not sure how well it will go because it's quite a challenge even here at home. But there it will be even more challenging. Anything else I have in mind? Well, I'm sure there was one more thing at least. So many. On Facebook I will put daily tactics, so you will not just only like to support me, you will receive like one tactical position per day where you can solve, and I might input some more information. Any comments that you have, anything that you would like me to improve, technical issues or things about my commentary, I accept all the criticism with love. But please, I'm asking you all who are intending to suggest improvements to understand the difference between criticism and complaints. And yeah, that's more or less it for today. All of you who joined us, we had 500 viewers at some point. I'm extremely flattered, and yeah, it motivates me to do my very best to improve my chess so I can set an example for everyone who's following me. And that's it for now. So thanks a lot for following and for watching, and I hope you enjoyed something and learned something from this video. And if you want to learn some more, then keep watching the next video.